How you doing? I see the questions popping up already. Loop and Loop. Good morning. Thanks for joining me. Hey, Carrie. Hey, I appreciate that donation again. Thanks for joining. What's going on, Anthony? Yeah, I hope everybody does some paper trading. Maybe we'll catch a good one and have a good time. I'm a little tired. I'm trying to make some educational videos, and I stayed up last night. I just have to kind of figure this out. As you could tell by the name, Off Grid Trading, I am a bit of a recluse. So I have gone days without saying a word, and now I'm sitting here speaking for 9 hours. I couldn't even chew my steak last night. I had to toss out the steak and have some cereal for dinner. So I got to work this whole thing out. I have to figure out how I could provide myself sustenance and keep hanging out with everybody during the day. So so let's get to the financial news first, and then we'll start answering your questions and everything. So to start off my day, I like to look at the economic calendar and what's going on and seeing what's going to affect the market for the day, right? So today is Wednesday, and the only thing that's consistent on Wednesday is you always see the EIA gasoline and crude oil reports. And really, what I find with that is that a lot of traders kind of hold out and they trade off of that EIA report, the trading oil. So you're really going to see the S&P and the markets kind of boring until after 10:30 when that report comes out. And I see a lot of traders take trades before the report, but it just my experience is that I don't get a lot of follow through, and this is all about probabilities, right? I'm going to trade when probabilities are in my favor, and yeah, I find that during this time it's just not the case. Um, so the EIA report we're looking at, it's not a market mover, but like I said, it seems like it's kind of a drag on the market. What's interesting is we all know that the Fed's or the industry, the financial industry, is looking at interest rates. Everybody's kind of walking on eggshells, worried about where inflation's going. So what normally isn't a market mover may very well have an effect today. So we're going to look at the Fed Treasury purchases, and we're going to so at 10:30 we're going to see what kind of effect that has. And 1 o'clock they're looking at the 10-year note. So this is where the government goes out there and starts selling a 10-year note. And we're going to see what the purchases look like if they're going to bid bonds up or bid it down. They bid bonds up, and then interest rates drop, and if there really isn't a lot of buying out there and they bid them down, then obviously interest rates go up, and that just adds to the inflationary pressure. So that could have a big effect on the market. And then Thursday we have core inflation rates and inflation rate, which now is a big issue, obviously, inflation. So you may kind of see a lot of sideways trading after lunch and not a lot of movement. People just kind of sitting back and waiting to see what these numbers are. So that is what's out there in financial news. And people take spread trades for the day, credit trades for the day, and I would really hold off on doing that because this makes me a little nervous. And I might be a big sissy, but again, I'm about probabilities. And when the probabilities are in my favor, that's when I play my hand. So that's the economic calendar. Let's go take a quick look at what the stocks look like on a daily chart. So we're going to try this another way instead of me dragging charts around. And I took Anthony's advice and I cleaned up all the nonsense on my computer, so hopefully I could be a little more consistent. Oh, look how ugly that is. Let's get rid of all that stuff. And we're going to figure out what the best way to make this work is. And perhaps dragging the charts over is the best way to make it work, eh? Get rid of all my global lines, because we just want to see. Yeah, we just still have all these ugly things. All right, let's just drag the charts over and do it. These are the growing pains. So all you new free folk get to enjoy our growing pains, or my growing pains. And maybe in 2 years you're going to chat with me and we'll laugh about my lack of professionalism. All right, so Here we're looking at the daily chart on the S&P, right? And look at that nice tail to the downside. You know, that's just telling me that bears tried to sell off this market. Bulls came back, found a good price down here, pushed it back up. I like that nice that nice. I guess you can call it a hammer, but a hammer really, this is really a hammer right here where my crosshairs are. I mean, a hammer's, yeah, you know, kind of at a down move and then it spikes up. But we can comfortably say that if this baby breaks this high, there's a good probability that we're looking at, I think I put the extensions in here yesterday. Yeah. You know, my next target would be 4281, and this is a Fibonacci line. And they're good lines, man. I know that every software out there provides it, every platform out there provides it, and it might seem to undermine its value. And we would think that if we had to pay a fortune for that indicator, it would be of good value. But it's almost mystical, the value of Fibonacci and the golden ratio just in the universe and in Earth and in nature. You could find it everywhere. So do some homework on Fibonacci. It's interesting. So anyway, if we break here, there's a good probability we could be heading for 4281. And I'm not saying it's happening today, but you know, there's a day chart, and that's a longer term goal. So to get my bias, I'm looking at my momentum down here, which is another free indicator, right? And us being free folk and self-sustaining, we don't want to spend a lot of money on hype and nonsense. You know, I want to evolve past all of that. And you can make a good living just using the MACD, or as I like to call it, the Mac Daddy. And you could really understand what's going on in your charts. And I know I'm bouncing around to a lot of things, but I'm trying to just keep myself organized. Um, so my Mac Daddy is telling me that the momentum on the daily chart is bullish, and you know, I got a bullish bias, and I'm looking for bullish trades today. I want to see things starting to move up, and I'm feeling good about being bullish. If we drop down to the 60-minute, it will tell us what's going on inside the daily chart. And you know, this is how I set my head for the day, and my bias. Although I'm not opposed to taking a short or a bearish trade where I buy puts or I buy calls for a bullish trade. I'll buy puts for a bearish, depending on what the market's doing intraday. But on the long term, I know that if I take a bullish trade, the probability is greater that it'll work out. So this is a little unsettling, right? Really, the momentum's flattening out. So I'm kind of neutral on the hourly. You know, I feel it's not really telling me much. I'm just neutral. Could go either way. Basically, that's what neutral is. And I know you hate to hear that. Everybody, when they get into the industry, they want to know, is the market going to go up or is it going to go down? Well, the truth of the matter is it could go either way. You know, I'm not trying to figure out where it's going to go. I'm just going to play where it's going. So, but again, on the daily, I have a bias. And if you look at the futures right now, where I thought I had them up, but I don't have them up. Let me get them up. I think the futures were positive, and I'm going to tell you in a second. See, which means we're going to open if they are positive, or maybe they're flat. Let's see. Oh, I'm telling you, in a week or two, man, I'm going to have this flowing. You're going to think I've done this for years. The S&P's up 6 points. It's really no big deal. It's flat. The Dow is down 1 point. It's flat. Nasdaq's up 47 on a 13,000 or $14,000 point market. I'd call 47 points flat. So basically, the market's flat. So you know, again, that's Wednesday. That's the EIA trade out there. That's how it behaves. So we're just gonna have to wait and see where the market opens, what it's going to do. I would like to see it pop up. That's always fun, but there's money to be made on the way down. Where did I get this chart? Okay, this is my daily chart. So let's just have a quick look at Amazon, because that's another position that we could take and maybe catch a run. No. And you could do this with any security you like and catch any momentum. You know, I mean, I just don't want to fill my head with a whole bunch of different securities, have a ton of things to look at to try to catch a trade. These guys move. there's money in it. You know, I mean, for a $3,200 stock to move 10 points is not a lot of energy, and yeah, you know, I can make money on that. Yeah, you know, for the daily, it looks like it's turning around. It's kind of flat. It's kind of flat, but well, that's in a consolidation. You know, it's really got to break out of this channel to have any big moves. But we'll watch it for the day and see if it does that. Let's look at it on the 60. I think you could hear my voice is a little groggy. I guess I'm getting tired. I got to build up my stamina. It shall come. I like that hourly momentum, which is, you know, more encouraging for our day trading. And let's see, Amazon's up $7 for the day, but yeah, I mean, we have an hour until, or an hour and a half until the market opens. So, oh my God, how am I going to be entertaining for an hour and a half? So we have $8. It's up $8. So that's encouraging. 872. So it's going to open right about where my vertical line is, which is plus or minus 32.72. Could be building a topping pattern. Everything's a wait and see, which is a typical Tuesday. Let's take a quick peek at Tesla. This is how I start my day, so I know I'm not hitting up your questions or anything. I'm just getting my head set for how I'm going to trade, how I'm going to squeeze out a buck, and maintain this glorious lifestyle. And I hope everybody who I'm talking to is building a nice self-sustaining spiritual lifestyle. I mean, this is just not exciting to me at all. I really have no comment on this. I don't really think we're going to be making any money off of Tesla today. I'm just not seeing anything that I could point out or that would encourage me to take it. On a long term, this is encouraging, right? This is something we talked about. It's an indication of a trend reversal, right? So here's our low, and the momentum's low. We made a lower high, right? Here's a high up here. Here's a low. If you're following my cursor, here's another high right here, which is lower than the previous high, which would indicate a downtrend. But here's a higher low, right? So if we're going to continue a downtrend, we would want to see a lower low. That's price action. So here we made a higher low. We got to say to ourselves, something's going on. We see a little momentum making the higher low also. We could argue that if it breaks this point right here, it's going to make another higher high. So there might be a trade in there, right? And then we look, and I believe these are fib lines that are out here, that are on here. So we could call those targets. I'm not really looking at it because I'm not taking the trade, but arguably we could say that 56.95 is a target that we could run to. Yep, 56, right? So if we entered here at 34, I mean, you got 20 points in there. That's nice. And this is a daily chart, so it takes a little bit of time to go. So anyway, this is what's got our headset. There's nothing really catching my attention that I'm going to pay or focus on at the open. It's more kind of, I'm going to have to just sit around, wait and see what the market offers us, if anything. I'm really expecting it to be flat. I hate saying that because then it'll get aggressive and it'll be egg on my face. Okay, let me just clean up some of these charts a little bit. Put everything back where it belongs. And then I like to see what the flavor of the day is, what everybody's kind of focusing on. So, I mean, really, you could just shoot over to CNBC to see what's going on. And here we go, CNBC. There's the futures demonstrated right there. Yeah, I guess I had it on this computer, and then I looked over at the other computer. So, you know, S&P's up 5 points. It's relatively flat. Dow's down 11. Nasdaq's down 36. Things traded off a little bit. What's of interest? Oh, Clover. What a surprise. Clover hit the news, huh? Another momentum play. and the catalyst is marketing. So I mean, you could jump in anywhere, you could figure out where this thing's going to go. I mean, it's a good catalyst, right? We trade momentum, and momentum is based on catalyst. That's why we look at the news. We know that some news is coming out, and it's going to be the catalyst to move the market, and that's how we trade. And this is no different. I mean, you get people looking at stock, you create momentum. As a trader, you just want to jump on momentum and take that trade. And if it's very active during the day, you could use the techniques that I'm showing you, which is, looking for the double bottoms, looking for the reversals, looking for the breakouts through the resistance in the shorts, clocking your momentum to make sure that it looks like a good trade. This is interesting. Mortgage rates drop, but not enough for priced out buyers. That's interesting. But I don't think that's sustainable. I mean, I definitely think mortgage rates are going to go up. Priced out buyers, how much could they really drop? And it's really property taxes that are pricing people out, if you ask me. I mean, property taxes are so high, you got to consider that in your payment, and you can't afford to buy as big a house as you normally could. At least here in New York. I know Long Island, you could be on a quarter acre and pay $16,000 a year in taxes. That's crazy, crazy. Um, all right, so this is interesting. China produced a price surge. So basically, these guys are getting beat up too with inflation. So that's something you want to watch, like world inflation. And then obviously that'll affect our economy. But I mean, everybody could just shake hands, make nice, and get rid of the tariffs, and you cut the cost of material down, and it'd be fine. I mean, it's interesting how lumber prices spike so much, and nobody's making nice with Canada, where we're getting our lumber from, and we have tariffs on there, and it's spiking our lumber prices. Um, all right, the rest of it is just rhetoric and people poking each other in the eye and things I like to avoid myself. So that's the set of my day. I guess I'm just going to look for trades. I have no spread trades that I would put on today. I'm also a little tired, and some of my rules is that if I have a cold, I do not trade. Sometimes when I'm a little groggy and a little tired, I won't trade. Today may be the day. I'll look if something really strikes my fancy, but I'm not going to be that aggressive with entering the market, feeling this groggy and trying to talk to everybody. So I saw some good questions that people were looking for. And all you newbies listening that are sending me donations, I really appreciate the contribution, but it's more important that you guys participate a little bit and ask the questions. If you don't understand the verbiage, um, or my vernacular, um, then let me know so I could break it down. I want this channel to be about the guy that doesn't know how to trade. The guy who knows how to trade doesn't need to hear from me, and probably has a lot to say about what how I'm trading. That guy's making money. This has got to be about the people who don't know how to trade. Instead of getting yourself tied up in a lot of the hype and trying to make money on the hype, I want to show you how to do it consistently. Oh man, look at this. My YouTube is my internet is slowing down just as I'm speaking. So bear with me, man. This is part of the life of being off the grid. It's a lot of blackouts and lousy internet. Um, good morning. Thoughts on inflation? Talk on non-existent or temporary. I mean, non-existent. I mean, you got to poke the guy in the eye who says it's non-existent. I mean, you go to the supermarket and look at what it costs to feed yourself. It's just amazing, and it blows my mind. At one point in my life, I really didn't. I mean, I didn't even shop. People took care of that, and I was busy working, and I really didn't look at the cost of things. But when I simplified my life and I walked into a supermarket, all I thought was, oh my God, how do people survive, man? I mean, they're literally just sucking the life out of people just so they could sustain themselves. And that was 10 years ago. Now I go in the supermarket and I can't believe what you're paying for stuff. And then if you want healthy, clean food, it's astronomical. So inflation exists, and it's a reality. Inflation is spiking now, and I think that might be transient. Um, or transitory, as the the talking heads on the news like to put it. So yeah, I'm confident in that because there's a lot of pent-up wealth from people who sat home who could continue working from home, but couldn't go to restaurants, couldn't go to movies, couldn't travel. So all that excess cash has stashed. I have family who are working people, and they socked away so much money that they ended up buying a mountain house, and are setting up their program for their retirement, years down the line. But they ended up buying a second home just from the money that they've saved from sitting at home. So just figure that once people got out, everybody's just buying a ton of things right now. So yeah, I see it as transitory. The other issue was that we weren't producing the goods that we could produce because people were at home, or people were getting sick and they were closing down plants. So we continued to consume goods, but we didn't continue to produce it. So we're going to see that spike. But I don't think that it's a non-issue. I think we're going to have the spike. The spike is going to be transitory, and then we're going to go back to a normal but consistent inflation. So we do have inflation issues. I think that will play out in our economy that we're going to have to address, but I don't think it's going to be as aggressive as we're seeing right now, or we're going to see over the next couple of months. But this is going to be a hell of a summer because don't know about you, but I'm ready to get out. I want to go eat at a few restaurants and hang out with my family and take my spawn somewhere and do something. So yeah, transitory spike, but I'm looking for a consistent effect after the euphoria of being free is done. Good morning. Good morning. Yeah, Anthony, once again, everybody paper trade with me, man, so we could all scream and have a good time. Still waking up myself. Well, good morning. Coffee. Yo, dude, you know what? I'm already on my, this has got to hold 3 cups, so I've got to be tapping into my fourth already. I've refilled my mug. And now that I said coffee, I have to take a sip. But yeah, I love coffee. That could be what's crushing me too. You need more coffee. Yes. Well, okay. Hopefully, I'm getting some energy and entertaining you. Apologies for being late. That's all right. You're in detention. CB4 Canes. Grocery prices have shot up a lot recently. Yeah, it's crazy. When I lived in the city too, I used to, when we spent some time in the mountains, we would stock up in the car and take it down to the house. And now I see that that doesn't even pay. I mean, actually, it seems like you're paying more up in the mountains because you have very few choices than you do in the city. So yeah, it doesn't pay. And then I try to eat clean food, just like your chickens and your eggs. And if I'm not growing my own food, then I'm paying a fortune for clean food, and that's part of sustaining life. That's actually what attracted me. I mean, just looking at all the poisons that and toxins that they're putting in our foods, um, that's why I gravitated towards this off the grid kind of living. It was really began with starting to develop a way of just eating good, clean food, and then just finding out that the whole environment was just really good for my body, really good for my head. And that's it, man. I checked out. I have to go count my chickens. Heard a ruckus. Oh man, yeah, go count your chickens. Yo, that was a big thing for me. I paid a lot of chickens to those fox before I learned how to do it. And then once I figured out the fox, I had the chicken hawks, I guess, and I thought that was only in Bugs Bunny cartoons. Um, uh-oh, I hope they're okay. Go get them, get your chickens. Switch to Red Bull. No, that's sugar's. Yo, sugar's the white devil, man. I don't put sugars in my body. Any sweeteners, I actually use syrup, maple syrup, and I make my own syrup. I tap my trees and make my syrup. Yo, and this is a straight up city boy. I'm telling you. If you saw me, I mean, first of all, short hair, Armani suits, King Dingling in Wall Street, and then as a child, grew up in Brooklyn. I mean, to me, like the grass that surrounded the tree on the sidewalk, that was a garden. And then when I got a taste of the country, I was blown away. I didn't even know there was that much grass. Um, I switched to Red Bull at 10. Yeah, yeah, man. Um, High fructose corn syrup, sugars, that's what's killing you. And pharmaceuticals love it because they'll just pump you full of drugs to fix you. But all you got to do is, if nature didn't make it, don't eat it. It's that simple. I'd out the Red Bull. X out the Red Bull. No can do, man. Don't touch my Red Bull. All right, cool. Looks like you guys are having a conversation. Hey, let me know if I'm of interest to anybody, and I'll give you some insight. I must look like Grizzly Adams. No, you know what? It's funny you said that. Once I got out of the financial industry, I kind of went the old man biker route. Not old man. I mean, you know, I'm not old, but yeah, I let my hair grow out, and I've always worn a beard. I might be giving away too much, but yeah, I let my hair grow out a little bit, and I grew a beard, and I my attire definitely changed, and yeah, I look like the old man biker guy. But for some reason, I'm kind of gravitating now towards a cleaner look, and I cut my hair short again maybe a month or two ago. Still have my beard, of course. I don't think I'd ever lose that, but it's doesn't have any length. It's I don't know if you'd call it a goatee, but yeah, it's got a cool shape to it. I kind of enjoy shaping my beard too. Uh, 7 to 5 cans a day. Oh, dude, you could probably paint a house in an hour. Uh, nah, man, I don't love the Red Bull. I mean, I used to be into that speedy kind of frame of mind, but I'm a little more at peace right now, man. I like my sobriety, and I like meditation. I like slowing myself down. As a matter of fact, that's another thing I suggest. Get into a meditation before your day starts when you trade, because basically you should feel as though you're on ludes. Um, if any of you young people understand what that is, which I'm not advocating that you take ludes or drugs before you trade. Your mind needs to be clear, but your body needs to be relaxed and and easy. You need to be able to accept the flow of the market and be able to move in and out of the market without any emotional hang up. And you'll see that I step off the path. I mean, I'll scream and holler and hoot, but you know, you try to keep your composure. So yeah, you don't want yourself getting that was hilarious off grid. You don't want to do that. Harley? Yeah, yeah. I went the whole route. I mean, but I've had bikes my whole life. I used to race them when I was a kid, and I was really bad at it, man. I have so much metal in my body from racing bikes that at one point I was like, all right, this is definitely not for me, you know. And it took a while. Like I took a good beating before I realized that I'm not getting any better. What's ludes? It's another name for oranges, man. Eat citrus. Let me know if I'm interested to any of you. Oh, I've tried, but could never clear my mind long enough. See, that's funny, man. That's what people say. What time is it? Let me just make sure that we remain a trading channel. Okay, 8:27. Yeah, people say I can't meditate. I can't do it long enough. But what you have to realize is that that 1 second that you've stilled yourself, you've meditated, right? So you can consider yourself an individual that meditates. And all you have to do is go for that 1 second. Don't worry about the other second. And it'll come. I mean, you'll slowly build up to long meditation. I've been meditating since I'm 12 years old. I mean, back when it was freaky. I remember I was doing it and my mother's like, "It's okay, you could do it, but don't tell anybody." You know, because it was like a strange alternative way of life. You know, they were very simple people. But I hear that all the time. I mean, even from my family, who's like, "I tried, I can't meditate," but you can meditate. That's it. But that enjoy that second, man. That's the meditation. You know what I'm saying? And everything starts somewhere. Like the chick in the red sweatsuit that I told you the story about yesterday. You got to start somewhere. So start on that second. And meditate for that second, and then a little longer, a little longer, a little longer. That's what meditation is. Meditation is not sitting down and getting lost for an hour. I mean, that's an end result, and I could do that, but meditation is the journey to get to that point. That's what meditation is, and everything you do towards that end just strengthens your mind, which is, you know, just like any other muscle, it needs that exercise. Ludes are drugs, downers. Oh man, come on, man. Let's forget I said that. You're educating this guy on that, all right? Scratch that. I retract that statement. Wolf of Wall Street will give you a good idea. Hey, dude, you know, you're painting a picture of me. CBC Canes. Um, My mind wanders a lot. Yeah, dude, that's okay. So look, a vacuum can exist in nature, right? So what you're doing is when you meditate, you create that vacuum in your mind, and then it fills itself with the thought, right? So what you have to do is just relax and let that thought run out. So because you can't still your mind that long, that's just an indication that you need to allow those thoughts to run. So sit back and watch the show. When you're meditating and your mind starts wandering, let it wander. Don't stop it from wandering. And what you'll do is just exhaust that situation, and all those thoughts will run through your mind, and then you'll find it the next time you meditate a little easier to still your mind, and then it'll fill again with all these thoughts, and just let it run, man. It's like training a dog. Your dog is crazy, yo, just let that sucker run. You run the stupid out of your dog, and once you're done running the stupid out of your dog, you can sit him down and train him. Same thing with your mind. Run the stupid out of your mind. So your meditation should be, when you sit down, try to relax your body and chill out, and then spend 15, 20 minutes allowing your mind to wander, because your body's telling you what it needs. And that's what your mind needs to get focused. You need to let your mind wander. You need to run through those thoughts, and you need to let it exhaust itself. So, like the thought of not thinking. Yeah, it's cool. But you never not think. You still your mind for a while, and then it fills up with other thoughts, good thoughts, usually productive thoughts, and usually something that's intuitive. And it adds to your life. And then you could learn to control your thoughts, and that's what affirmations are. So you could program yourself to be a phenomenal trader, an effective trader. Any inhibitions that you have, you could program your mind to release those inhibitions. So it's a shame that the human body didn't come with a manual, but once you get in tune with it, and you can touch it, then things present themselves to you. I was just having that conversation this morning with somebody who's silly enough to be up early in the morning, and if you just sit back and listen to the universe, it's going to present to you all sorts of opportunities. You just have to be receptive to it, and your mind has to be open to receiving all of this stuff. And I know it all sounds mystical, man, but it's real. It's real, I'm telling you. And I'll tell you what, most successful people don't talk about it, but that's exactly how they live, man. And if you talk to a very wealthy guy and you're talking business, you want to know if this guy's a real businessman, he's going to tell you that the idea doesn't feel right, or the idea does feel right. But if he says, oh, well, according to this number and that number and this number, this guy isn't a natural, real businessman. The guy's going to look at everything around him and consider everything, and it's going to be an intelligent decision, but he's going to go on a matter of feeling. Um, so anyway, see, I digress. Maybe I should open up a spiritual channel, right? I'll get little bells, ding, and we could just hang out and meditate. Somebody could do a mantra, which would be that sound of Om. All right. Any good questions there that are going to make us money, or just things that are going to distract me? Hey, if I haven't mentioned it before, hit the like, subscribe, hit the bell, throw a few bucks in the Cash app that's in the description below. Join me and be a free folk. If I missed a question you need me to answer, just throw it out there again. I'm scrolling through trying to figure it out. The GMOs are everywhere. Yeah, man, they're everywhere. But yo, you eat clean food. That's the bottom line. If there's no market in it, they're not going to do it. It's that simple. Yeah, I'm all about grass-fed, grass-finished meats, and I harvest a lot of my meats, clean vegetables. You could look at organics, but be smart about organics, because really, if you're not eating the skin of the peel, then you're really just throwing money away. I mean, if you want to be strategic and you don't want to support the industry, then the industry of pesticides and things like that, then just go organic. I do like the 5 to 7 cans a day. Dave, you love. Oh, okay, yo, I am like going back in history. Hilarious, Harley. Wolf of Wall Street. Oh, that's terrible. I truly felt an angel saying, "Come with me," but I was too chicken and asked for more time to get used to it. Um, I don't know what you're saying. I'm wondering if you're talking about meditation. Yeah, there's a lot of people talk about seeing faces and things like that, and yeah, it's pretty cool. Um, Markets whack today. Can you elaborate on whack? Um, the markets. Whoa, Dow's down 20, really not a big deal. S&P's up 3, not a big deal. Nasdaq's up 31. Yeah, it's just flat, man. It's just flat. You got EIA coming out, where most of the traders are going to be focused on the EIA report and trading a little bit of oil. At least, yeah, this is what I find. Um, and oil's up 38 cents. That's a high number. Is inflation existent? It's 70.43. $70.43. That's a high number, and I believe $30 is the break even on refining. So at least we know the oil companies are making money. So yeah, I think the markets are going to be a little boring. But at 8:30, which already happened, there was a report, and right 8:30, and oh no, that's tomorrow. That's tomorrow. I'm sorry. 10:30 is the oil report. So yeah, it's just gonna. There's no catalyst. Yeah, it's that simple. So we're gonna try to find a trade, but we're not gonna force the trade. Yeah, what's the EIA? Okay, the EIA. If you were here at 8 o'clock, paying attention, Anthony. All right, not sucking down those Red Bulls. The EIA report is the oil report. Let me pull it up and show you again. It's the oil report, so it tells you what the oil stocks are and things like that. When I say stock, I mean the oil stored. What oil is stored? What not stocks like stock market stocks, but what we have stored and what's available. Hold on, I'm pulling up the report. I'm doing it again because Anthony wasn't paying attention. Then ain't. But Anthony's been here 3 days, man. So Anthony is a free folk. Kerry joined me and showed me much love and confidence. So Kerry's definitely, actually, everybody who's been with me, I'm going to have to say, are free folk. All right, so here we are, trading economics. Look at the website; it's right up there. I don't have to call it out. Yeah, I have no bias on it. It just supplies supplies information. It's actually pretty good too if you want to clock earnings. You see right there, and you see the earnings. It'll tell you who's putting out what earnings on what day. So anyway, you scroll on down to Wednesday at 10:30. EIA gasoline stock change. EIA is like the name of the report, but crude oil, that's what we're interested. But this will tell you what the crude, how many barrels are out there and supplied. And I think that it's storage above ground and below ground. Yeah, they have like these caverns below ground that they store oil in. So they expect a reduction of 5 million barrels, right? If they come in with a reduction of 1 million barrels, then you'll probably see the price of oil go down because they have more oil than they anticipated. Simple supply and demand. But it creates momentum, just like the hype on all of the stocks that everybody's looking at these days. It creates momentum in oil, and people trade the oil contracts, the oil futures, and they make their shekels like that. So you got it, Anth? I don't know, man. I think you ought to reconsider those Red Bulls, right? Your short-term memory is lapsing because we went through that. Hello, Miss Kerry. I was here Monday. Just quiet. Oh, were you really? That's cool. Don't be quiet. Were you quiet because you were intimidated? I'm just wondering if the manner in which I'm speaking is keeping people from asking me questions. So, give me some input. And don't feel like that, man, because you know what? I mean, whenever you come into an industry, you come in new, and you don't know what you don't know. So, I mean, I find that acceptable. I mean, I know a lot of people like to um, celebrate themselves by looking down on those who don't know what's going on. But the reality is I was there too. I mean, it was a lot of years ago, but that's how I got here, just by experience. Yep, shy by nature. Well, that's the beauty of the internet, man. I mean, and you know what? I mean, What do I mean? Wow, I'm tired. Yeah, don't be shy. I don't bite. Well, sometimes I bite, but that's a whole other webpage. Um, so, all right, the markets still aren't moving, and we've got 8:39. So, yo, last night I was up trying to make a video. Oh, I tell you, I'm gonna need a whole staff. Oh, wow, my software is going in and out already. Okay, well, my YouTube seems like it's up and strong. It's just Ninja Trader keeps doing it. And you know what? It's only Ninja Trader. Like my other platforms are not dropping. So I've got to figure this out. I've got to get a tech guy. Yo, in the free folk world, in the off the grid world, finding a tech guy, really not part of the community. I mean, I can find a guy who could sharpen an axe to a razor blade, but tech guy is kind of hard. Um, Making vids. Yep, shy by nature, making vids. Yeah, I was making trying to make some educational stuff. I want to start with maybe an elaboration on naked trading and just price action trading and things like that. So you understand trends and consolidations and breakouts and things of that nature. And then I'll make one on how I use the Mac Daddy and this way, you don't have to go through 9 hours of me rambling to try to find what you need to know. And if I do that and condense it, then you could watch it over and over and over again. And that's the key, man. Once you get a hold of information, you can't just read the book once or look at the video once. You have to, keep doing it until it's just a natural reflex. So, I mean, from talking all day and then not being able to chew my dinner and then making the videos, I was just banged out. So you could probably hear it in my voice. I'm a little groggy. Do you look at jolts every day? Jolts. What do you mean jolts? Go to Best Buy and offer him $100. Oh, easy there. CBC Canes. Ninja Trader, my NT platform. Job openings. Yeah, yeah, absolutely, man. I look at every report that comes out. As a matter of fact, um, the non-farm payroll is a very important report. I look at that, and that comes out the first Friday of every month. But yeah, yeah, I didn't go into a Thursday's report. I think the jobs report is on Thursdays. Um, and then I think there's another one Fridays. But yeah, absolutely, it's very important. I don't know how much of a market mover it is, but it depends on what everybody's focus is. And right now, people are looking at that. But yo, we know job openings are off the hook. I think the last report was like 1 million jobs were created or something. So yeah, that's really not a question. People aren't going back to work right away. I mean, there are a lot of reasons for that. I know the hate porn likes to say it's because of the stimulus checks and the stimulus programs, which I'm sure that's a major factor. But you also have to consider that we're at the end of the pandemic. This was horrific for tons of people. They lived in fear. There's a general phobia right now about going into crowds. And even, my wife is in healthcare and she's knee deep in this thing. So I get a lot of good information on what's going on. And she so I still am a little apprehensive about jumping into crowds and things right now. So, I don't want to be the first guy. And then, yeah, they don't know what they don't know. And they're going to turn around and be like, maybe we opened up too soon. So, yeah, I'm not making that my burden. And I'm sure a lot of people are thinking the same way. So they're not running right back into the workforce. They're saying, all right, let me just, take a step back and just look at what's going on and have a good understanding. And then I'll move into the workforce. And then you have the issue that, hey, the summer's here. And all right, I've been out, I've been hurting, I've been stuck in my house. I'm getting a good check, so I'm going to enjoy this summer, and I'm going to go back to work in September. I'm sure that psychology is out there. And then you have the other issue of what do I do with my kids? I can't afford any kind of daycare or anything because I haven't been working for a year, and I can't afford to send them to camp. So and school's ending, so I got to stay home and take care of my kids. And that's a big factor. So so I need to go make coffee. Go ahead, Ant. Um, so I think there are a lot of causes right now for why people aren't going out into the workforce. And you know what? I say that we see a better sense of normality at the end of the summer. Oh, the software is just going in and out, in and out, in and out. That's so unsettling. I got to figure that out. I need to find me a tech guy. See, I made this channel for some kicks, and now it seems like it's dragging me back into the world. But that's all right. I'm having a good time. We'll do that. Hey, Zach Attack! You're late. You slept late. Oh, had a dentist appointment. Yo, dude, you know what? You don't want to get me started on the dentists. Or maybe I just have good teeth. But I'll get started. I have every one of my teeth, right? Nothing's ever been pulled. Ever since I was a teenager, every time I go to a dentist, a new dentist, they always want to pull my wisdom teeth. Okay? I mean, they've been telling me that I'm going to have trouble with my wisdom teeth for twice your lifetime, Zach. I'm still fine. I mean, yeah, I've never had a problem with my wisdom teeth. And all they're looking to do is get paid, man. They need a procedure. Somebody bought their wife a fur coat and they had to pay for it, and my teeth had the price tag. Um, I'm sorry, people are just getting in touch with me on text. Working. Um, so yeah. Anyway, the dentist will kill you. The vets will kill your dogs. You got to figure we survived 10 million years as a species, and we did well. And how old's the medical industry? Like 2,000 years? I'm going with the 10 million with the long track record. I'm just relying on my body. I mean, yeah, brush your teeth well, have that regular flossing regimen, stop eating that white poison. Before all of this clean living was coming out and people were staying away from starches and sugars and things of that nature, Arnold Schwarzenegger wrote that book Pumping Iron, and he also did a movie. And one thing he preached was stay away from the white poison, and it was sugar and bleached flours, white rice, things like that. So you're talking like 1970, I think he did that flick. And this guy was tuned up on what you should be putting in your body. And I mean, if you look at him, he looks pretty damn good. I mean, if I think he's in his 70s, right? If I could be in my 70s and that fit and strong, I mean, I'm living a good life. Um, that's important to me too, to be able to be strong and fit while I live during my lifetime. I mean, once it takes like a team of people to keep me alive, I'm checking out. I'm gonna go sail off the edge of the earth. This is true. My son had a fever. We took him to the doctor. The doctor said he caught something they usually see during the winter. Yeah, Zach. I mean, yeah, I mean, what would they be there if I didn't need them? Yeah, I am the result of natural selection, right? Over 10 million years, evolution got rid of what didn't work and kept what worked. If I didn't need my teeth, I wouldn't have my teeth. That's it. And I'm not in pain. It doesn't hurt me. They said, well, eventually it'll hurt you. I said, yeah, you know what? I'll give you a call when that happens. I mean, it's ridiculous. I mean, they just go for procedure. I see it all the time. And, yeah, I mean, how did we live for 10 million years without all of this medical interference? Yeah, I mean, if it's so important. I mean, really, you know what? Soaps were created to break down oils and greases. You know, because back in the day, you didn't have running hot water, and you had to wash your pots in cold water, and soap helped break it down. Now they have us convinced that we have to disinfect everything with chemicals, and it's better to have these carcinogens on our plates and in our food than you know, maybe a little leftover grease. Yeah, you know, it's ridiculous. I mean, I have a chemical phobia too. Yeah, I've definitely gone the wrong way. Yep. If you broke me down, you'd definitely say I was a lunatic. But I don't want to go off on tangents because I divulge too much. 8:49. I hope the market starts going before I say something I regret. Oh, you watch Pumping Iron? Yeah, yeah, yeah. I liked it too. As a matter of fact, that's probably the first book I read as a child when I started getting interested in caring for my body. What are we talking about now? Grease is where the flavor is. Oh yeah, no, I'm not opposed to grease. I'm opposed to soaps. You know, I don't like soaps. And you know what? You can make natural cleaners out of you know, organic or biodegradable products or food products. Um, so we got some people. I wonder if there's new people on here. Like, what the hell is this channel about? I promise you, I look at trades. I talk about trading. It's just these guys know how to get me going on tangents. Um, so anywho, join me and be one of the free folk. Like me if you like me. Can you like me every day or you just like me once? How's that work? Zach Attack, you are my YouTube mentor, my YouTube sensei. I'm gonna go to Matt Corins and recruit real quick. Huh. We don't want to hurt the guy though. I don't need negative karma. This is all about the love. Kumbaya, my lord. It's going to take 4 days for my bank to send a wire. This is crazy. Yo, how big's that wire, bro? I've got patience. You're sending it to me? Um, oh, every different live stream you could like me? Cool, like me up, like me up. We like you every day. Yo, I like you too every day, Kerry. Atkins. That's like an old common American name, isn't it? You want to share your descent? Where Atkins came from? Every video will have different stats, likes, views, etc. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, it should be instant these days. But yo, you know what? They get to sit on your money, and you know what the Fed rates are, right? So the banks have to borrow money to be net cap compliant at the close of business every day, and they have to pay interest on it. So if they hang on to your money overnight, they can include that into their net cap, and it may not seem like a lot, your $1,000, but just figure how many clients they do that to. So yeah, you know, they just lock up the you know, millions of dollars so that they don't have to go to the Fed to borrow funds to have that net cap compliance at the end of the day. It's all a hustle, baby. It's all a hustle. And yet, you know, I mean, I may not be nailing the whole process right on the head, but that's the general spirit of things right there. Okay, what are we looking at? Oh, the Dow turned around. It's up 11 points. Again, yet, you know, on 34,000, that's like flat. S&P is up 7 points. So it's like 0.17%, like an eighth of a percent. No big whoop. Nasdaq's up almost 0.5%. It's a good indication in which way we're going. And the 10 years down, which is interesting. That's very funny, the 10 years down, because the Fed already said that they're going to start talking about tapering, right? So, I mean, that would that just tips, like yesterday I took that position in the short and closed out my long. Yeah, and I would assume that more people are going to start doing that. So it's interesting that the interest rate is down. I mean, it's not down much, but that's actually a nice number, 1.489. It's been hovering in the 1.5 and change area. But that's good for the market, man. It's good for the market. Anybody looking at Virgin Galactic? That baby is just leaping. No, that doesn't get news, right? There's a fundamental company. They're doing something. They have a business. They don't. They don't have earnings yet, but I mean, they're at the forefront of a brand new industry, and their management has a great track record. Um, but you're not seeing that all over the place. But it's up 2% today, 2.25. So I guess it was up 4 or 5% yesterday. So should I keep paychecks instead of keeping my money in the bank? I heard I lose money over time due to inflation. All right, so the general idea is inflation's about 4% a year. I think that's the rule of thumb. So if you're not getting 4% on your money, then obviously your money is can buy you less every year by that 4%. So um, so that's why people look for dividend stocks and stuff like that, because they're gaining that 5% or what have you, or they would invest in bonds if they can get a good interest rate. So yeah, that's what they mean by you're losing money. So the cost of life is increasing, but your savings is not increasing at the same pace. So your dollar is just worth more in the future. So keep paychecks. I don't understand what that means. Instead of keeping my money in the bank. You mean keeping the paycheck in the check? I mean, it's not doing any good for you either. But if you figure what fees, well, yeah, you know what? Some of the online banks don't offer, don't charge fees, and some of the online banks have aggressive interest rates. So you should just look around and just find the best interest rate. That's the best you could do. You know, they want $8 for every day, for every 1 day transfer. You have to have 1,000 over your balance in order to even do that. Okay. Off grid. What was your take on LIBOR scandal back in 08? You know what? Um, it was just another instrument that was being manipulated to me. I mean, it's not uncommon. There's always a scandal, and they call it a scandal. I mean, it probably was a common practice from the time people are controlling interest rates. So, I mean, I don't know what you mean, what my take was. I mean, yeah, I mean, credit swaps, and I mean, there's always something going on. I mean, that's why we have the SEC and the NASD, or the foreign regulatory bodies, which I think oversee the LIBOR. Yeah, I know, I appreciate that. Yeah, I know what it is. But they reined it in, and it's still a viable interest rate. It's something that you could watch now and really kind of gauge where our debt, our cost to service debt is going. Negative interest rates coming to a bank near you. Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen in the U.S. I don't think we're going to do that. I mean, yeah, I don't think it really is working overseas for them. So I don't think we're going to take that practice. And we have a lot of vehicles to spur the economy. Negative interest rates. Thank you. Okay, I don't know who you're talking about. Inflation affects all money everywhere. Buy gold. The value of gold never changes. Just the amount of dollars you need to buy 1 ounce. Well, I guess it's always valued. Actually, I remember during the dot-com bubble, I rolled a lot of clients into gold at $267 an ounce. How would you like to be in that position? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yo, anybody in that CLOV? $27. That baby's just screaming. I'm not even looking at that chart because you know it's just screaming and there's just nothing you could say. You know, it's just moving. Oh, Tesla's positive. I'm happy about that. Amazon's up 12 bucks. That's looking pretty positive. AMC down 2.5. BlackBerry down 34 cents. Apple's up 41 cents. This is all pre-market. Microsoft's up 80 cents, 90 cents. Things are looking positive. You know, markets are all flat. We're just going to have to wait for the market to open and see what goes on. See what goes on. Yeah, that was a long time ago, Chance. Root December 10s. All right, so you know a bit about trading. Yesterday for a possible momentum and squeeze. Do you look to see where the momentum traders are moving to next? I mean, how do you know? You know, until they create momentum. You know, you know what? I don't really chase a lot of things. Like I'll look at what hits the news, and if I see good momentum, maybe I'll participate. It's very rare that I do. I will, yeah, you know, I'm a little more consistent and focus more on um, the professionalism of it than the euphoria. You know, I'm not saying that these are silly trades or bad trades. You know, there's momentum in these hype stocks, and you know, as a momentum trader, you trade momentum, and that's cool. It's just not my style. You know, there's tons of different ways to trade out there. Yeah, you know, I trade my style. It works, makes me money, makes me good money. Yeah, you know, and yeah, I mean, the reality is that with every winner, there's a loser. So you know, unless you're a true professional, even trading these momentum stocks, you have a very good chance of being the loser. I know it's fun to say in news that they're crushing the hedge funds or you know killing the shorters, but you know these guys have been doing it for years. They're going to be doing it for a lot more years. Nobody's getting killed or crushed, and it's the nature of their business for them to take a little loss and a little hurt. I mean, they have tons of ammunition in their box, and they can take a little bit hurt. But I promise you that the professionals shorted GameStop up around $600, and they're going to find the tops on these other stocks, and that's where they're going to step back in with their shorts, and they're going to make more money off of all of this hype than they would have you had everybody left these securities alone. But in the interim, the right thing to do is make money off of the movement on the security as a trader. But hey, at least you got to plug it. I've kept less than 1% in these sort of gambles. Yeah, that's good thinking, man. Mr. Greg Cook. Yeah, that's good thinking. I like your line of thought. Yeah, you know what? I didn't bother with AMC or anything, and I really sometimes I don't, but I did participate a little bit in Black Berry, and yeah, you know, I'm just going to see where that plays out, and that's really just something to talk about, to tell you the truth. I mean, when the market's moving, there's lots of good stuff to do, and I can keep myself very entertained. Um, but I like you know plays that took a little thought. I like Virgin Galactic. I like it. I like Verizon too for the long term. Oh my God, the software is just going in and out on the connection. I wonder if it's conflicting with some of the software I'm using to stream. Conflicting. Verizon's down today a little bit. Good dividend paying stock. Pretty aggressive dividend. Viacom. Looks like Viacom might be building a base down here. Oh, I'm just gonna have to mute this because I'm just tired. Can everybody still hear me? Yeah, cool. I'm just tired of hearing my software go on and off. Verizon. Half hour to market open. Let's get the party started. ExxonMobil is up. I love that the environmental advocates are cleaning up ExxonMobil. But ExxonMobil is taking some steps too. That kind of looks like they're starting to focus on um, sustainable energy. And you know, there's a lot of money behind that company and a lot of intelligence. And if they put their energy towards that, they could really advance that industry and be dominant in that industry. I'd like to see that. And they pay a hell of a dividend. Zach, CB Chance, I'll definitely check it out. I'm only like 40 minutes from there, which is nice. Uh-oh, where you sending them, Canes? We're going to read about this in the news. An average guy could start working for those hedge funds. Man, you know what? They're recruiting. They want traders. You could just walk into a trading firm and work. Yeah, you know, I mean, you're carrying coffee, and they'll train you for a while. You're a city boy, right, Zach? My understanding is that you're around New York and Brooklyn. Yo, just go into Manhattan and hook up, man. There are tons of traders out there. Um, Tons of trading firms. Just get your foot in the door. There are guys out there that they'll teach you, and they'll have you trading on paper, and then they'll set you up with a small account. And as you prove yourself, your account will grow and grow and grow. And before you know it, you'll be on the desk representing a few million, you know, and then you refine your skill and you go trade for yourself. Oh, but you're like 15. Mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm. Hey, everybody who's joining me, don't forget to hit those likes and subscribe, man. Subscribe. At least you could come here and poke fun at me once you know I'm online. Hit the bell too, so when I put out videos and those educational videos, you guys will get to know. And don't forget, in the description is the Cash App, because what we're trying to do is hire up some local free folk to help me with the editing so I can get some videos out. Because when I'm done talking all day, man, I don't even have the energy to feed myself. I don't even feel like trading today. I just want to sit here and talk. I'm so beat. And yeah, you know, that's a rule of thumb. I'll reiterate that. Yeah, you know, when you're tired or when you're, even if you're fighting a cold, taking medicine, don't trade. There's another trade around the corner. Yeah, you know, don't risk your money, don't risk your capital. That is precious to a trader. So you treat it like that. You treat it as such. As such. Oops, I think I just had a micro sleep. So anybody talking to me, or you guys just talking amongst yourselves? That's right, hit the button. Tell him, Ant. Oh, look at this. CB4 Canes is recruiting. Oh, we got 11 likes. We got 12 viewers. What do I have to do to get that 12th like? I'm trying to be entertaining. Oh, I'm not paying attention to this. Oh, yeah, you can see I'm sleepy. Sleepy. Oh, I can't even think of what I'm trying to do. Look at that. This is interesting. Yeah, I don't know that I'm going to be too aggressive today. I'm a little groggy. But we'll keep looking at the markets and looking for a trade. I don't want to get hurt because I'm just a little goofy. We did the spread trades yesterday, and those are working out nice, or at least I did. See, that's what I really want to get out to you guys. I want to get that information out so that you can get tuned up on that. And it's just regular income, steady money every week. It's not huge, percentage wise. It could be big numbers if you do large positions, but it's consistent. And it's like very easy, very light stress. And that way you're feeding yourself and you could focus on your trades instead of have that anxiety or those bias that make you take trades that you shouldn't be taking. And I bet everybody out there who has traded has taken tons of trades they shouldn't have taken, and that's a big issue too. People overtrade their accounts, and really, I make money on probably 2 or 3 trades a day. You know, that's probably the most I'll do, and I know guys who do 50, 60, hundreds of trades a day, and yeah, I can make more money just on 2 or 3 good trades. Used to be a big issue too because back in the day, commissions were and ticket charges were very expensive. Now everybody's doing things for free, so you could just go in there and trade till your heart's content. But we're not here to make trades, right? We're here to make money. Oh yeah, I can do lots of graphic designs. I've blown an account up once. Once? Oh, dude, you're not a broker until you've lost $1 million, or a trader until you've lost $1 million. You got a lot more coming. I mean, you could be that guy that has good self-discipline and doesn't blow up an account, but um, yeah, that's just the nature of the business. I mean, I would like to figure out a way to keep young guys from doing that, but it just happens. And it's always a dumb mistake. I mean, that's all it is. I mean, you should have good cash management or risk management, and that keeps you from blowing up an account. But everybody breaks their risk management rules and blows up an account. You don't blow up an account by taking a trade. Because we know that a trade is going to work or it's not going to work. I mean, these are the realities that we know. So when we go in a trade knowing that it's going to work or it's not going to work, we decide what our risk is, and we accept that risk, and we should hold to that risk. And then we don't because we say it's going to turn around. The next thing you know, a $250 loss turns into like a $14,000 loss, and you just keep chipping away at your little accounts, and boom, you're done. I blew up $1.5 million deal because the guy I was talking to thought I was a kid back in 2010. Were you a kid in 2010? Rite of passage. How are we talking about merchandise now? Oh, are you guys directing me to make merchandise, or is this the Anthony and Zach show? Yes. Oh, yes. I'm thinking you're saying yes, you were a kid in 2010. Yeah, people have fear, but you know what? A real businessman could look past that. I mean, if it felt right, he would have done it. The guy. I mean, the capital might be too precious to him that he could think in the right direction. Because the kid is a graphics whiz. Oh, all right, cool. I appreciate that. All right, I'll keep that in mind. The Zack Attack is a graphics whiz. Maybe you could design something for my boat sale. Merch. I think I'll create a logo and then I'll make camping axes with my logo on it. And all my merch will be off the grid oriented. Solar panels with my logo. Yep, the guy was looking for a way out. Yeah. Yeah, you got a lot of that. When I was in finance, I used to get these guys, I mean, with all this talk, and they'd come around, and when it came time to get something done, I mean, people don't get it done. I mean, that's the reality of things. I mean, you hear it all the time. But that's the nature of business. And then when you can get a good group of good investors together, then you could really make things happen. But that's a hard find. I love my solar panels. It's kind of a strong emotion for an inanimate object, but I see what you're saying. I like what they've done with them too. They've become really efficient these days, the solar panels. Not too sure about physical thermals. Look at Zach making the connections. "15 minutes to market open." Really nothing going on in the futures. Everything's kind of dead. Clover Health is like what's hitting the headlines over here, but that's about it. Nothing of any importance. Like in mortgage rates, still there. Looks like they're focusing on that China producer price surge. Yeah, we know China's got inflation. Sounds good. Did anybody see that Ford is coming out with that compact hybrid, gets 40 miles to the gallon in the city? Yeah, I was talking about that with Tesla. Tesla's competing against some monsters in that industry, and they're just going to dominate the market. They let Tesla come out with the electric car and create this market, but these guys will just step in at 1, 2, 3. Although Tesla's software is very advanced, and Tesla's good as an energy storage company. Um, and I think that's probably how it will evolve. Might sell off its automobile line or something like that. But I know I wouldn't want to go toe to toe with Ford and General Motors. They're just entrenched in the industry. Their distribution channels are amazing, and it's going to be a hard fight for those guys. All right, I'm going to have to stop reading these chats because you guys are just doing your own thing. But while we're sitting here, hit the likes, baby. Hit the likes. Hit the subscribe. And chat with me, man. Anybody have financial questions out there? Trading questions? Security? You want me to look at a stock? Something relative to what we'll be doing in 12 minutes? Oh, look at this. People blowing up my phone over here. Oh, I see what's going on. Some old friends doing a group chat talking about stuff. Oh. Oh, that's rough. Hmm. Oh, you're listening. All right, I appreciate it. Zach, you got an email? Oh, look at this. Careful, Zach. Um, Davy in the Navy. Kogan ate my money once. OCGN. Let's take a look at that. Bank open up. OCGN. Oh, that's a slow computer. And we're gonna look at it daily. Mm-mm-mm. It's in a consolidation. I mean, on a daily, on a technical, there's not much I could tell you. So we call it a consolidation because where my cursor is right now, my crosshairs at 514, we call that the low, and we could just say right now the pivot high is the 1621, and here we are, just chopping around inside here. So you can't really expect any aggressive moves on the stock until it breaks out of this consolidation, until it makes a new high, and then yeah, obviously this is going to be a little bit of resistance here. So you're going to want to break this high, then you're going to want to get this high at first this high at 1619, then you're going to want to break this high at the 1880, and then you could hope for the stock to continue up. I mean, these are shorthand technicals. I don't know much about the value of the company. What's your motivation for the stock, Miss Kerry? Is it a dividend play? Is it a long-term hold, or do you have practical knowledge of the company? Maybe it hits 100. What do you think it hits 100? Do you guys think the AMC hype is over? No, they're still talking about the stock. What's interesting is those lawyers jumped on board, and yeah, they're going to pursue any phantom trades, as they say. Um, So, I mean, I don't really expect that a lot of professionals are breaking the short rules. So, I don't know that that's going to encourage anybody to start closing their positions. Um, It's really just a matter of Reddit keeps up the hype, and I think there's something like 10 million people on that website. Yeah, I mean, if they all keep buying and pressuring it, at one point the shorters are going to say, "Okay, we'll just sit back and yeah, we'll short it when they're done." So they'll start closing their positions, let this thing go up, and then as it goes up, they begin to fade the run up. Like they're just short a little, short a little, short a little, short a little. They'll have a reasonable point, then the buying will die off eventually. It'll turn around, they'll stop making their money. They do this for a living. So yeah, really all they're doing is shorting a momentum play. And it's not uncommon that guys get a hold of a short and some fundamental changes, and the short yeah, goes the other way on them, and they're accustomed to taking a little bit of a loss and then making their money later down the road. You know, so that's all they're doing. That's what they're looking at. You know, this is just another thing to deal with. You know, but this sort of thing happens all the time. Shorts blow up on shorters all the time. I mean, like with GameStop, I really doubt that a professional shorter held this stock, like was short at 40 and held it until it went to 600. You know, they probably closed the thing at like 45 or 50, let everybody run it up, and then jump back into the game. Dark pool trades. Dum dum dum. Yeah, before there was aftermarket trading, we just called it aftermarket trading. You know, and it was commonly done. I mean, you know, if I was making a market in a security and I knew where the security was, I would make the market, and then at the end of the day, I'd call around some other market makers and cover whatever shorts I had for the day, you know, outside the market. And it's really not a tactic to manipulate a stock. And the first thing you got to understand is it takes a lot of people to keep a secret to create a conspiracy. The second thing you got to understand is, yeah, you know, these are all registered products, and can't really you can't really transact without a paper trail. And the SEC and FINRA have years and years and years of monitoring and tracking this industry. And back in the 90s, they were a little soft about what they were doing, yeah, you know, but it wasn't really that big an industry. It's not like it is now. But throughout that time, they have really refined their ability to track trades and what goes on and things of that nature. So it's really unlikely that people are pulling shenanigans. And it's really unlikely that somebody can pull a shenanigan and not get clipped by the SEC or FINRA, by the regulators. So it's not really smart guys who are um, um, the bad players, you know, because it's just a drag on earnings. I mean, you may make money now, but you're giving that money back. I mean, that's a reality. So nobody's in the financial industry to break their rear end, take a risk, make money, and then give it back. You know, I mean, there's a lot of money to be made doing things legitimately, and you could rely on our regulators to keep a good, clean market. There's always a clown out there trying to you know, beat the system, but it's near impossible, so you don't have to move with a lot of fear. You know, what's going on with AMC and all these stocks is very simple. People decided to short the stock. Reddit guys are 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 savvy to that. They understand that if they push the price up enough, the shorts will close to protect their interest. And then the shorts will come in later and short the stock. And yet, you know, this is a natural course of business. This isn't, yeah, you know, there's nothing phenomenal except that the talking heads on the news get a hold of it, and there's no sleight of hand. You know, and wherever there's money being made, you're going to have a couple of bad players. It's always the case. We see it in the stimulus checks. We see it in I mean, you see it in public services that we have, like welfare and stuff like that. You see people trying to grift on Social Security and stuff like that. Wherever there's money to be made, you're going to see some bad players, but it's not the lion's share of the industry. It's not how things are done. They're looking for ways to get over, but there'll be legal ways. You know, they'll find loopholes. They'll take advantage of things. When the SEC or the regulators find that it's tilting the table too much in the favor of the professional, they'll change a regulation and level the playing field. But nobody's going out there and breaking the law to make money. It's just ridiculous. You know, it's just a drag on earnings. So, I mean, the most that will come out of this, as far as a regulatory thing or some sleight of hand, is that they will see that some of the regulations might favor the professional or the industry guy, and they're going to make it more transparent and even out the playing field. But I mean, in my experience, there's really nothing you could do here. You know, and you can't hide your money anywhere because all the countries collaborate. So yeah, I mean, you know, it's not like you could swipe or rip the public off and then move your money overseas and keep your money. I mean, you're going to rip the public off, you're going to get caught, you'll probably do time, and they'll do everything they can to gouge back whatever you made. What are we looking at? I'm getting distracted. Oh, we got 1 minute. All right, I don't know about you guys, but I got to focus on the market. And my computer's so slow, I'll probably be behind it anyway.
Connection lost.
30 seconds. Party time. Oh, they developed a COVID vaccine. Like, gained some traction in the past few months. Look how long it's taken mine to load up. Ding, 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 ding. Oh, this is a drag. My S&P chart's not loading up. All right, I'll look at my 1 minute chart. Oh, the whole software's out. I wonder if I'm even logged in.
Connection lost.
Nope. Come on, get me in. I have good access. I got good speed on the internet. This doesn't make sense to me. All right. Should be logged in. Where's my data? Where is my data? All right, what do we got? SPX opens up 9 points. Composites up 65. Russell 2000's up 5. Looks like a sleepy day. Financial industry opened up down 24. And energy's up 2. Yep, it's a sleepy day. All right, people are just probably just waiting around on that EIA report.
Connection lost.
What is going on with this software? Yeah, you're gonna find this too while you're trading, is that sometimes your platforms are just awful. I mean, I heard a lot of people complaining about toss sometimes. I generally don't have that much trouble with Ninja, and I think it's the vendor because I'm looking at the stats over here, and my data provider looks like they're having a hard time. What is my log telling me? Yeah, I keep dropping my price feed. This is a poke in the eye. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. What a boring morning. Nothing's really building any patterns or anything. Oh, Tesla looks like it turned around. It's up $2 right now. It's tapping at that high. Everything's just kind of looking like it's range bound. SPX might be trying to fill that gap. Looks like the vendor's having a problem with this Ninja trader. I'm almost frightened to shut it down and open it up again. I really don't know any other resolutions to this. Yeah, I hate pokes in the eye. Yeah, I got to put my hand up like the Three Stooges. Yeah. See, that's the other thing you have to contend with. You know, when your software glitches or there's a problem with the data supply, um, and things aren't working right, you got to make that decision that it's not a good trading day for you. There have been times that I've been in trades and then I've had issues with my software and I can't get out on trades. So if you're trading actually, and you're using a computer, you should also have an app up that would allow you to trade. So you know, always have a little redundancy so that you don't get caught in a trade with yeah, you know, a locked up computer and no way to get out. AMC down 10%, is it? Aye, and so is BlackBerry. What a drag. Yeah, AMC down 12% right now, 48.35. You know, that's the difficulty of this thing because you can't look at it from a technical, well, I guess you can, and it probably would have broke your support and you got out, but that's not why you're trading these things. You're trading it on the hype and you want to see it run. You know, yeah, if you just traded it like a day trader, I guess it would be a better move, but you know, if it just takes off, it might be better that you're in it. So that's why it's not part of a professional's agenda. Um, That's okay. It's volatile. Oh, there's a champion of it. Um, yeah, like I said, you got to have the money in it that you don't care whether you win or lose, and just let it run and do what it's got to do. I know a guy who made a few trades and blew up his account, had a few dollars left in it, and decided to get involved with AMC. And then in like 2 days, his account was bigger than it ever was, and he made all his money back. And he just figured, to hell with it, I'll just throw it in there. You know, not a whole lot of thought in it. Is Tesla trending upward? Keep calling them out, Zach. Yep, yes it is. Hey, good eye, man. What chart are you looking at? What time frame are you looking at, Zach? Direct management. You're gonna hack my thermostat and set it to 100 degrees? Are you in there? But I don't have any smart appliances in my house because I'm just steeped in paranoia. 1 minute time frame. Yeah, I'm looking at that too. On my other computer. Um, yep, it's just pushing up. Looks like it might be building a little topping right here. It could be a bull flag on Tesla. I can't show you on the screen because I don't have that software on the screen, and I'm bringing up my other one right now, waiting for it to come up. But it looks like it could be a good bull flag right here. Although the momentum looks like it's tapering off a little bit, but there might be an entry there. Amazon is just chopping back and forth. The S&P is just, oh, the S&P is actually testing the low of the day, and it might break that low and do half a gap fill, which really is not Does not look like it's a lot. This isn't good charting software. This is good platform to enter my trades. 4228. That is only 4 points in it. So there's like 2 points in that run. It's not even worth taking the trade. All right, she's coming up. I've got 2 screens that are up. We just need the main screen to come up. And it actually is not indicating that it's even logged in there. Blade hand. Oh, we're getting a little something. We're getting a little something. Oh, there goes SPX. It broke the low of the day. It's bouncing off the 50 period. And it's pushing down a little bit, which is fine. There's no aggressive selling going on here. Looks like the Tesla 1 minute bear bull flag just triggered. Oh, and it looks like it's going to fail. All right, so if it breaks below this 607.81, which it just did, that bull flag failed. And when a bull flag fails, that's a good indication that it's going to flip around and turn into a bear move. So if you have a bull flag set up and it flips and fails, you could very well reverse that trade and make up the loss or make some money on the flip of the trade. So to test that theory, you're probably going to see Tesla could go down another $2. There's really just no movement, so there's no money to be made. You know, these are all very tight ranges. There's really nothing to exploit. The Russell 2000 is put in a double top and is pushing down. Microsoft's up $2. Apple's not really doing anything. Amazon's up 20 for the day. But I mean, how do you trade that? You know, I mean, it gaps up. It doesn't give us anything to do. I like better when it just opens where it closed yesterday and then just runs up 20 points. After you pulled out of what? What time frame do I look at on my charts? I look at, wait, I need to find where that is. I don't see it here. I look at, well, actually, I look at from daily. I'm looking at a daily, a 60, a 30. I look at a 5 minute, a 2 minute, and a 1 minute, and then I trade off of my 30. But if you recall yesterday, I was kind of talking about how you use the different time frames to get your bias and influence your trading chart. So I trade off of multiple time frames, but I find my entries on the smallest time frame, which is the 30-minute, the 30-second, which you know you should see just popped up here. Oh, maybe that's where it is. Ah, that's funny. So here's my 30-second. And I'm still not getting, oh man, it's got to be on the vendor side, man, because every other platform I have is up except this. So we're gonna have to just endure this. So anyway, here's my 30-minute, and this is where I get I enter my trades. So you can see this bottom right here, it broke, and I would watch that on the 30-minute. But I would look at my 1 minute. I would look at my 1 minute and watch what my momentum's doing, and you can see my momentum is very bearish. So that would encourage me to take that break right there and trade that break. And then you know, just to continue to confirm that, I would roll up to my 2 minute, my 5 minute. I'm always looking upward to see what the momentum looks like and what's happening. And if everything is consistent, if I'm seeing a setup like a bullish setup on my 30-minute, and I could see right up to my 5-minute that I have good bullish momentum, then I know that that trade's going to move. That's that's going to be a good trade, and I'm going to pick up a couple of points and make some money. If it doesn't, if I can't see that, I know that it could make a break of the high and then just turn around, go the other way. So you want to learn how to trade off of multiple time frames, but take your entries on the short ones because your stops can be tight. So if I wanted to play this break of the low right here at 42, 32, 64, I could put my stop right up here at 42. 35, right? So I'm talking roughly three point risk, and then I would like to see a 6 point move down. So this previous day's open 27 would be my target, and yet nothing is perfect. So right around here where I see this consolidation, I could see where my cursor is right now at the 42.30 that it's going to consolidate. So I would take a third off right here, and then I'd move my stop to a break even. So on this trade right here, what transpired right here, right? I would have taken a third off and I would have been out at a break even right here on my other piece. So I would have made a little bit of money. I didn't make all the money I wanted, but that's the business, man. You see a good setup that you're confident in, and you're going to pay the price of three ticks, 3 points to try that setup, and then you'll just harvest some money off of that setup as it works out. If it doesn't work out 100%, you close that trade. And I'm just looking for that good trade where the stock goes parabolic and I make some money. Um, Today's obviously not the day because my software is going to make it hard on me. But that's the way you do it. That's the way you do it, Mr. Zach. You got out of the Chinese companies. Yeah, that's good. I did too, man. Too many issues. I don't need the exposure. There's enough money to be made. All right, so if we were doing credit spreads, which I am, and you guys should keep doing. Oh, look at this. It's still going on and off. This is a good day for it. I mean, we're only up $7. There's really nothing happening. I mean, I think this is just going to be a draggy market until after the EIA reports, and then you should start seeing some action. I'm looking at a double top on Tesla possibly, and the momentum is fading off, so I would watch that for a reversal. Amazon's trending up, and the NASDAQ is helping it, and the NASDAQ is making new highs. So you can get some energy there. It looks like S&P is turning around. So if the composite breaks those highs and keeps running, it may drag S&P up to at least test the high. Test the high. Yeah, everything's just quiet, man. This is Wednesdays, and I'll tell you, when the Feds are talking on Wednesday, like nothing goes on. Like nothing even goes on Tuesday. It's just a dead quiet market. Hmm. Sleepy market, sleepy David. What could we say? Oh, and that is just. Do you guys hear that? My computer just keeps saying connection lost. It's Ninja Trader just crapping out on me today. There must be an update or something. Anybody out there trading NT? Using NT for trades? Nobody, nobody, nobody. Anybody want me to look at stocks? This is going to be a slow, quiet day. Oh, actually, I spoke too soon. I can't see it on the 30-second chart, but on my other software, I see that the S&P is making another move for the highs. And breaking that high, that's a good trade. You know, you could go long calls. I can't because my software is not agreeing, but I guess I would look at like 42.35s. Although it didn't break it, it looks like it's turning around. What time is it? So we're in this thing 20 minutes and we've gone nowhere. So I guess we're just a range-bound market today, at least until the EIA comes out. All right now, everybody who didn't subscribe, subscribe! And all you new people, I don't normally sound like this. Can you guys hear the difference in my voice?
Connection lost.
Oh, wow. This physically pains me. This is too consistent. It's got to be Ninja Trader that's doing this. Yeah, I'm getting good kilobytes per second. Yeah, it's Ninja Trader. All right, I'm gonna have to make an issue with that. Nothing like being on a trading website that can't trade. Well, S&P filled the gap. I wish I could show you that pattern too, because that's an interesting. They call it an M pattern. It's not really a pattern that I trade, but yeah, you know, it's always good to know what these things are. Can't show it to you because Ninja Trader is having problems. Sometimes you'll find too that your data feeds are slow, and you know, your ticks are behind, and you can't execute trades. I mean, this is common. I mean, even when you have good connection. I wonder if this is going to go on all day. And I'm getting crazy kilobytes per second. Zach, the IT guy, got any solutions for me, man? Oh, there it goes. It popped up again. Yeah, it's definitely the vendor. Nope, you sound the same. All right, cool. So what you're saying is I usually sound nasally and groggy. That's good to hear. Gonna go home and kick my mother in the butt. Look, you can see how choppy my chart is, but that's just the data dropping off and then coming back in and dropping off and coming back in. And I think the vendor who supplies my ticks is probably having a problem because nothing else is having a problem.
Connection lost.
Ah, there it is again. I physically want to start to scream when I hear that. I got to put the mute on because I just can't hear them do that again. So what else should we be talking about? CB4 Canes. We might as well get into some conspiracy, man, because it doesn't look like I'm going to be doing much trading today. It'll be interesting to point out what goes on when the EIA report is announced. This way you guys could see that. Because right now you can see there's really nothing to trade, you know, based on momentum. Yeah, if well, here's Amazon. Where'd we move? We got 27. Oh, that's really, 71 to 96. So you're talking about 25 points right there, which is cool. Yeah, it opened up here, but it didn't really show us anything to get us in. Maybe on this pullback you might have taken it, but there's not enough for me to say there was momentum that I would have taken a trade right there. So I probably wait for the opening range. Does anybody remember what the opening range was? We talked about it yesterday. The opening range is the range between 9:30 open and 10 o'clock on a 30-minute bar. And you could watch that opening range, and that gives you a trading range if you're still inside that opening range. And you could take all the trades that break to the downside of that opening range, or you could take the trades that break to the upside of that opening range. And yeah, obviously, you're going to look at your momentum and make sure that your momentum supports that move. Um, and then you could find that you just trade within your opening range, that the market just moves within the opening range, and you might be able to trade, the return reversal off the top of the opening range to the reversal on the bottom of the opening range. And I will point it out if it demonstrates that. It's just, this is a sleepy, sleepy market. Are their systems down? Well, you know what? Ninja Trader itself is just the software, but then you could decide on who the vendor that supplies the ticks to that trader, or the data to that software. And it appears that the vendor who is supplying the ticks or the data information is having a problem. And yeah, I mean, it's just the nature of technology. I mean, sometimes you do deal with that. And the reason why you look around for different vendors is some platforms will just, like, I have one platform here that the smallest chart
Connection
I
lost.
can get is a 1 minute chart. But with the vendor that I use, I could go right down to a tick chart. It could count every tick, and I could drop that down to, it makes a new bar on every 1 tick, or I could program it to make a new bar on every 500 tick. I could look at 30 seconds, which is what I like to trade off of. So that's one thing I like about Ninja Trader. I could be accustomed to the use of this software, comfortable with it. It is a very good charting software, but I could also get a vendor in there that could give me, very precise, very small data information. So anyway, that's the long answer to your short question. And I know you have an interest in the industry, so anything you know definitely is a benefit to you. So anyway, I'm just chilling out. Yeah, I'm not too upset
Connection lost.
because I do those credit spreads. And yeah, I mean, every day is a money day for me as long as I do the credit spreads. And with the market being sleepy, I mean, that's just beautiful. You don't have to think twice about those credit spreads. They're in good shape and we're making money. And you could find information on credit spreads, which will tune you up. And I will start publishing information on credit spreads as long as you guys keep hitting the bell, hitting the subscribe, hitting the like, and hitting up that Cash App account. And we'll get some free folk in here, put them to work. We'll get things going. We like the free folk lifestyle. I sure would like to be able to see what the market's doing, though. Would be nice if my software complied. But everything is just sleepy, sleepy, sleepy. Nothing's moving.
Connection
Um,
lost.
the Nasdaq's up 48, but we basically opened up over here. So, we've been sitting around for almost a half hour and nada. And the best I can discern is, if you look at the 30-minute S&P chart, you'll see me putting in yellow horizontal bars, and that we could call the opening range. It's still it's still moving, so we have a minute and a half left on the 30-minute bar. But I mean, it's just ticking away so slow that I'm sure it's going to stay within that range. So this is our range of trading. You could look for a topping pattern at the 236 level and then trade it down to the 42.28 level, and you're talking about 8 points. I wouldn't even take that trade, tell you the truth. I mean, I would trade in between this at a minimum of maybe 14 points.
Connection lost.
You know, if my opening range was 14 points wide, I would trade it because my anticipation is that it's going to go halfway. So I'll pick up 7 points. And if the trade keeps running, I could pick up the 14 points. So anyway, that's how I look at it. Workhorse, loving it. What are you loving, Zach? You guys talking to me, or you nope sound the same? What's up with Ninja Trader? Told you. Oh, loving the information that I'm giving you. WHSE seems to be doing well this morning. WH Workhorse. I'm good to hear it. You have an interest in it, Kerry? I mean, you are you in it? Mm-mm-mm. Wonder how long it takes for you guys to type and me to see it. I'm in Workhorse. Yes, cool. What was your motivation for that? Hmm. Yeah, this Ninja Trader just keeps going in and out. My husband. Hey, good enough. I'm sure that's a motivation for a lot of things. So these are just investments, that you know, long-term investments. That's good. Mm, 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 mm. 45-second delay or less. I'll tell you what, Zach, you're an asset, an absolute asset. Oh yeah, high performance electric vehicles and aircraft. Yeah, I'm interested in that. I'm going to take a look at that. I like the idea of high performance electric aircraft. I think somebody has something flying right now that's electric. I don't know if it's available for the public, but I recall seeing something, and really like with a week or two ago, um, which was exciting because I like the concept. Yeah, yeah, that's rough. Never lose money. Warren Buffett. Have you read his books? Yep, S&P is just chopping around. All right, so we got a half hour to the EIA report, and hopefully once that's done, people will start paying attention to the market again and start trading and getting us a little volume. Although it wouldn't be unheard of that this is the tone of the market for the day because
Connection lost.
oh, my connection got lost again. Because we have the inflation reports coming out tomorrow, and if everybody was here at 8 o'clock, you saw I pulled up the economic calendar, and it showed you that they were coming out with some reports. And the other interesting thing, you know what? Let's open that calendar too, since today is really not a trading day, and we could just talk about that, and you can look at that. And this is this is important stuff if you're going to trade on the day, because it helps you understand what the tone of the market is and whether you want to take a trade or not. Sometimes it's just better to sit on your hands. And during the summer, you get a lot of sit on your hands days. And you know what? That's probably the hardest thing in the world for a trader to do, and that's a very important skill to have, to not trade. Go figure, huh? So I'm not a brokerage firm, because I'd want those trade tickets. I'd want those ticket charges. But as a trader, I'm telling you, it's sometimes you make more money not trading. So here's the trading economics. It's just the website that I use, and there are tons of them out there. And this shows you what all the reports are. And here's the EIA report at 10:30, and they report oil and distilled fuels and the change in stock, gasolines, heating oil. And that's the one that everybody's focused on right now, the heating oil change in stocks. I'm sorry, the crude oil change. So that's what everybody's looking at right now, and they're just waiting on that. And then mañana at 8:30, core inflation and inflation rate. So we know that that's trending right now, right? That's the topic that's in fashion. Oh, I know it's lost. I know you're going in and out. Stop telling me. It's like a bad spouse. Um, so so it's very, very probable that we're just going to have a real boring market today. And I don't think there's going to be any surprises on this report tomorrow. So I don't think we would see anything that's going to be horrendous and tank the market. I think everybody's kind of comfortable with the idea that we're in the midst of inflation. I think people are going to wait and see what goes on with it after the summer. So it may just be a boring summer, which makes sense because I started my web channel. So it might as well be boring. Yeah, the Russell's not doing anything. The composite's not doing anything. The composite did like half a gap fill, and now it's just consolidating, man. So our only next glimpse of hope will be in 24 minutes. And maybe everybody will step back into the equity market and make it move. But I'm really not convinced. So I guess if your trading software is going to crap out, this is the day. This is the day to have it crap out. So in essence, we could really say that I'm a very lucky man. Yes, my glass is half full. Okay, Zach, I'm glad you said that, man. You did a trade and you made a bad trade. Are you out of the trade? Oh, this is very slow for communication, and I'm ADD. All right, so listen, man, you did not make a bad trade unless you're still in this trade and you didn't define what your risk was and where you consider that trade to have fallen apart and break down. So you can't be afraid of taking losses, all right? That is going to blow you up because you don't know where down ends, right? But you know why you got into the trade. Nope, I closed the trade now. I'll bet I'll be at a loss. Nope. If I close it, yeah, okay, dude. So you're right. See, your first statement is correct. You made a bad trade because you have no discipline, you have no risk management, and you may very well get out of this trade at a profit. But I promise you, my friend, this exact practice is what's going to blow your account up because one time it's going to keep going down, and you're going to say, "Oh, I'll get out when it comes back. I'll get out when it comes back," and it keeps going down, and your capital is finite, but your losses can be infinite, and it could just keep going down. And the markets can be irrational longer than you could stay liquid. That is for certain. For certain. So what's your cost on the trade right now? Well, you know what? Never mind what your cost on the trade right now is. There's a more important topic at hand for a new trader, which is your inability to take that loss lacks professionalism. You need to look at the trade, figure out where your entry is, figure out that's exactly what I just did. Um, you have to elaborate. I don't know. I've said a lot of things. I don't know exactly what you just did. But when you take a trade, you have to know where that trade breaks. You know, when I'm in a trade, I have a stop loss set so that if the trade doesn't work out, goes back and hits my stop loss, I'm out of that trade. That's it. I'm done. There's always another trade around the corner. And you'll lose 250, you'll lose 250, and then you'll make 1,000. And you're gonna say, man, if I didn't lose that 500, I would have made $1,000. But yo, you're positive $1,000. You're positive 500 bucks, and that's how trading's done. You know. Hey, my man Gil, born on the 30th of some month, 1989. Good morning. I fell victim to stand in a stock that was going down, hoping it will go up. When I do, I should have gotten out. When I bet you meant when you knew. Yeah, man, you should have gotten out. Yep, that's that. Yo, you should know where you're getting out. All right, your stop loss is the price you're paying to see if that setup's going to pay you. Right. So whenever I get into a stock, I know that. All right, I'll pay $3 to see if this thing works out. You know what I'm saying? And when I say $3, I mean I'll let it go down 3 ticks to see if this stock works out. And what are we looking at right now? Everything's just consolidating. I'm just trying to keep my eye on the market. Although my software's up, but I don't have confidence in it enough to trade. It looks like these guys are having a problem. So anyway, yeah, Zach, this is a big deal, man, and I know I'm harping on it, but that is the exact behavior that blows up portfolios. When you're trading, if you invest, you're buying a company, you're buying it on value, you're buying it for the long term. It's gonna go down, it's gonna go up, especially when you first take the position. You're not timing the trade. You're buying it because you know in the long term that that company is going to be worth some money.
Connection lost.
And that's fine to let stocks, just leave them alone and let them go. But when you're trading, you cannot do that, man. You're going to end up with no money. And that's what blowing up and building portfolios are. I mean, I know guys that do that. I mean, dudes who blow up 250,000, then end up going and getting a job, building up another stake, and trying it, having at it again, and and understanding even that rule. But yo, that's the hardest discipline in the world to do. You know who could do it? Military guys. Whenever I've trained guys who were out of the military, I mean, these guys are just so disciplined, man. You give them a set of rules and they live by them. And some of the greatest traders that I've seen have had military backgrounds just because they're so practiced in the art of being disciplined. So much so that I regret that I was a little hoodie when I was a kid and I didn't go into the military and learn that sort of discipline. Holding, oh, that's exactly what I did. Holding, think it will go up. Yeah, yeah, that's exactly what it is. See,
Connection
because
lost.
you're looking at your money, man, and you're looking at this like, that's my money, and you can't do that. There's a price for a trade, and the price you're paying is your support, or your stop loss, and you need to accept that. And until you accept that risk, you can't make money in this industry. And accepting the risk means that when it hits your stop, you're going to take the stop. And dude, I know that's easy to say, but everybody's guilty of the exact thing, same thing. Let's say the stock goes under 600. I'll set my sell limit at 600. So if it goes to that point, I'll be out right away. Yeah, that's the general concept. Okay, so once you get comfortable with taking your stops, understand that the dollar amount is not where your stop should go, right? You should look at the pattern. And I'm all choppy here. I can't really give you an idea. All right,
Connection lost.
are you look at my Tesla chart, which I just inflated, okay? And we're gonna forget that that exists, everything before it exists, right? So if we look at this Tesla chart right here, you see, if you're looking at my crosshairs, you see these pushes up, right? and we're going to call this the flag pole, which that's actually what it is, right? And then it trades down a little bit and consolidates, and we call that the flag. You better be paying attention, Zach. So if you use that would be a bull flag. If you use a bull flag as your entry, you're going to enter right here on this bar when it breaks. Well, you're going to enter when it breaks this bar at the high of 607.87, right? Whoops, that makes it confusing. So this bar closes, this is the high, this bar opens. When this bar that my vertical line is over breaks the high of the previous bar, you're going to put your entry in, right? Now, by nature of a bear flag, this stock should never trade below the lowest point of the flag, where my cursor is right now. So my stop would go right below that tail right there. So my stop would go at about 605.29. I would enter the trade when it breaks the 607.80. Let me get a pointer and just go through it one more time so that maybe I can make it clearer. Okay, so this is my bar and my run up. I like the momentum here. I want to get in this trade. I wait for the consolidation where it pulls back. We call that a bull flag, right? It stops pulling back here, and now I'm waiting for it to make a higher high, a higher bar, right? Once the bar breaks the preceding bar, I want to enter. So it made this down move here, then it made this little bar here, and then the next bar breaks this high right here. That's my entry, right? So once I make that entry, a flag should not go back and go below the lowest point of the flag. Then it's considered a failed bear flag. So my entry is based on the failed bull flag. I'm sorry. My entry is based on the bull flag. I put my stop here, right down here. If it goes here, my idea broke. That's it. The idea didn't work. I get out of the stock. I don't think that, okay, it'll come down and come back. That's it. I played a bull flag. If the bull flag works, I'm going to make money. If it doesn't work, this is the price to test that flag, right? And then the nature of a bull flag, this right here is the test. It's going to run up there, and then we got a question, and it needs to break that to continue running. So let's see what it did. It hit that resistance. It tagged out. And then it broke below the flag. So now we say the flag failed, right? So if the bull flag fails, we could look at it as a bear play now. Bank, 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 and it comes down. And there's the bareness of it. And who knows where it went there after that, because the software keeps crapping out. So that's what you got to do, man. You can't pick a dollar amount or anything. You got to understand what your setup is, where your setup falls apart, and that's where your stop goes. This right here tells me that this trade doesn't work anymore. And how I would play it is, if I took, say, 9 contracts and it hit right here, the test, I take 3 off right there. So now I just banked some money. And then I would move my stop to the break even. So if the other 6 contracts don't work out, it gets out at a break even. I made money on 3 contracts or 3 shares, depending on what instruments you're using to trade it. Okay, so all this, I'm not a party to. I made a little bit of money. It's not what I wanted, but yeah, you know what I say, beats a poke in the eye. Can't see your mouse, cursor only. Crosshair only. Can't see your mouse cursor, only crosshair. Yeah, I was just using the crosshair. But, oh, you can't see my mouse right now? Hey, let me know if you caught all of that, and I'll do it again if you didn't catch it, because I can't trade. But the market's kind of dead anyway. What time is it? We have 12 minutes to the EIA report. Okay, so my connection is excellent for YouTube. It's just, this thing is just dragging. Can't see your mouse, cursor only. Crosshair only. We can't see your mouse. Okay, so, all right, so you can only see my crosshair. You can't see the pointer? Yeah, some of this falls on me because I'm not that savvy with the editing software and the mirroring software and things like that. Okay, I could see that crosshair on the image. Okay, we were over here, and nope, we were down here. Oh, I see. Wow, look at that. You can't see that pointer. Son of a gun. Oh, that was fun. All right, let's do that all again. Okay, so we'll go through it again. This is more about learning than trading anyway at this point in our career. Okay, so you see this bar here. Some of it I might be redundant, but let me go through the whole thing. So if we were to trade a bull flag, right? We're looking for the strong move up, and then the strong move up, strong move up, and another strong move up. And I see that momentum, and I say I want to be a part of that. And I see the consolidation where it goes, it pulls back, it pulls back, and it pulls back, right? And it looks like it's building a bull flag. So to enter the bull flag, this green bar right here is another low, right? It's a little higher than this, but that's irrelevant. But the first bar that breaks the previous bar is what my entry is. So this bar closed lower than this bar, right? The green bar closed lower than the red bar. The first green bar closed lower than the red bar. And then the second green bar broke the high of the first green bar. And that's where I would enter it. So I would enter right where the vertical line of my crossbar is, or at least attempt to enter it there. I mean, within the spirit of the trade, I'm going to enter it there. So I'm looking to enter it at 607.82. Okay. Now, the flag should just push up. Let's get rid of the rest of the stuff. The flag should just push up the way it did. That's how a flag should behave. I would put my stop below the low of the flag portion, right? This long line up is the pole. This retrace is the flag, okay? The retrace is the flag. I would put my stop below the retrace of that flag, and I would enter here. So below the retrace of the flag is we'll call it 544. My entry is at 790. So we're talking roughly 2.5 points. That's what the price I will pay to see if this trade works out, right? And then to manage the trade, I have my stop here after I make my entry here. To manage the trade, if I did 9 contracts, I would take a third off on the test of this high. And then I would move my stop to a break even. So now I know I'm in a money trade, right? I'm not risking capital. I've already taken a little profit off the table. I'm at a stop loss right here. I'm at a break even stop loss. If the trade works out and it keeps running, then we could look back over here at the left side of the chart and see some congestion there. And that could be my next target right there. That's 614 could be my next target. But if the trade doesn't work out, then I'm at a break-even stop loss already, and I've already made money on the trade. And as it turns out, it tests that pivot high, it rejects it, turns around, and tanks, which is where you got it right now. So I wouldn't have been hurt by this trade. I would have banked a little cash, right? So if I'm trading contracts, I'm getting half a buck for every buck it moves. I'm in at 7. I'm out at 11. That's 4 points. I would have banked 2 points on 3 contracts. So that would have been 246. That would have been a $600 trade. Yeah, that's not bad for less than a minute, as long as I managed it well. I mean, if it kept running, it could have been $4,000 or $5,000 trade. But woulda, coulda, shoulda. You still in this bad boy? I don't even know if this is an accurate quote. It's 603.36. Looks like it's bottoming out right here. But, that doesn't matter. Yo, take this poke in the eye, go slow, and make your money back. Correct. Can't see the pointer. Okay, cool. So did everybody catch that? Because now I'm seeing that I'm getting a streaming error. So give me a shout out if that was clear and you guys understand how to play, or at least that's really about risk management. I mean, we used a bull flag, and that's a viable setup that you could look at. Thanks so much. Yeah, cool. No doubt. So that's a viable setup that you could look for. And I mean, there are many ways to put that pattern into play, and where it can become more and more powerful. But as far as the risk management goes, you guys, Tommy William, yes, all right, you guys got to understand that this business, that's the first thing. That's the number one priority. Forget about making money, man. You're getting lost in the hype of the BBs and the AMCs and all this shit. It's not about making money. It's about executing good trades. The money is a byproduct of executing a good trade. And that's what you want to master. You want to master executing a good trade. And a good trade is not win or lose. That doesn't determine a good trade. A good trade is that you took the trade based on your criteria. You took a good bull flag, you put a good stop in, and you took the stop when necessary, or you made the money when the market gives it to you. That's a good trade. Okay. If you put the stop in, you took the execution, it turned around, you got stopped out, you lost money, that's a good trade. Okay.
Connection lost.
If you took the trade, put the stop in, and you made a killing, that's a phenomenal trade. But you're not supposed to get emotional, so we'll say that's a good trade too. So that's what everybody's got to. I mean, that's the first thing you got to do. I mean, you want to learn setups and you want to make money, but you have to learn to preserve that capital. And dude, it's a hard lesson, which is 80% of why this channel exists right now. Not to save you, but to save me. Because even after 20 years of doing this, I'm still encouraged to do that. Say, it looks like it might go up. But hey, you know what? It's just a ticket charge. All you got to do is take that loss. And if it looks like it's turning around, get back in. Because that trade could be a valid trade. It still could be valid, but the market does different things. Nothing's 100% in this industry. Caught it. Great explanation. All right, super. Yo, hit the like, hit the like, hit the like. None of these setups are ideal. It's never going to be an ideal situation. Sometimes it's going to snap back at you, but it's still a good setup, and you just wait for that setup to trigger again and make that move. If I got snapped out and this turned around again, these tops right here, they tested it twice, right? That's powerful. If I still felt this thing is going to make a move, I could wait for the break of this high right here and get back in. And that might be where the sucker runs 20 points, And then what do I care about that 250 that I lost, or 2.5 points that I lost? Because I just picked up 20 points. All right. So forget about the money, man. There's a price for every trade. Sometimes you pay the price, sometimes you don't. And the key is, does everybody understand what the law of large numbers is? If you take a large enough sampling, things are gonna average out correctly. It's gonna come closer to your expectation with a large enough sampling. That's what probability in trading is, right? If we could do that trade 100 times, 50% of the time it's gonna work out for us. We're gonna make money, but you need to preserve your capital so that you could do that
Connection
trade
lost.
100 times. If you can only take that trade 3 times and you blow up your account, then you're never going to take advantage of the law of large numbers. You dig? And I said DIG. Yep, I caught it. Caught it. Great explanation. That was very well explained. Tommy Williams. Thank you, sir. Welcome back. If I didn't say good morning already. Look at that. I have some consistent free folk on the chat. That's fun. That warms my heart. I didn't know I'd like this much. Warms my heart. I sound like a big sissy too. All right. I'm going to take a minute, have a sip of water. I'll be back in 30 seconds. So I'll play with you guys in 30 seconds. Feel free to play with yourselves. All right, I'm back. I even got a tangerine. Tangerine. See, now you got my energy going. I feel much better, man. I don't feel groggy. It's like I slept a good night. Oh, look at that. My software's even ticking. Wow, everything's coming up roses. So this is the big issue with the regulators, why they keep jumping in, looking at trades, looking at who's short and what, because everybody's screaming the hype about getting involved with stocks and things like that, but nobody's educating anybody. And it offends me because the regulators or even government, they don't take the right steps, man. The cure to everything is education, 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 education. And I don't generally mean a formal education like sending you to university, but educate people on what they're doing. Don't hype them up to get involved in a stock and not teach them how to protect themselves. And I'll tell you what, I saw the CEO of Robinhood, um, and that's what he was talking about. And I was just thrilled to hear that sort of language is starting in the industry. Where he's saying, you don't have to tie the hands of the small traders. And inhibit them from trading because that's what they've done. Even with the $25,000 day trading rule, that didn't exist when I was in the industry. They just keep tying these guys' hands and placating to the ignorant. Where all you have to do is make education available. And support people who want to educate other traders. And that's the cure to self-inflicted damage is education. And nobody's going out there to intentionally hurt themselves. But the most beautiful thing I've ever heard from an intelligent man was, you don't know what you don't know. And once everybody's aware of that, then they'll go out and try to fill in the gaps and learn things. So anyway, I know I'm going off on a tangent. So that's what it's about, man. You have to learn risk management, and we have to educate everybody around the world. Just education. You want to cure this racism issue we're having in America? Make university or college free, or at least state schools free. Let poor people know they have the opportunity to go to school and better their lives, and you'll have more people lifting themselves out of poverty and ignorance, and you'll reduce racism. You want to cure systemic racism? Create a community of intellectuals and experts, and every business wants the best employee, right? So you're not going to care what color or what smell an individual is. You're going to care what their intellectual properties are, and you're going to hire them, and the market is going to eliminate systemic racism. But no, we don't do that because politicians don't benefit. They just like promote racism so that they could gather votes by saying, hey, we'll protect you. But they don't protect people. They just promote this shit. Anyway, there I go, off on a tangent. Be unstable learners always. Oh, insatiable learners always. Yep, yep, yep. Absolutely, man. Absolutely. Oh my God, like I can't even chew my tangerine. I don't know.
Connection lost.
I don't know what I did to my joy yesterday. It's gonna be like soup for days. Maybe the doctors were right, right? They should have taken my wisdom teeth. Isn't that a smack in the face? Okay, what time? Look at that, 10:32, and the market stopped moving. S&P is grinding up, I think, because I can't really rely on my software. Actually, I'm looking at my time on the bars, and it looks like it crapped out again. There it goes. It just popped back in. So yeah, I'm definitely having internet trouble. Um, yeah, this is a problem with living in the backwoods. Living off the grid, it's just hard to
Connection
cohabitate
lost.
with technology. But I mean, it's getting better. At least I enjoyed it. Don't worry, we love hearing the rants. Okay, cool. That's awesome. All right, cool. I appreciate the support there, Zach. Sometimes I need a little emotional or uh, psychological encouragement. I'm a delicate flower. The rents fire you up. All right, cool, because it fires me up, and I get tons of them. you got to see the eye rolls I get from my spawn because they have to endure this. So we actually cut a deal with the kids. I get 20 minutes of rant every time I'm around them. 20 minutes of lecture. That's all I'm allowed. So if we're chilling for like a whole weekend, and my I guess I'll call her my lover. Yeah, obviously you guys realize now that I live an alternative lifestyle. But she even has a quota, but she's much more gracious. She gives me hours, but the girls give me 20 minutes. Oh, I didn't want to share that they were girls. Okay, but my spawn gives me 20 minutes. And that's the duration of our visit. If we're chilling for a month together, then I get 20 minutes of rant. If we're chilling for a day, I get 20 minutes of rant. But as soon as we sleep under separate roofs, then the 20 minutes resets. So you can imagine what life is like with me if they had to come up with those that sort of criteria. Well, my credit spreads are making money. The market's not doing anything. So 10:30 came and went. Let's look at what happened. We could talk about that EIA report. Yeah, that's good insight. If anybody gets into trading futures, you could take advantage of the EIA report. I'm trying to pull it up right now. Life is slow for David off the grid trading today. Mm-mm-mm. All right. Oh, get back here. Wow. This is just chaos, man. Chaos. There you be. All right, so let's roll down, see what the report says. Ding, ding, ding. So category wise, so here's forecast, consensus, the previous report, and the actual. So 10:30, crude oil. Yeah, we ate up a little bit less than they anticipated, or than previous, right? Oh, wait a minute. Consensus was down 2, so that's kind of aggressive. I wonder what oil's doing. So I mean, I don't really go by the consensus. Oil's up 0.26. So last month we ate up about 5 million barrels. This month we only ate up 5.24 million barrels. So we used up a little more oil, which is bullish for oil, and oil's up a quarter, which I guess is no big whoop. The general number, the whisper number, was that we only use 2.36 million barrels. So I would assume that oil moved up more, but perhaps it's kind of a trade into the news culture right now, or trend. And I can't see oil contracts right now, so I don't really know. I couldn't tell you how they played it, but it looks like I mean, that's obviously bullish for oil, just on the basic supply and demand concept. Get out of there. So am I getting ticks or I'm not getting ticks? All right. Well, Zach, I don't have much to talk about, so if you'd be good enough to make a few more mistakes, I'd really appreciate it. Ba-dum, 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 ba-dum. Biden revokes and replaces Trump's executive order to ban TikTok. I wonder what he replaces it with. Or if they're saying he pulled it out and put it back on. Just goes to show you what the politicians are like, man. It's just whatever's good for their party. Doesn't matter if it's good for the country. And I'm just saying that because they were so opposed to Trump's position on China as Democrats, and it was really just to make Trump look bad. Not that I'm advocating one side or the other, but it just seems like everybody's worried about the next election, and they're not worried about running the country.
Connection lost.
All right, looks like they're doing what Democrats usually do, which is they wrote an order for a commission to review companies that have ties to adversaries. So that seems to be like a Democrat thing: review, review, review. But to call somebody an adversary, that's an interesting political position, huh? All right, let's not get political. I'll lose my friends. Yes, please ban Tic Tac. Do you use trend lines? Yeah, man, I use trend lines. Haven't you? Where you been for the past 2 days, dude? Um, yeah, I'll use support and resistance lines. I'll use trend lines. Trend lines like when I showed you some trend reversals, how I clocked the trend reversals or the breakouts, and things like that. And then you could even use them as support and resistance. Um, I mean, my charts are just horrendous today. So I mean, I have a very hard life going on here technologically. So it's hard for me to show you stuff. So let's see if we can go back and find something and show you how I would use a trend line. Trend lines. I'm just looking for something that looks interesting to me. No. Okay, here's a trend line. You can call it a trend line. It's really a bear flag, a bull flag, like we did before. But you could look at this high. Nah, you know what? I don't like that. I'm not going to do that. I think that one would be too confusing. I'd rather something. No. I wouldn't use it here. I mean, you could see a trend right here, right? And you can make a trend line here. I mean, I wouldn't use it here, but you can make a trend line here, and you could see the value in them. And once you break out of that trend, you could take the entry on the break of a trend, and then it moves up. So, I mean, that demonstrates the value in the trend line. But I mean, I don't think I would look for a trend line there. These are there are entries here. Like, this is what I've talked about for the past 2 days. You can see the momentum is moving up, but the lows are moving down, right? So that's a divergence, and I would look for that divergence. I would take an entry. If you're looking at my crosshairs, I would take an entry at the 226.22 once it breaks it, right? So I would see this bar form, which we could argue kind of that it's a hammer. I see it making the low. I see the uptrend of the momentum, and then when the next bar breaks the high, so when this bar that my vertical line is over breaks the high of this bar, I would take my entry, and I would put my stop, Zach, right here, because based on this philosophy, the stock should just move up. It should not go down here. If it goes down here, something's wrong, right? This entry fell apart. I give up on the idea. So and look at what my risk is right here. I'm at 226, and I'm coming down to 225. I'm risking a buck. Yeah, not even a buck if you take the decimals. I'm just rounding it for sake of argument. So and look at what the reward is. This baby just keeps pushing. So and that's an aggressive entry on this sort of setup. If you wanted a conservative entry that has a greater probability, you wait until it breaks. Yeah, well, I would probably wait until it breaks right here, which you could see the effect.
if you're following my cursor, you can see if we held that right there, that horizontal, it breaks right there. I know this is not trend line, but I saw this and I figured I'd just point it out. So aggressively, you'd enter there, and this is where I enter. And I call it the aggressive entry because the probabilities are greater once it breaks here, right? But it's an aggressive entry, but my risk or the price I would pay, my stop loss is a lot smaller. And I like that. You know, I mean, I'll pay $1 to see if this idea works out. And so what do we have? We have 226 to this point right here, 227. So we have another $1 right here, right? I might take something off right here. You know, I might take a contract or two off. Maybe I'll take a third of my position off, depending on what I'm doing, right? And it's good to think in units, right? Because I trade multiple contracts. You should trade multiple contracts so that you could just harvest a little income as it comes. So if once I tap this, the issue is, does it break it or does it turn around and reverse? So I'll harvest a little profit right here. I'll go to my break even right here, right? So now I'm in a free riskless trade. I've banked some money, and whatever I'm holding is riskless. You know, I'm not even playing with market money. Yeah, sorry, I can't take that call. Shh. So and then I'll see what happens. You know what I'm saying? I'm in a riskless trade. I'll see what happens, and ideally you see what happens here. It takes off and it runs. Yeah, you know. And then I'd be looking at this. This looks like it was probably yesterday's trading range. Yeah, you know, and I consider taking a piece here, and then I have yeah, you know, opening previous day ranges right there, and I might take a piece if it gets up here. But if I took a piece here, I probably move my stop under this congestion, right? Because if it breaks this line, or if this is going to work, it shouldn't trade back here. So I'll put my stop up here and I'll lock in these profits. And if it rips, super. So when it ripped, I'd probably be looking at this number. So on my second or my last 2/3, I'd probably be out at the 228 somewhere. Yeah, you know, I would have left this on the table, but yeah, you know, I'll pay that price to see if it breaks through this, because if it breaks through this blue line here, then my next target would be this right here. You know, my next pivot high. Nah, I mean, and that's when you're in the driver's seat. I mean, this is the most, if you're looking at the crosshairs, this is the most vicarious part of the whole trade. Yeah, you know, where I put my stop and I put my entry. You know, once things get going, then yeah, you could sit back. You're in the driver's seat. Yeah, you know, bring your stop up to your break even, and take a little bit of profit off the table and let this thing work out for you. Let it make you money. Yeah, you know, you let that trade do the work. But yo, to sit in it and let it, you know, beat up your capital, that's a shame. And it's a shame everybody does. So you know, you forgive yourself for it, you move on. But that is how you blow up a portfolio, by sitting there saying it's gonna come back. And dude, I promise you, that is the voice of experience. That is not something I just read in a book.
Connection lost.
It's done and done and done. Mm-mm-mm-mm. Oh, look at that. Yeah, I forgot I even had to talk to this guy who just called me. Oh my God, I'm getting engrossed in this. 'Tis all right. Boy, I really strained my jaw yesterday. I wonder what it was. Mm-mm-mm. Look at that. My chart is ticking again. Oh, I think it's, nope, it's still ticking. Look, that's an interesting pattern. It's not a pattern I trade, but they call that an M pattern. And technically, or theoretically, it breaks the low, then it comes back and retests it. So it does like a last kiss that we've talked about, and then it continues down. So hopefully we keep ticking here. So everybody watch and see if it actually does that. So there's the break. See if it keeps pushing down a little bit. And then you want to see the last kiss. Oh, look. Did I lose? Are we still ticking, or did the market just fall asleep? Oh, man, what a... that's a shame. It's still pushing down, but the software is just poking us in the eye. What a drag, man. I wanted you guys to see that. It hasn't done the last kiss yet. Hopefully the thing will pop back in. Looks like it's doing the last kiss right now. I'm looking on another screen, and I can't, it's on another computer. I can't swing it over for you guys to see. But I do that so that if there's a problem with this, I'm not stuck in a trade and I don't have control. It's doing the last kiss now. Oh, I hope this thing, come on. Just, even if we got the gaps, I could show it. Oh, there you go. Okay. So here, that's the last kiss. That's cool. The gap isn't too interfering. And let's see, it should turn around and head back down aggressively. So when people trade this pattern, which again, I don't use this pattern, but when people trade this pattern, some people will take it on the first break, maybe look to take a little off and then, you know, ride out that first kiss. And my computer crapped out again, or what this the NT crapped out, but it's actually pushing down again, um, and it's completing. Well, it hasn't completed, so it's pushing down, and you want to see it push down and break this bar, which it's working on it right now, and it's about to, and it just broke that bar, and now it's pushing down further. Which once this software pops in again, you'll get to see that. Nope, and it's not pushing down that aggressively because it's just a cheesy market. But it would have been a perfect, I think they call it an M pattern or what have you. And I mean, it looks like an M, but it's also consistent with what I talk about, which here's the top, here's a high on the momentum, here's another high, and then this high on the momentum is lower. And what's even more interesting, I mean, actually, we can't even rely on what we're looking at here, but what this chart is demonstrating is here's a high right here where my cursor is, and then if you go down to the momentum, it's making a high, and then you have a higher high, and you have a lower high in the momentum. So that's telling me that this thing is just getting to roll over, you know, just beginning to roll over. And I would get ready. If I was long a position, I would start closing it once I see this pattern. Or if I was interested in getting short, I would look for you know, a break of this pivot to get short, or you know, if I saw a hammer or something. I mean, who knows what it really looks like, because again, we're suffering technological. So what happens when I teach everybody everything I know? Then you abandon me and I'm alone again? All my free folk will wander off, make a lot of money, go live in the big cities, add to the pollution, eat dirty foods. Is that what we have in store? That's probably why my jaw hurts. I was probably dreaming that, clenching my jaw all night. Oh man, this S&P, it actually turned around again, and it looks like it's making lows. And this software is just like has no interest in operating today, you know? And it's really just the software. It's got to be the vendor. It's got to be the tick vendor. Because everything else is working. Even everything on this computer is working. You guys tired of hearing me cry about this? Kind of late, but what is a bull flag? I'm new to this. You're new to this? You're not new to this, man. You've been here for 3 days. You're a free folk. Talitha. Okay, let's find a bull flag. Bull flag. All right, we saw a good bull flag on TSLA. And you know what? I mean, repetition is good. Even after I explained it, everybody who already knows this, it's good to just follow me. And you know what you want to do is just make this stuff more like a reflex. You don't want to look for it. You just want to realize it's right in front of you. And when no cry away. Oh, thank you, man.
Connection
I'm
lost.
ready in this big polluted city. I'm already, yeah, man. Oh yeah, you're a Brooklyn boy, right? Yeah, me, that's where I came from. Okay, so Talitha. All right, very simple. A bull flag, right? So basically, it's kind of it's kind of making a flag, you know, and you got to be creative to see it. But ignore this big bar up where my cursor is sliding, right? So the flag starts right here. You see this bar, right? This is a green bar. So what this bar is telling you, and you may know this, but I just want to be clear that everybody sees the same thing on a candlestick, okay? So what this bar is telling you, that it's green, it's telling you that it closed higher than it opened. So what that means is this bar opened right here at the bottom of the body of that of this bar, right? Now you can see that tail. So when it opened, it pushed down a little bit, but then it turned around and it went up. And it pushed all the way up here, but then traded off a little bit. And this is where that bar closed, right? And we're looking at a 2-minute chart. Follow my cursor. You see up there, it says 2 minutes. Tesla, 2 minutes. We're looking at a 2-minute chart. So each bar is 2 minutes of time. Okay, so now you understand how to read that bar. So this bar opened low, pushed up, and closed pretty high. So that's a nice big green body. We're gonna say, yo, that's a good bar. That's a good strong bull bar. And then this bar opened up right where my cursor is, dipped back a little bit, and then pushed up this high, and then closed right here. And I still like that bar. That's a nice long green bodied bar. And then it did the same here and the same here. And that makes the pole of the flag. And what's important is you see all this buying and momentum and energy going in that. And you say, yo, I want to be a part of that action. It looks like everybody's buying this stock, right? It's not on Reddit, and other dudes on YouTube aren't woohooting about it, but this is actually showing you good momentum that you want to be a part of, right? So you wait for the retrace where it trades back. That's a little consolidation. So some of the people who made some money in here are taking a little bit of profit. They're pulling it back over here, right? And here's the bottom of the flag. And then this bar trades. And what you're going to do is you're going to enter the market when the bar, a bar breaks its previous bar. So we're still forgetting about this bar where my vertical line is now, right? If this bar where my vertical line is had shot up and shot past this bar where my vertical line is, we would have taken our entry right here, but it didn't do that. It opened here, it shot up a little bit, it closed here, right? So we waited for the next bar. What's the next bar going to do? And as soon as this bar where my vertical line is, breaks this high right here, that's where the bear flag gets the bull flag, I'm sorry, the bull flag gets triggered, right? And if a bull flag gets triggered, it's supposed to run up just like you see this bar. So if it turns around and goes down here and breaks the low of the flag where my cursor is, then this trade fell apart. It didn't work. And everything doesn't always work. Okay? And that's the nature of the market. It's going to work more times than it doesn't. And when it does work, it's going to pay you more times than the losers cost you. So you put your stop right here. If it doesn't work, you take the loss, right? So your risk would be if you entered here at 607, forget about the decimals. I don't want to do the math. Your stop would be here at 605, right? So your risk would be 2 points. So I'm willing to take that risk, man. The stock triggers, boom, it runs up. And risk trade management, I would take 1/3 of my trade off right here because this is the test of a bull flag. The next pivot high is the test of the bull flag. It could hit this bad boy, turn around and shoot back, or it could hit this bad boy and keep running, right? So I'll take a third profit right here, and I will move my stop up to my entry point. Okay, so right now, if this market pulls back to this point, I'm out of the trade, which is fine because I'm break even on the remainder of my position, and I banked some money by taking a little bit off over here. And then now we'll just look at what happens. Bink, it hit that, it got rejected at the test, and it fell back. And it gapped back because my software sucks. But this just fell back, which is fine because I had a stop right here. As soon as it hit this point, I'm out of the market. Those other shares didn't cost me any money, and I banked a couple of $100. And that's what a bear flag is. That's how you trade a bear flag, and that's how you manage a bear flag. Know what I mean? So what you want to see in a bear flag are strong moves up, strong moves up, strong moves up, then a retrace, and then a strong move up. And if you look at the momentum supports the argument, right? I mean, it's down here. It's pushing up relatively strong. The lines are parting, right? This is the fast line. This is a slow line. The lines are parting, which are kind of telling you that there's strength in this thing. And you take that flag. It's just it hit it and traded back. And really, with this kind of momentum, if it wasn't a sloppy, slow day, this baby would have ran. I mean, this would have been a sweet, sweet trade. But it's just a bad market, and that's what happens too. I mean, you got to wait for good markets. You got to wait for bad markets. So thank you for your question, because I'm tired of sitting here looking at such a sleepy market and keeping me busy. But was that clear? Did I break it down? It's all good. Thank you, Kerry Atkins. Flag hunting. Huh. This guy's just having a good time, huh? A free folk. So if you like my response, guess what? Subscribe, hit the like, hit the bell, hit the Cash App. Hit something. Excellent question. Yes, it was an excellent question. I hope I broke it down where the a neophyte would be able to understand. It's all good, Miss Atkins. Yes, thank you. You're welcome. Anytime, man. Hey, just keep asking the questions, because you may have noticed that I love the sound of my own voice. Boom, boom, boom. And I'll have you guys know that if I wasn't online talking to you guys, I'd probably still be talking out loud doing this, right? So I feel a little better, because I do sit here in my man cave carrying on like a lunatic with nobody to hear me. That was amazing. Thank you so much. You're very welcome. You're very welcome. It was my pleasure. Explain the Mac Daddy. Okay, so I don't know how they break it down, and what it's really gauging, right? Um, but we'll talk about the Mac Daddy a little bit. First of all, and I like to call it the Mac Daddy. I know this is the moving average, convergence, divergence, um, but for new people. All right, new people. You should consider part of your shtick having someone like Zach on, who is new, where he is constantly asking questions and you're just crushing the answers. Nah, I don't want to be shtick, man. And you know what? I mean, it comes across well, and I could give a good presentation because I feel good about it. If I'm doing shtick, I'm not going to feel good about it, and then it's going to come across like that, and people who should be listening will just have this feeling that it's not authentic, or not sincere. And I mean, I could read that in voices, so I don't want to be that. But I know what you're saying, man. But you know what? I mean, if I can keep attracting new users or new viewers, then I'm always going to have new people to talk to. So I'm sure that that resource is not limited. So okay, let's Mac Daddy it up. So yeah, it's a momentum gauge, and how they break it down, I don't know. But it's standard issue on just about every platform that you buy, and it's been around for years, and tons of people use it. So really simple. They're moving averages, and I just use whatever default comes with the system because it just doesn't matter. So this is the fast line, the fast moving average. This is the slow line, the slow moving average, right? And you can actually do it with just one line, because all you want to do is look at the trend of, just like a trend in the stock, the trend of the moving average. Is it moving up or is it moving down? This is a zero line. And it's nice when it crosses the zero line, because it's showing you that that there's momentum, and it keeps moving and it's on its way up. But usually the entry is gone by the time it crosses the zero line. Like if you look up where my cursor is now, you can see a consolidation right here with some highs, and you want to take that entry breaking the high, so you're going to take the entry right here. Yeah, so if you took it right here, you're already breaking the zero. If you took it right here, you're behind the zero. But what's important is that it's moving up, and people use it in all different ways. I'm demonstrating to you how I use it, and I know that it's commonly used this way. And like I had said before, what we want to do is hop on what everybody else is doing, because the big guys are moving the market. We we just want to figure out when and where they're going to do it, and we're going to hop on the boat and let them do all the work. Excuse me. So that's it. So when you're looking at it, you're looking at the trend, right? So now we look at the histogram, and the histogram is just telling you the strength of the momentum. Like, so we have this very aggressive move up, and the histogram is kind of confirming it, and the histogram is showing that it's gaining strength. And then we start the topping patterns, and you can see the histogram is tapering off a little bit, and then the Mac Daddy starts tapering off. So when we use this for trading, we're kind of looking at everything and what's really going on. Um, the fact that the histogram tapered off, but the moving average pushed up a little bit, would be interesting to me. So if I was long in a position up here, I would say, okay, yeah, I'd start looking for clues that this is going to turn around. But based on my trading theory, I would have taken a piece off here anyway. But this is kind of telling me, okay, keep your eye open. Let's see if there's anything that can confirm that this is gonna turn around and do that. And then, yeah, there it is. And this is lagging. Really, the market's moving, and then this is responding to how the market's moving. But it's kind of giving me a gauge of what the strength is in it. And this is a very good, strong sell-off, and you can see it in the histogram building that downside and everything. And then this moves down. And there's tons of there are different applications that I look at. This is all very basic, and applications to the Mac Daddy. Yeah, I gave you a basic rundown, and very effective. Yeah, way of making money using the Mac Daddy, or the MACD. And then there are other nuances that I could explain, which is kind of technical. So I will make a video using the Mac Daddy or using the MACD. That's silly that I call it the Mac Daddy. Look at that, how frustrating. Every once in a while I get a tick, I get a tick, I get a tick. But my stream is excellent. I'm hoping that I'm not chopping it in and out for you guys. But yeah, the Mac Daddy sucks. And I can't chew a tangerine, man. I don't know what I did to my jaw yesterday. Maybe I'm opening my mouth too much, too wide. Check to make sure my insurance is paid up. Maybe it's an indication that I'm having heart problems. Mm-mm-mm. All right, so it's not a bad day, man. It's 11 o'clock. I mean, we didn't make any trades because it's just a bad idea to trade when your software is misbehaving, and you will have those days, man. And just accept it. Just hey, I have a bad software. I mean, I've seen it in TOS. I've seen it in I think TOS is Think or Swim. Yeah, I've seen it in TradeStation. Yeah, it doesn't matter. I've never seen it this bad with the Ninja Avengers. This is the first time it's this bad. Maybe there's an update I got to do. I don't know. I'll look at that tonight if I could keep my eyes open. Mm-mm-mm. That's a great explanation on the Mac Daddy. All right, cool. You're welcome, Tom Williams. Hey, you know what? If you guys keep smashing the like and the subscribe and everything, and you want to do something more, maybe you could get the word out. Let people know we're out here and just try to get the users up. I was actually reading the stats, and apparently, I did something that was unheard of, and I think I bet by today I'm probably at 100 users in 3 days. And I'd like to break 1,000 in a month. I think that was unheard of also, but yeah, I'm not too familiar with all the goings on of the YouTube world, you know, other than I could listen to Britain's Got Talent and check out all those kids that could sing like angels. Um, but yeah, man, if we could get our Free Folk Nation um, flooded with subscribers, it'll make it easier for me to get some quality video out. Some good tutorials. And I mean, I've looked around the internet. I mean, I see guys who do this, but they charge you like a fortune, man. It's like $500 for a video. It's like, yeah, yeah, they think like some hedge fund is trader is coming into the industry to learn the industry. I mean, they don't realize that it's just average people who want to learn how to trade and make some money, and so they're gonna suck $500 out of them to to learn what is really not that hard to teach. So we'll create a place where it's economically feasible for the free folk of the world. And then everybody could live off the grid and everybody could make some money and eat clean, live good. We just got to figure out this water problem we're having, or we have. I mean, I'm set. I got a water table that'll last for generations. But if I'm the only one with water, I'm going to have nobody to talk to. That's a problem. Dave and his tangents. Hey, Zack Attack, if you have your ears on, um, how come I'm streaming but I see 76 playbacks? And I think you might have discussed playbacks with me yesterday, but obviously, I'm a little worn out and don't retain things. So why do I have 76 playbacks if I'm streaming live? Or are people like just going back to see something I'm saying, or instead of asking me to reiterate it? Mm-mm-mm. Oh, look at that! I got a tick off of my NT charts. Yay! Yay! It's moving again. Yeah, I can't do anything with that though. But I'm looking at the 1 minute of the S&P on another chart, and it's just grinding around, man. I mean, there's nothing going on. Everybody's waiting to see what those reports are tomorrow. So yeah, this is something that everybody should learn, because again, you don't want to. And I've done this too in early in my career. You jump into these dead markets and you keep trying to take these trades, and you get chopped up, right? So chopped up is when you hold to your discipline and you enter that bear flag and you put your stop there. If there's no momentum in the market, it'll turn around, knock your stop out. and then you'll see another setup, and you'll enter it. The setup will trigger. You'll put your stop in, and it'll move a little bit, and then it'll turn around, take your stop out. And if you overtrade because you don't understand that the market has no momentum and there's no follow through, then you'll go 250, 250, 250, 250, 250 10 times, and you're talking about $2,500, bank, right out of your account. And that's 2,500 per share. So if you're trading 10,000 shares, you could knock out $25,000 in a day like it's nothing. So you need to know when not to trade. And this environment, that's when you don't trade. You sit on your hands, which could be quite satisfying too.
Connection lost.
Amazon's up 21 and hanging on to it. Blackberry, it's down 86 cents. It's not. That's nice. It went down actually. I'm looking at 1480. It might have been lower, but I don't feel like messing with the chart. And looks like it's crawling back up. That's good doings. AMC is down $3, and it's just kind of churning around there. So there's no horror going on, right? Like the trade philosophy hasn't fallen apart. There's no panic selling or anything. So I mean, it's really, if you're in it, there's nothing to worry about at this point, in my opinion. If I was in it, I would not be worried right now. Maybe I should say that. And CLOV, the darling of the news these days, is down $1.50, and it's doing the same thing, man. It's just chopping around right here. So if I was in this, I wouldn't feel like there's any panic selling or anything like that. I wouldn't feel like the idea has broken down. It's just consolidating right here. People are gathering their thoughts and pulling up their cash. And I wouldn't be surprised if all three of these guys are just getting ready to make another move, maybe a day or two, letting the financial news get published and let that shock get out of the system, and then things can start moving again. Old man Tesla's only up like 25 cents, no big deal, but also just consolidating. Everything is just consolidating, consolidating, consolidating. Do we know what consolidating means? Everybody. The market's doing one or two things. It's either expanding or contracting, or consolidating, right? So here I'm trying to show you on this lousy chart. But a consolidation means, like, here's a high. Well, okay, so you can see the 30-minute lines, the yellow lines that I put in on that chart. That's the 30-minute bar, or that's the high. The highest it went in the first 30 minutes of the day, and this is the lowest it went in the first 30 minutes of the day. And lots of people trade that, and industry wide, it's called the opening range. And it's the first 30 minutes of the trade, right? So all we're doing is moving back and forth inside this opening range, and that's considered consolidating. When we're expanding, then it would break out of the opening range and keep moving down, which means it's expanding. I mean, I'm sure everybody here understands the term expanding. So this is where you just get all beat up and chopped up when it's consolidating. Um, and you could use this opening range on days that the market's moving, because when it hits it, it'll probably put in a double top, and you could look for it to break out or then turn around and trade back to half. 50%, and then around 50% you look to see if it'll complete the other half, or if it'll turn around and test that high again. So you'll watch it bang around here, and if you don't see a double top that you want to take, you would take the break of the high, and that's a really good trade. When you get a good break of an opening range, then you usually have a really nice push up, or you could look for a nice push up. But everybody's got to remember that no matter what the setup is, no matter where you find the setup, there's no such thing as 100%. Okay, things are going to work and things aren't going to work, and your stop loss is the price you're going to pay to test that. I mean, if you come across a setup that doesn't work more often than it does, then you're not going to make money on that setup. So that's not a good setup. You need to find a good setup, and learn to execute that. Those bear flags, if done right, looking for the strong moves up, very good setup. Reversals mixed with momentum, very good setups. And the more you look at them, the more you just realize they're in front of you. You certainly can't see them on this chart. This looks like Braille. But, you know, not an exceptional day. We're up $7 for the day. It's a flat market, man. You know, flat, 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 flat. Boring, boring, boring. And actually, my lover is probably happy that I'm doing this, because I would be bitching to her on a text that, oh man, the market's so boring. This just ignore all those lines. This is the daily chart, and you know what? Let me just clean them up. I could always put them back in. Think something else we could talk about. Think. What a drag, man. I didn't get to trade any. Although, yeah, you know what? It's just not a market to trade. I actually haven't seen anything that I'm sorry I didn't get to take part in. I'm just trying to clean this up so it's clear for you. I don't want to get rid of that's actually the opening range just carried over on the daily chart. So this is what, if you're looking at my vertical line right now for my crosshair, this is what the market has done since April 12th, which it's gone nowhere. It's just in consolidation, and everybody's just waiting around. I mean, this is a pretty wide range. It's unfortunate, but I mean, basically, we're just waiting for it to break these highs and keep crawling. But if you go back, you see generally, okay, let your eye, you know, just see this pattern right here. And if you roll back, you see that pattern generally every once in a while, right? Right before a good move up. This is a little dip and a move up. But here's that pattern again, you know, or at least it's within the spirit of that pattern, because in this industry, nothing is precise. This is just a little choppy climb, but I think we may see that pattern, that corrective pattern again. Yeah, this is a little aggressive too. Yeah, you know, and we're talking about you know, the pandemic year, so it kind of messed it up. Here you could see it happening a little bit right here. You know, it creates that little pattern and then moves its way up. So again, we're getting a nice healthy consolidation. The consolidation gets all the cheap stock out, and then it should run. You know, some fundamental debacles and technicals are out the window, but yeah, you know, if all things are equal and the economy's moving along, we should see a nice run. If all things are equal, the economy's moving along, and our software works, we should see a nice run. All right, so if my software was going to crap out, today's the day, because there's really not a whole lot going on. Can you explain the clouds? I think people would get a lot out of that. Yeah, it's another indicator. It's the Ikimoto cloud, but it really, I mean, I could probably trade without it, but it gives me perspective, and they're pretty. I'm trying to get them up right now. There's the name right there. I always have trouble. Ichimoku cloud, and some platforms offer it, some don't. You could probably find it. It's old school, so it's probably out there, and you could find it for your system and add it as a third-party vendor. But it demonstrates to me where the congestion is. When I say congestion, that's like, for me, that's where most of the stock is owned. Like, even if you took the low prices and the high prices, this is like an average price of where everything is. So what? So this is just where it's accumulating, really, you know, in my opinion, and it always creates good support and resistance. So you could use it as targets when the stocks are moving. You know, it could open your eyes up to where the next issue is. I mean, there's a lot of predictive functions that it was intended to be used for, but I don't rely on indicators for that thing. So for me, it's just a quality of life kind of thing. I know that the stocks are going to slow down over here, but yet, for and I haven't broken it down to study it because I don't use it. But the fact that it's floating up might be telling you something. I mean, very simply, if the market's bullish, you're above it. When it turns bearish, you're below it. I mean, I mean, that's a very simple way of looking at it. And this is just a sign of congestion. So if you move up and hit that cloud, then you know that the stock's going to stall out a little bit, and you just got to keep your eye open, and then it'll move up. If we're moving up and I want to target to harvest some profit, sometimes I'll use the cloud as my target. Sometimes my moving averages will align with the cloud, and that's pretty positive for me. I mean, two different indicators are meeting somewhere on my chart. That's a very strong area for me in my view. So I'll use that. But that's basically, it. I mean, there's a ton of things. Actually, let me show you what it looks like under their intended use. And they have all these lines and indications when you get in and everything. And, it's another one of those silver bullets, like buy my indicator and trade on my indicator and you'll make $1 million. Well, if it was that simple, you'd only need one indicator, right? And everybody else's indicator wouldn't matter because that silver bullet would work, and that's all anybody in the world would ever need. Think, poof. So that's what it looks like with all their different rhetoric. And yeah, I don't find all that stuff reliable, man. I just want to see that pretty cloud. And I'm not knocking the guy. I'm sure the guy who created it is so good at using it that. But yeah, that's it. Just learn one or two indicators, learn how to use them, get good with them, and you're gonna make money. Just like yesterday, someone's like, "Do you look at this stock? Why don't you trade that stock?" I don't need to trade a lot of things. I need one stock with momentum, and I need to make a few trades on that, and that's it. I'm here to make money. I'm not here to trade everything in the market. I just need to trade something. Give me a vehicle. I mean, I've traded oil, I've traded gold, I've traded bonds. I've traded natural gas. I've traded cattle. I've traded hogs. I've traded currencies. I've traded it all. It really doesn't matter. Yeah, and I mean, I've traded all these different vehicles because I was part of an organization, and other people are trading other vehicles. So yeah, we were able to be diversified and take advantage of all different markets. But every time I've traded a market, I use the same setups. They work all over, in every industry, in every sector, in every time frame. You could use the same setups. If you're doing it daily, then you're just going to hold the position longer. If you're doing it in 30 seconds, you're going to hold the position shorter. You're doing it daily, holding it longer, you're going to make more money. Thank you for saying that about AMC, not being worried right now. All right, cool. For example, if I were to join the live stream on my phone, it would add, oh, cool, Zach, you're answering my questions. Let me roll back and see if I could, oh, look, and I'm getting a lot of questions. I appreciate that. Oh, there you are, there you are, there you are. Playback is how many times a browser or device started playing the stream. All right, cool, I see. So refresh my page and number, probably go from. Yo, dude, you are so well informed, man. What a fine young man. I wish I had a younger daughter. I'd try to hook you guys up. Kerry, thank you for saying that about AMC. You're very welcome, Kerry. And on my phone, it would add another playback. Cool. Join on your phone. Am I getting props for playback? Is YouTube looking at me like I'm a good tuber because I'm getting playbacks? Can you explain the clouds? I did that. Can you explain the selling a cash covered put? Selling a cash covered put. Is that something you heard me say? Because I'm not familiar. I mean, I know what a covered put is, but I don't understand what you're saying cash. Are you talking about my credit puts or just calls and puts in general? I get the basic idea, but puts kind of confuse me. All right, so okay, so just using options in general. So an option is a contract to buy 100 shares at a specific price, and we call that price a strike price. and the contract only exists for a specific period of time, and we call that time the expiration date, right? So you could buy a contract to buy Tesla at $600 at or before the expiration date. So let's call the expiration date June 14th, right? So you could buy a contract that allows you to buy Tesla at $600 before June 14th. If Tesla goes to $700, whoever wrote that contract has to deliver the stock to you at $600 if you call that contract in. Okay. Um, for that right, you're going to pay a premium. So let's just say you're going to pay $10 for the right to call Tesla at $600 before June 14th. And when I say call, I mean you're going to say to that guy, give me that stock. That's what it means to call the stock. So you're going to write a contract, a call contract, to buy it at $600, no matter where the stock's trading at that time. You're going to pay $10 for that premium. But as that stock moves up, that premium is going to go up. You've only paid $10 for it, but just like the value of the stock is going up, the value of that contract's going up. So you could actually just sell that contract back in the market. If that stock goes from 600 to 700, that contract is probably going to be worth $110. You only pay $10. You'll probably sell it back into the market, take your $100 and walk away. And 90% of contracts expire without being called. So a put is the other way. A put means that you expect the market to come down. So you're going to buy a contract on Tesla that gives you the right to put the stock to somebody at $600. So that means you have the right to tell a guy, you have to buy this stock from me for $600. If the stock goes down to $500, that dude has to buy that stock from you for $600. Okay? For that right to put that stock to that guy for $600, you're going to pay a premium. You're going to pay a $2 premium. So your cost on the stock will be $602, right? No, your cost on the stock would be, yeah, $602. Well, no, you could put that stock to that guy, and your break even will be $589. And I know I just confused you, but you take that off the cost. But you're going to spend $2 for that right to put that stock to that guy for $600. If the market goes down to $500, that guy's got to buy that stock from you for $600, right? Because you have that right. But what's going to happen is that put value is going to go up $100. So you're going to take your $2 that you paid for it, and your $100 that you just gained capital appreciation, you're going to sell that into the market. So a call is a way to trade the market long, and a put is the way to trade the market short. Okay, nobody really exercises the option rights and calls or puts the stock. It's done, but it's rare. Like it's only done like 10% of the time. The reason somebody would do that is perhaps they're trying to liquidate a large position and they want to move into Tesla at $600. But they know it's going to take them 2 months to liquidate this large position, and they know Tesla's going to be at $700 in 2 months, so they'll buy those calls so that when they're done liquidating their large position and their capital is freed up, they could call the stock at $600, and they've got that capital appreciation. Otherwise, people just use it as a trading vehicle. So, did you catch that? Zach Attack?
Connection lost.
Can you explain what selling? Okay, so cash covered calls. We're not going to get into, or just calls and puts. Okay, so there's a cash covered call if you're selling it the wrong way, right? So I just told you about buying the contracts, buying the put contracts, but you could actually be what's called the writer of the contract. You could sell the contract. There's a lot of risk in that, right? So the margin on that would be what your exposure is, and then you would have to maintain that, which that gets a little complex. So what they do is they make you put up cash on the sell, and they cover that trade. And honestly, man, don't even think about all that stuff. It's kind of complex. It's more risk than you need. There are ways that that is a valuable tool, but it's not a trading environment. You know what I'm saying? It's a lot of risk that's unnecessary. You could hedge your downside in many different ways. That's like it's a really advanced way of using contracts. That's really not necessary at this point. Like down the road, you're going to end up learning it, and when you do learn it, you probably never will use it. So don't even trouble yourself with it. The best way to use the contracts, especially at your stage of your career, is to just go long or on calls or go long on puts. You know, and I mean, yeah, I'm talking about dudes doing this 30, 40 years who don't even bother with naked calls, naked puts, and all that stuff, you know. And again, that's part of the get rich quick program, which there are no surviving traders who have any get rich quick trading theory. Um, So what are we looking at? A little bit of sell-off, still in the consolidation all across the board. But hit me up if you need me to elaborate. Did I miss anything? Yeah, you missed one or two things, Ant. Yep, thanks so much. They're good vehicles, and that's what I'm trading. Yeah, when I'm trading the SPX, when I'm trading Amazon, I'm trading options. I'm going long the calls, or I'm going long the puts, depending on whether it's going up or down. Yeah, it's not a lot of equity that I need to tie up. I could take nice positions. Each contract is equivalent to 100 shares. So if I did 10 contracts, I'm representing 1,000 shares in the market. If I do 30 contracts, I'm representing 3,000 shares in the market. So yeah, you can make good money, and it's a good vehicle when you're trading because you put your stops in, you take your losses where they are, and you're not looking to hold on to them. If you're investing using contracts, then you need to learn the value of delta and theta and some complex things and how time value eats up the premium. It's not something that you learn. Over YouTube in one session. That's something that you study and you figure out how all these different um, factions are applicable. But as far as a trading vehicle and just using it the way I described, it's a very simple and clean way of trading. And I think we're having a little move down. According to my NT charts, it's like after hours. But when I look over here, we're the 1 minute chart is in a downtrend and it's not aggressive. It's just selling off a little bit. The Russell went negative for the day. It's down 4. The composite or the Nasdaq is up 23, which is inconsequential. And what time do we have, man? 11:30. All right, so we're in lunchtime, and we're in the doldrums, and there's nothing going on. AMC's off $5. Little sell off, nothing aggressive. I wouldn't be worried. I'd be bored, but I wouldn't be worried. Blackberry's off half a buck. I wouldn't be worried. Close off half a buck. I wouldn't be worried. Just no drama going on in the market, which I like that. No drama. Let's just hope we finish the week with no drama. Let's see, Monday. I want to head down to my boat. So Monday's going to be an interesting day. I mean, we're having this kind of trouble, and I'm on a hard line. I mean, when I'm down on the back end of the boat, if it doesn't work out, I'm going to abandon the boat for the season. I'm going to come back up here, tuck myself away in the mountains, and continue the channel. I do pray that it works off the back of the boat. I mean, I could trade off the boat, so yeah, and actually, you know what? I have better connection than what I'm suffering with here. And it's not the connection, man. That's got me wondering. It's the software. And I cleaned my computer under the advice of Anthony and got all my little naughties off of it. How we doing for likes today? Only 18 likes. Is that good? Come on. I wonder if I got any new users, new subscriptions. Subscribe, subscribe, subscribe. It's like greed, you know. I mean, I hear that I did really well by hitting that 100 mark in 3 days, and now I'm just greedy, man. I want to hit 1,000 in 3 days. That's the trader in me. Isn't that interesting? I'm a trader. Couldn't come up with a better term. How about I'm a loyalist in the market? Yep, I definitely need some sleep. I'm getting voicemails. I wonder who wants to talk to me. Almost out of coffee. Where's my water? There's my water. Ah. Ever since I was a young man, I was into coffee, and now I always have one in my cup. And I drink it black, no milk, no sugar, if anybody cares to buy me a cup of coffee. And if you want to buy me a cup of coffee, just hit that Cash App, send over $1, and we'll feed it to the free folk. All right, come on, somebody bring something up. Stir me up. Me too. I drink too much coffee. Yo, at 15, man, yeah, you shouldn't do that. It'll stunt your growth. Or I maybe that's a wives' tale. But yeah, you should look into what. I mean, it's a drug, no doubt. I mean, caffeine's a drug, so. And obviously, at 15, your body's pretty resilient. But you ought to get that growing in. Yeah, I'd say today was easy 6 cups. That's a lot of coffee, right? And I'm sitting here bitching that my jaw's hurting. I'm probably sitting there grinding away at night. Probably picked up a cold. That's how I get a cold. It usually affects my sinuses. Makes me a little tired, and then it's gone. Gone, gone, gone. I'm looking at the 5-minute on the S&P. I mean, I don't know how accurate this chart is because, yeah, I'm not getting a good data feed. But yeah, we talked about hammers, hammer, hammer, hammer. But everything looks like a hammer because, yeah, the chart's choppy. But yeah, that's a fairly decent hammer. It'd be better if the body was green. But yeah, that's a decent looking hammer. And then if it breaks the hammer, you could expect it to start pushing up. If you wanted to play hammers, which it's very simple, and really with this momentum, there's nothing telling me that I should enter on that hammer. But if you wanted to play a hammer, it's very simple. You would enter on the break of the high where my crosshair is sitting, which is 42.3176, and you put your stop, Zach, right down under the tail. And yeah, so like if you're playing a hammer, the theory is that if it breaks that, it's going to keep running. If it does anything else, then the idea broke down, and you got to get the hell out. I have not seen any animals today. Yesterday it was like Dr. Doolittle was hanging out around here, and today there are no animals. I doubt I'll see that bear again. It's got to be at least 10 years since I saw a bear on my property. Although she had such young cubs, I bet she has a den here. You need to get Colombian coffee. 1, 2 cups, and you're all good. Man, not only do I drink very strong coffee, but it's espresso. So what everybody else sips out of those little tiny cups with their pinky sticking out at the cafes, I'm drinking 6 full cups of. I've been at this a long time. Yeah, I mean, I just use regular coffee makers and I use espresso. I mean, I don't drink brown coffee. I certainly don't drink like Maxwell House and stuff. I mean, I'm very particular about my coffee. And I'm a big no to Starbucks. I mean, I can't stand that coffee. But yeah, I like good old coffee. Something a nice Italian dude would be sipping at in a cafe over in Venice. Thick, rich, and my dad can't stand having coffee at my house. Actually, my dad won't even eat at my house. I call him over. I'm like, come on over. I'll make dinner. He goes, I'm not eating things you shot off your front lawn. Silly guy. This is more like a slapstick show than a trading channel. Ding, 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 ding. There's just nothing, man. Just nothing going on. Nothing worth trading. It's just dead, dead, dead. And this is what happens when people are watching news. Jeez. Yeah. And you know what's funny? My lover, who has been with me for so long, um, she drinks it the same way now. You know, just over time, I guess she built up her tolerance. I mean, she doesn't drink as much coffee as I do, but she'll take it's got to be espresso, and she'll take it black, and she'll probably put away a regular cup. See, now I'm yearning for her, so maybe I'll go visit her before I head for the boat. Mm-mm-mm. Now all the free folk know I yearn. Did I miss the cloud explanation? You did, dude. Come back tomorrow. No, I'm kidding. Really, the cloud for me is just a congestion area, an average price of where you own the stock, and you could see that if you're watching my cursor, you could see the cloud builds here, and the market drops up, jumps up, and then the cloud shifts up, and now we're consolidating, and we're just roaming around the cloud, and that's pretty much what the effect is. You see that it's moving up a little bit, and basically I guess the average price of owning is floating up. But the manner in which I use it is it's really just targets for me. When a market's doing this, I'm not trading it. I mean, you just get hurt in this market, and there's no move that's worth making money. I mean, you got a 35 to a 31. It's a 4-point move. I mean, I'm not going to sit there and try to chase 4 points, all over the place. Um, and a 4-point move on the instruments I use is only a 2-point move. So for $200 a contract, I'm not going to bother to venture any capital. I'm looking for moving markets with volume and follow through. But if there was follow through, so if the market traded all the way down here, gave me a double bottom, you're watching my cursor, and then started to take off going up, I might, depending on what else is going on in the market, I might use the cloud as a target, where I might harvest some profits and look for if the trend can continue, or if this is the point where the trend turns around. So really, that's what I use it for, and it's not a primary focus of mine. I mean, like I've always said, I use price action, so I'm always looking first for resistance and supports, and old resistance, old supports. I mean, that's those are my primary targets. When I'm at a loss for those, then the cloud seems to be a good target. And when I say I'm at a loss for those, that means that they don't exist in that area, but it doesn't mean that there won't be some suggestion that will slow down my trade or interrupt that trend. And the cloud usually just picks it out. And it's quality of life, because if I go back and look, then the cloud will be, it doesn't project that far. The cloud will be consistent with what I would consider congestion anyway. So if the cloud didn't exist, then if you see where my cursor is, this whole jumble is what I would choose as, okay, this would probably be a good target. But instead of me having to work and look back, I can keep an eye on my trade. I can keep an eye on my momentum, and the cloud is just laying out there to improve the quality of my life. And that's how you should be looking at indicators. They improve the quality of your life. They're not, in my opinion, they're not for entry and exit. And you know what? A lot of people do that, and I'm sure there is no right way to trade, right? It's what fits your personality, what you could master, and what's paying you, and that's what's important, and that's the right way to trade. The only underlining consistency between everybody's trading theory is risk management, which is the most important thing, which most new guys never pick up on. And every trader, no matter what their vehicle, no matter what their theory or philosophy is, everybody, except everybody who's in like the AMCs, BBs, and things like that, everybody talks about risk management. Everybody has a risk management program. But Yahoo stocks, nobody really knows. CLOV is trading down 381. AMC is down $5, and Black Berry's only down half a buck. That's good. It shows some strength. It's not dragging down, but it doesn't really mean anything. I mean, people just have to take an interest in it, because the only reason why it's moving is because it's getting a lot of publicity. You got to figure that the people who short these stocks spend millions of dollars on analyzing the stock and why they short it. So it's logical to assume um, that it's a good short, because you got some smart money and some savvy people deciding it's a short. So that's a logical assumption. They're not shorting it because they're angry at the CEO, or they're angry at the stock, or there's some emotion involved. They're shorting it because they see the value in it, where the stock is, and the value of the company, and they say this should be at this price. Um, so so that's what you got to think about when you're in this thing. The reason it's ripping up is not because the company's worth a lot of money. It's ripping up because a bunch of guys got together and said, "Yo, let's go against the system and squeeze them out." And squeezing shorts out is a viable thing. It takes a lot of buying power, and that's done in the industry too. A lot of big guys know what other big guys are shorting and where they're shorting, and they have the buying power to force out that short, and they'll do that. That's done in the market, and it's kind of a power play. It doesn't mean that short doesn't turn around and become a successful short. It's just that one guy is bigger than the other guy, and he can push him out of the market. And that's what these guys in Reddit are trying to do. They're trying to have that collective buying power, be bigger than the shorters, and push them out of the market. Doesn't mean that short's not good. So that's what you got to wonder about. Like, do these guys have the momentum to keep that squeeze going and knock these guys out of the short, and make money? Or I mean, this is the second time. First time, shame on you. Second time, shame on me. So them going at these markets now for the second time, I mean, these guys have a strategy for this occurrence. So it makes you wonder, where this thing's going to blow up. That's why you kind of see the news that, we're warning you, this is not won't work. You see a lot of old time analysts saying it. And yet, there's a lot of merit to that. But nobody should be trading this with any money that you wouldn't care throwing away. This is like, went to the stripper club money. If people are looking to build a career or put their kids through college, playing markets like this, that's ridiculous. I mean, based on what you've seen here on this channel, you see that every trade has a reason, a cause, and an effect. That's more fundamental. Well, not fundamental; it's technical, but it's more steeped in probabilities of mathematics than I hope everybody buys this. And that's basically what you got. If everybody buys this to a point, the shorters are going to close and it's going to push it up. That's true. But is everybody going to buy it to that point where you could flip those shorts? Boom, boom, boom. Is my question. Did I miss the resistance level explanation? Yeah, that was 2 days ago, man. You didn't miss it.
Connection lost.
It just slipped out. But we'll get to it again, I'm sure. There are resistance levels all over the place. I'm just getting a little tired of talking. Did I miss the resistance level? That was the last guy. Let's see what's above him. Risk management is hard when you take a quick hit. You're down 10 blocks on a stock and you want to stick in it to try and make those profits back. That's my problem. Yo, dude, that is not your problem. That is everybody's problem, man. Yo, that was my problem, and that is why 95% of the people who start trading stop trading because of that very thing. What is going on here? We're still up. You look at these bars and you see them go down and you say, oh, what's going on? It's a sell-off. But we're up $3 and the thing's just ticking down a little bit. I mean, you could hardly call that a sell-off. So yeah, Anthony, so you know what? First step, man, forgive yourself. Forgive yourself for every time you did it and move forward. That's what you got to do. But it's like when I quit smoking. I probably drove everybody in my office crazy for years about how I have to quit smoking. I have to quit smoking. I have to quit smoking. And then, the short stints of where I quit and then went back on and quit and then went back on. But, my eye was on the fact that I wanted to get that bad trait out of my personality. And the end result is I did. And, it's, I hate to even count it, but I guess it's 15 years that I haven't had a cigarette. I hate counting it because it reminds me of how old I am. And yet in my mind's eye, I'm still a child. I think I'm Peter Pan. So anyway, you have to just keep persisting on that. Focus on that. That's a trait you need to work out, and you'll work it out, man. If you can't rely on the fact that it's not out of your personality, then you have to look at that just like I'm looking at my software right now. I'm saying I can't rely on these ticks and where it's moving, and I can't trade. Or if I traded today, I'm going to use very little money. So until you're comfortable that you can get that out of your personality trait, then you should be trading very, very small quantities or paper trading. And I know that's hard to transition to the paper trade, but if you think about if not making money is a hell of a lot better than losing money. So, put your capital away, put it somewhere conservative, let it collect interest or dividends or whatever. Work on your trading, on paper trading, so that when you're comfortable that you have these downfalls out of your trading philosophy, your capital is waiting for you and you can go right to work. And that's it, man. Just master the skill, man. And oh, look at this. We're having a little, okay. We just ate up 3 points in no time. What's going on? What time is it? It's lunchtime. Let's hope that that's all it is. No. I don't want to see it get aggressive. I mean, my spreads are pretty high and it's looking good, but I'm too tired to fight with the market. I don't have the software to do it, and I just want an easy day. Yeah, I wish somebody beat me over the head about risk management when I first came into but you know what, they probably did, but you never know. You don't listen. You have to get burnt. I mean, anybody who's raised children realize that you can talk to you blue in the face, but until they actually experience things, nobody learns. J&J CEO, COVID vaccine will likely need to come with annual flu shot. This guy, I mean, you know what? You ask me, that's a pitch. That's a pitch, that's a pitch, that's a pitch. This guy wants you taking that shot year after year after year. Even the Red Cross, 6 months after people have had their first infection, have seen traces of antibodies in the blood that they've drawn, you know? And they're saying that, hey, your shot will take care of the Delta virus and everything like that. But Johnson and Johnson wants you to come back every year for another shot. There's no money in the cure. It's just the comeback, just like every drug dealer you experienced in high school. I make money on the comeback. Sure, you could have this first one for free. No need to rely on your body and your immune system that kept us thriving as a species for 10 million years. We know exactly what to do for you. Okay, those are raves. Let's not do that. Clean energy fuel stock. Soars as retail traders pick new meme stocks. Yeah, clean energy, baby. I like that. Raymond James. Oh, look at that. Raymond James just put a sell rating on Coinbase. Uh-oh. Congress wants to make more changes to the U.S. retirement system. Yeah, that's what we want. A bunch of politicians that have no business sense making changes to my retirement system. Yep, yep, yep. That's a mess. That's a mess. That's a mess. Politicians are just salesmen, if you ask me. Yo, message to the free folk. Hey, free folk! Everybody, everybody's got to raise their hands up in honor of the free folk. I'm 1 minute from live, and it's almost better with no lag from his answers. He is about a minute 30-second behind on the chat. I don't understand. Did I miss the explanation? I don't understand, my man Keynes. Oh, I see what you're saying, man. I got a 1 minute lag in the live stream, and when I'm reading the chat, it's a minute 30-second before I see a chat pop up. I think that's what you're saying. Ah, everyone else does. Yeah, dude, I'm a newbie at the UB. Let me know if I've got what I'm saying correct, and let me know if there's something I could do to change it. I mean, if it's the fact that I'm trading off the grid, well, lifestyle changes are not on the menu. Hey, here's a cool hammer, and I don't know if it's actually a legit hammer because of what I'm experiencing today. But yo, look at that hammer, man. If that's a legit hammer, that's definitely a hammer I'd like to take. I would like to see the momentum rolling, but that hammer would give me an indication that this momentum is getting ready to roll. And I would take that hammer right there, at the 22,943, put a stop at the bottom. And what makes a hammer valuable too, I mean, you don't just look for a hammer. Well, now see, once I open the screen, it's not really a good hammer. You want to see, okay, let's call this yellow line a support line. You want to see a market trade down, break that yellow line, and then make that hammer. And that is an encouraging hammer, right? Because it shows that it broke the support, and it was just the support was just too strong. The bull stepped in, snapped it back up, created that hammer. The next move is that stock is going to take off. And that's where you want to look for a hammer. So if you're going to take a hammer, look around the chart and just make sure that you're around a substantial support or resistance. And that hammer is a good hammer. If we were moving, we would look for more hammers. And as we trade together, you'll see that there will be hammers incorporated in my patterns, and I'll get all sorts of silly and loud about it because it's just telling me, yeah, take like 30 contracts, because it's going to move. Actually, it looks like it's breaking up now. And remember, before I said, "Oh my God, look at this sell-off! What's happening?" And that's what the sell-off was. And the bulls came in and said, "Nah, man, it's not going to sell like that." So now we're testing the high of this hammer, and if it breaks, it should close. I mean, ignore this gap because this is just drop packets. Um, Oh, there it goes, and it broke the hammer, and where's it going to run? And this isn't really a substantial hammer because it's not around a resistance that we could see, but it's nice to watch and see how it lays out. And if it lays out poorly, then you'll understand why we would look for a resistance. See, and in a good market, if it broke that, you want to see a fast move. The baby should zip, stop moving. It's kind of like where you start cheering, you know, yeah, baby, yeah, baby, yeah, baby, because it's just moving and it gets excited and it's a whole lot of fun. When it starts doing this, I mean, you don't even have to sit in this and wait for it to hit your stop. You know, you could look at this and be like, ah, this is a mess. It's not behaving right, and get the hell out. Um, yeah, what was that? LOA, Raymond James. I don't see any chat from him. Yeah, he just put a sell uh, on a Coinbase, and it's like one of the first sells, formal sells I've heard on any cryptocurrency. Um, Weird. No, you're a good dude. We'll adjust. We will adjust. Yeah, no, it's no big deal. I'm getting used to it. Oh, good. I lack professionalism, and you're getting used to it. That sounds like a race to the bottom, bro. Here, look, that flag, that hammer is not behaving how we would want to see it behave. See, right here, I might say, and get out of the trade. Yeah, you know, maybe lose a few stickies. Um, because you know, I would expect it to break and then just continue running. I'd be like, ah, this is not working so well, and I'll watch it. You know, if there's any other indication, like I could roll down to the 30-second. If you look where my cursor is now, and I see this trend pushing up a little bit, I'll say, okay, yeah, you know, I hopped out of the trade, but if it breaks this high again, I'm going to make that move, which it looks like it's doing it right here. And this is also evident of just a slow, boring, choppy market. In a good market, we'd probably see some pretty good moves. So the lesson of the day today is sit on your hands. Or if that's boring, sit on your trading partner's hands.
Connection lost.
I wonder if algorithms pick up innuendos. Mm-mm-mm. Hey, if you joined us, the free folk, hit the subscription button, the subscribe button, hit the bell, hit the like, or buy me a cup of coffee. There's a Cash App link in the description. Actually, you're not buying me a cup of coffee. We're trying to get some loot together so that we could get some people to help me edit, and I could make some educational videos to drill down in depth how I trade and what my trading philosophy is, and you know, maybe give you guys a setup that you find comfortable with and works with your personality. Oh my God, what rhetoric! The Pentagon makes China its top policy priority with several new classified programs. Oh man, how ridiculous. It's like captioning the obvious. Really, the Pentagon's intimidated by China? What a surprise. We could just talk about the news. Yo, you know what? It's funny because the market's moving so slow that I mean, I can't even tell if it's my software or the market. But I look over and even the other software is just tick, 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 tick. And when I look at my stream, it says my stream is excellent. Well, you guys say I'm choppy or delayed. Well, good trading, bad presentation. I guess that's going to be our legacy. Until Elon gets those satellites launched, then forget about it, baby. I'm going to have like solid gold dances on this channel. Let's see what the daily, well, we can't even tell what the daily looks like. Oh, this is very, very frustrating. Well, you know what? The daily wouldn't have any gaps. Bink, there's the daily S&P. Really just not doing anything, man. You know, put in this nice, I mean, we'll call it a hammer for argument's sake. But really a hammer would be at, you know, like down here at the bottom of this. And this one right here, this is a good hammer. Look at that hammer. You know, there's a resistance right there, or yeah, resistance right there. It made this hammer. The next move is a break of the hammer, and boom, it goes up. You know, that's a crazy hammer. See that long tail, that body? You want that tail probably 2 times the size. You want the body 1/3 the size. You know, and it's closing up. It's a green bar. It's closing up. Good hammer. And then away it goes. So here we are today, and we're just doing that inside bar. I mean, it feels to me like we're just getting ready for a breakout. You know, everybody's just sitting around. They're probably looking at the next interest rate information. I don't really know the next time the Feds meet. They just read the minutes, right? If they just read the minutes, they're going to read the minutes in another 3 months, go a month back. So where are we? We're in June. That's September. A month back. August is the next Fed meeting. Seems a little far out. I guess I could just search it, but not in the mood. Lines between men and women's fashion are blurring. That's good. I always wanted to wear a skirt. I think it'd be very, very freeing, especially while I'm walking through the woods with all the ticks. Doink. Um, oh, what happened to my chat screen? When I'm calling you, nothing's working. All right, I'm sure I'll get better at this. I mean, it's just the nature of who I am. I'm getting used to it. All right, nobody's input. Everybody falling asleep on me? I mean, I know you're out there. I know you're watching. I know you're hitting the like. I know you're hitting the subscribe. I know you're hitting that bell. David, what kind of help are you looking for to help you with your channel? I'm looking for people to help me with editing and you know, doing clips and things like that. And yeah, you know, yeah, that's what I'm looking for. But I still need to work out the schedule, you know, because when I'm done, I mean, normally when I'm trading, I usually trade the afternoon session. You know, by 11 o'clock, I've made a fistful of cash and I set up my spread trades and I'm done for the day. I'm hanging out here and I'm talking for 4 hours and everything. When I get done, I mean, literally, I am wiped out. And I tried making some videos last night, educational videos. So I need to work this out, and I know that I will not have time to do the editing and all that stuff. And yeah, you know, and you're also talking about a different lifestyle. You know, I mean, I was hippieing it out until I started the channel, and now it's like I'm working again. But I'm having fun, and that's cool. I don't mind committing myself to it. But I do still want to be able to enjoy um, the the uh, you know, live in the manner to which I've grown accustomed. Um, so I'm looking, I'm looking for help to lighten the load. You know what I'm saying? I just opened my paper trading. Cool. A fistful of cash. Teach me, wise one. Ah, that's cool. Yeah, you bet, man. Yo, I'll teach you what I know, and when you know more, you just move on and find another mentor. But yeah, I'll get you. At least I know I could get you generating some revenue for yourself. And the first lesson of the day is there are times that you don't want to trade, and a market like this, one of those times. Just sleepy, quiet. I think the most we saw in the S&P was up 4. We went down a little bit. Now we're up 2. It's just everything sleepy, sleepy, sleepy. Um, and so that's important. Risk management's important. Putting your stops in and holding your stops, it's important. Look, that daily bar is doing nothing, and we can't even call it an inside bar because it actually broke yesterday's high, right? The high of yesterday was 236.74, and the high of today is 37.09. Yeah, it just snapped that high and then came back. Oh, there's really nice cool breeze coming through. That's really, I hate saying it's refreshing because it sounds so old. It's refreshing. Turning into the exact dude I don't want to be. So yeah, nothing going on, man. That just that inside bar. They just looking, well, just that small consolidating bar. They're just waiting, waiting, waiting for some inflation news. I would like to get those vertical put trades out there, those spread trades, so that you guys can learn that, because that's what's gonna really make money this summer. And with your paper accounts, it'd be good if you practiced them. And then, yeah, everything has a possibility of going awry, but there's always things you could do. And I'd like to have the opportunity to teach you guys that. Well, I guess you know what, we're not dead yet, so we'll get that opportunity. We just have to be patient with the channel as we are with our trading. So if you guys hang in, I will get you there. I will get you there. But while we're developing this channel, get out there, spread the word. Let them know we're here, we're queer. Oh, that'll get me shut down, right? Can't have fun. Hey, when I was a kid, the first thing you learned before you went to school was sticks and stones will break your bones, but names will never harm me. And I've lived by that philosophy. And I really just don't get what's going on in the world. Everybody's so damn sensitive. I guess everybody's looking for that external confirmation of who they are. We're not teaching people to be self-reliant or self-confident. Everybody's got to like you. Everybody's got to agree with you. Comedians can't even make jokes without getting lawsuits. I mean, it's a joke. No joking. Very liberal country, huh? Everybody's free as long as you live exactly the way they want you to live. I just bought a call on the SPX weekly at the money, and it lost 40 bucks. Well, 50 bucks. Okay, well, good thing it's paper. Why'd you buy the call, man? I mean, I see nothing that would encourage me to take a trade. It's like not even moving. Or is it moving and I'm just not getting it? No, man, nothing's moving. Everything, I mean, it's just chopping. I've been talking about that for like 20 minutes. Like, sit on your hands, sit on your neighbor's hands. Can't imagine if Andrew Dice Clay, Sam Kennison did stand up today. Yeah, man. Yeah, I can't imagine it either. I even look at old sitcoms that were entertaining and harmless. And, forget about it. They'd be hanging people in the streets with half these sitcoms. I can't imagine if Andrew Dice Clay, they call it the American dream because you have to be asleep to believe it. People will flip out. Yeah, I had just did it because I wanted to see how it works. All right, cool. Yeah, I can appreciate that. Yeah, you should know how the software works and what the cause and effect is. So yeah, there's a lot of value in what you just did. It's not a trade, but yeah, good for you. Yeah, yeah. Hey, you want an interesting thought on the American dream? The American dream is buy a house, retire, and raise a family. But the reality is, in the history of America, as a generation, the only generation to retire successfully was the generation that came out of World War II. And That's because they came out and they had their military pensions and they had health care, and the cost of living was reasonable. You know, you could have a regular 9 to 5 job and support a family and have a quality of life. And Yeah, you know, that's the only generation. So it may be some of your grandfathers, but that's the only generation that retired successfully as a whole generation. So really, yeah, you know, the whole concept just doesn't work. It just, yeah, you know, hasn't worked. And You know, if you ask me, it has a lot to do with taxes. And this is a hard thing to say too, because they'll probably come and kill me in my sleep. But if you break it down between income tax, property tax, sales tax, the luxury tax and gas tax, and then all the registration fees and permits that you have to get throughout your life, and fines, more than 50% of your income is going to the government. And it's programmed that way. And then they wonder why people have a poor quality of life. Well, if you went back to the original plan of just property taxes supporting government, then you know, people would have, they would only have to work half the time right now. So so And I'm not saying there shouldn't be taxes, but you know, there needs to be a more responsible use of the taxes and way of using them to improve people's quality of life. Um, so Anyways, just an interesting thought. Back then, you could have a stay-at-home wife. Yeah, man. Yeah, actually, my mother was like one of the first in our community to be working, and that was kind of the era of what 60 Minutes, and I remember the ad deemed the latchkey child. You know, it was this whole new phenomenon where women were going to work, and it created the latchkey child, which was a kid who carried the key to the door latch around his neck and went to school. Yeah, you know, so yeah, you know, everybody had this big bleeding heart kind of thing, like what's going to happen to our children? Yeah, you know, they come home and the mother's not there to greet them and everything like that. But Yeah, that's like the first transition. And my friend across the street, his father was a shoe salesman in a store down the block, and he supported 3 kids and put them all through college. You know, I mean, he didn't own his home; he rented, and they weren't swimming in it, but they weren't starving either. You know, they were dressed well. The kid had more toys than I did, and yeah, you know, they did well. Yeah, you know, I know the guy to this day, and every one of them, all 3 of them, turned out very well, and that was just off of a shoe salesman's salary. So it was a little bit of a salary and some commission, but the cost of living was reasonable. You know, people could live, people could survive. Anthony, so Dave, I am new to options. I have only paper traded options. All right, cool. That's how you do it. I don't know what a spread is. I have the basics down of what a call and a put is. All right. Well, you know what? I don't think now is the time for spreads. I really have to dig into it. You can do some homework and kick it back to me, but I really want to get something um, um, comprehensible, should we say, on the internet, so that it's clear and you know exactly what you're doing. It's very conservative and it's very effective if you do it right. But if you're not doing it right, um, it could really blow you up. So go slow. But let's work on directional trades together using options, and I'll call out what I'm taking. But usually when I do that, do you understand what at the money is? And since there's a delay, I'm not going to wait for the response. At the money is means that the contract is right at or near the price the stock is trading right now. So I use at the money contracts, and I use the closest expiration date when I go and enter the trade. So if we're looking at S&P right now, and I wanted to take that breakout that just happened, um, I would look at it probably the 4230 contract, and the expiration date I would look at. I'm just taking a look at what the expiration dates are right now. The expiration date I would look at would be June 9. which is tomorrow or today. It expires at the end of the day. I would trade that. I might even trade the June 11s, but I would, the June 9 would be reasonable because we're not in it for a long term and we're just going to make it run. So I would have executed. If you look at my S&P choppy chart, that right there is a consolidation. What time is it? It is 12:30. No, it's not the afternoon breakout. So I wouldn't have touched this breakout because of the hour. But if I took my trade, I would have looked at the 4230s and I would have bought a 4230 once it breaks right here. And I probably would have looked at the expiration date of 6/11 or 6/9. Did I say 6/9 tomorrow or today? Today's the 9th. Think yep, today's the 9th. And it's that simple. I would have bought a call if I thought it was going to break up. If it broke down, I would have bought a put. You dig? How you feeling about that so far? That's what I bought. A single call. Yeah, that's cool. A single call is cool. But you know what? Since you're paper trading, I think you should get accustomed to doing multiple units, right? Because if you watch my style of trading, I'm going to have a target. Like on this trade, I'd probably consider taking off where my taking off 1/3 of my position where my cursor is right now. And I would do that because see this congestion right here? It's going to slow down. It could reject that trade, but I'll go there. And then yeah, you know, I may consider actually, I'd probably consider this range right here, which is yesterday's could be yesterday's high maybe, but it's an indicator on yesterday, either the open or the high. So I would maybe take off a third there, and then I would keep it running. And then on this entry, I would probably put my stop right below the congestion area. And then once I took off my first third right here, I'd probably move my stop to a break even, so I don't have to worry about anything. And I'm in a free trade. One call contract, June 9 at the money. Yeah, boy, you're in the mix. All right, good, man. At least somebody's enjoying the play. You know, it looks like it's consolidating right here. And like I said, there's a time not to trade. And for me, lunchtime, a time not to trade. The probabilities are not in your favor. And I'm not saying that the market isn't going to have energy and move all over the place, but I find that I get hurt more during that time. So I just, no need. There's plenty of good times to trade. So I'll let everybody go out and have lunch. I'll let the market chop around and do what it's got to do. In the afternoon, I know that once everybody gets back, there's going to be volume. And I'll see momentum. Good man, good man, good man. Trade that paper where you make money if it stays constant. Oh, where you make money. Okay. Mr. Gill, if I get a trade and I have 5 contracts and it's for the same day expiration, if I sell 3 at a certain point and later on sell the other 2, does that count as
Connection lost.
2 day trades? No, I don't believe that it does, man. You're better off talking to your brokerage firm about that. No, but that's one trade. You know, I mean, if you did 1,000 shares and you sold off one and then sold off the other, it's one trade. You just close the position. You know, I mean, when you mark to market on 1,000 shares, or you'll mark to market on the contracts, or you'll create a change in your equity on the whole contract, and that's how they'll look at the transaction. So as you close it, they're going to look at that equity that you close. So I'm pretty confident. I give that one a 90% accuracy. But you know, the interesting thing about margins is there's a general regulation that everybody must follow, and that's usually a lot less stringent or more lenient than what the clearing firms actually enforce on you. So, you know, there's an underlying inconsistency, but the clearing firms are allowed to make additional or more complex rules or more stringent rules above that line that the regulators set. And I think that it's Regulation T. So I believe that those are SEC regulations. It's been a long time since I had to take the
Connection
test.
lost.
Stocks making the biggest move Monday. Yeah, we saw that. Get out of here. This is so boring. Who wants to trade for a living? I think I'm suffering from a compilation of issues. I think I have a little bit of an internet issue and a whole lot of uh, a data vendor issue. Data. Or maybe now I'm just using up so much bandwidth that it's freaking out my vendor and they're throttling me down. How are you trading the S&P index fund? Okay, it's not the S&P index fund, Zach. He's trading the S&P. So I think you guys share the same platform. So you got to find out how to get how to pull up the index, and the index,
Connection lost.
but you can only buy options. Yeah, that's correct. You cannot trade the index, but you can trade options on the index. You can trade futures on the index too, but I don't think Thinkorswim allows you to trade futures or is executes in futures. So yeah, you're trading options on the index. So we're looking at the S&P 500. We're watching it move, and we're trading options on the S&P 500. Okay, you have SPY, which is an ETF that is that correlates with the S&P if you wanted to trade something more equity based. But I mean, it just moves in small ticks. You make more money if you trade the option vehicle. So it's not an index fund. It's the S&P index. Oh, so there Anthony's telling you it's just SPX. That's cool. Just enter SPX in your quote thing and it'll pop up and you can see the options. So what we do in SPX, we could also do in Amazon, we can do in Tesla. You could actually do it in any equity that trades options and has good momentum. I mean, I know lots of people who identify different equities that they rather trade than SPX. I mean, SPX is just the market that I'm accustomed to. And you don't need to jump all over the place. I mean, I highly recommend that you learn one instrument, yeah, and learn its habits and its trading patterns, and then if you decide to jump into another instrument, trade that one paper while you're trading the one that you've learned, and learn its habits, because all the setups are relatively consistent, but the behavior of the stock might be a little different, and you want to pick up those subtleties, to be a consistent money maker. So, Ant, you should be up pretty good if you took that break that we were talking about. And I think you did tell us what call you took, right? Ah, I found it. For some reason, the price is at 42.02, not 42.30. Hmm. Oh, you might have a delay, but I don't think 30 points. That'd be like a 1 day delay. The SPX is showing you 42.02. Might as well get the benefits if you're opening an account anyway. Webull. Yeah, I mean, if you're going to get into trading, I don't know that Webull is the account you're looking for. You're down 40, $30. Where'd you get in, man? This thing's pushing up. I don't know what SPY V1 is. It's probably an indicator just specific for Weeble, or an acronym just specific for Weeble. You got in at the June 9, 2030 call. All right, that's a good call, man. That's the call I would have taken on that break. But where was the stock, or where was the index when you got in? I mean, you and I both know you didn't take that trade based on a setup. You know, it was cool. You were in there and you gaining some experience. That's cool. But it'd be fun if it turned around, started going plus. You know. But okay, since you're in it and you're paying attention, let's get some edumacation out of it. You see how we're coming up? If you look at my cursor, you see my vertical line. It's coming up and it's hitting that congestion area to the left. The index is coming up, hitting that congestion, and it's starting like a little topping pattern, I think, because we're all suffering from little problems here today. So it looks like it's creating some kind of cheesy topping pattern right there. So that's why I would hold that as a target, and that's what I said before. When it breaks, come on, when it breaks the 229 area, I would start looking to take a third off right at the around the 231 area, and you know it's behaving in that manner. I'm trying to figure that out, Dave. Uh-oh, you sound a little frustrated, cuz. Deep breath, deep breath. It's only a video game. Oh, where you entered. You're trying to figure out where you entered. All right, don't sweat it, man. Let that go. It's not about what you're making now. Now just practice your trade management, right? And so you only have one position. So you could put a mental stop in your head that that if this breaks below that congestion where my crosshair is, you're going to close the trade. You would close the trade, get out. You're looking for it to push up, right? You just hit this area, so we're kind of in the test phase. We need it to keep pushing up. Push up, push up, push up. So I would look at, if I was in the trade, I'd take a quick look at the composite, and I see that the composite has a lot of energy and it's pushing right up. So that's giving probability to my trade that it's going to continue to move. I'm looking at the Russell, and the Russell is actually making a nice move up right now. So that's giving more confirmation to my trade that it's going to move. You know, Amazon is making a move up. Apple's making a move up. Tesla's just dogging it. Where's Apple? Did I say Microsoft? Microsoft's just dogging it. Oh, you know what? I don't even think I'm looking at the full Microsoft chart. I think I got it cut off. So all of that is giving me encouragement, showing energy. Now you got to understand too that this is a really bad time to trade. You know, there's no ifs, ands, or buts about that. This is just a really bad time to trade. It's yeah, you know, it's lunchtime. A lot of traders go out, and there's just no volume. The reason the morning session is so good is because we have an overlap of the London trading session and the US trading session. So London is actually trading in our markets along with the US traders. And that's why the morning session is so good. Yeah, you know. Um, and that's why we find most of our trades in the morning session, because we have all of those participants moving the market. But yo, your trade looks good, Ant. I mean, it yeah, it says trade price 410, but that doesn't seem right. No, 410 would be your option price. What I was looking for was where the market was trading when you entered the trade. 410 could be your option price. That, yeah, you know, that's fine. But yeah, you know, don't worry about it. Yeah, you know, let's manage the trade and just get a little exercise doing that. So look, it's kind of easing its way into that congestion area, and it's rejecting a little bit. But we could expect that. You know what I'm saying? When we get to that congestion area, if you had three contracts, we'd say, okay, let's take one here and harvest a little profit, and we would have put our trade, our stop at the break even at this point. You know, so I mean, I understand you only have one Zach. LOL. You might think I'm crazy, but it still can't find it. go to markets. Yeah, I don't know Toss or Weeble, so I can't really talk you through it. And upon information and belief, everything's still moving up. I don't know because my internet access is just atrocious today. The Russell's pushing up nice. The Nasdaq is looks like it's testing its high, and if it breaks that high, it's going to give energy to this trade. So theoretically, I would have a third of my trade off, and I'd be at a break even. It's hard for me to manage this the way that it's ticking, but I might even consider moving my stop up a little bit. If you see where my vertical is, I might even consider moving my stop up right there, because really just it looks like the energy's falling out of the market. You know, the Russell still got some juice. Um, the energy sector's got some juice, and actually it looks like it's putting another push on it. But the composite, the Nasdaq, is not following through. So I gotta say that there's just not enough volume. There's not enough momentum right now. Again, the result of the hour that we're trading. Are you on toss, Zach? Thanks. Nope. Anytime. Any foil surfers in here? We have free folk and traders. Oh, it looks like S&P's challenging that pivot high. If it breaks that high, it's going to make that move. You know. So we could come up and test around here. We got to get through all of this before this thing keeps moving. And then you know, this would be today's open, that gold line. So that's a good target, which would be 33, and our entry would have been 29, which I guess is only 4 points. How sad, you know. This is what we're fighting for, 4 points. That's it. I'm not trading anymore. I'm going into landscaping. Come on, make a move, make a move, make a move. Oh, I need some water. $600. Look at that. I can't even squeeze that out of the market today. Well, that baby's just churning its way up. So, Anthony, if you're watching it, you see that for every buck that's moving up, you're probably just picking up like half a buck or so. You're not picking up the full buck. So that's why we're looking for possibilities of like a 7 point move or a 14 point move, because all you're going to capture is between 3 and 7 points. You know, so when we have these narrow ranges and these very close targets, we'll back away from the trade. Like if we did the numbers and I looked at it and said, okay, well, actually, I'm anticipating this trade heading up to the 32 point, but from 29, I mean, you know, what are we talking about? You know, it's a $3 move on the S&P. So that's $1.50 for you. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, I wouldn't even lay down a bet on that kind of move, even though this is a really nice setup. If you look at the momentum's nice and strong. Consolidation is easily defined. It's very narrow. The breakout is probable. Yeah, but where's it going to go? In my view, let's consolidate it a little bit. I mean, it's got to work through this mess right here. If you're looking at my crosshair, it's got to work through this mess right here. Then it's got to work through this mess right here, and then it can make its way up here. And that's a nice trade. Well, I mean, you're talking about 7 points right here. So I mean, you could pick up 3.5 points. That's not even a nice trade. That's like the least you want to lay your money down, and that's a lot of work to make that money. So we're looking for something that's going to be cleaner, quicker, and get us paid. Woo! It's hot, hot, hot.
Connection lost.
Mm-hmm. Just nothing going on in the market, if I haven't told you already. I mean, we've only been together 4 hours. It feels like, a whole day. It's crazy, crazy, crazy. I don't feel as worn out yet, though. So maybe my stamina is building. Although my eyesight is kind of shot. Hot in New York City too. Yeah. What you don't have to answer this. But what part of New York City are you in right now? Northeast Ohio.
Connection
What's up
lost.
there, Jose? Welcome to the channel. Yo, hit the like, hit the subscribe, hit the bell, and then hit the bank account. But for you, trading. In Staten Island. Mm-hmm. Yo, De Blasio, is that his name? The mayor over there. This guy is spending like $6 million to castrate the deer in Staten Island. There are over 500,000 food insecure people in New York City. Food insecure children, over 500,000 food insecure children in New York City, and this guy's dropping $6 million to castrate deer in New York City. And every biologist told him that this is not a good way to manage the deer population, and he ignored them. I mean, you're talking about professionals. And now the deer are swimming across the river from New Jersey into Staten Island because the does are constantly going into, I believe it's called estrogen. Estrogen. I can never pronounce it, but they're producing estrogen and sending out the scent, and they're attracting the New Jersey deer over. So the poor Staten Island deer can't do anything about it. The New Jersey deer are coming over, and the population's just exploding. Brilliant guy. Dave, we're both Brooklyn natives. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, a lot of families that I knew in Brooklyn moved out to Staten Island. Yeah, De Blasio's a joke. Yeah, you see him on the highway. Yeah, they'll pay that toll to go get themselves a doe. Estragus, I think it's called. My jaw's a little swollen too. I'm having a hard time. But yeah, man, they're throwing off the scent. And people have experienced this before. I think they did a little project like this with sterilization out in Ohio, as a matter of fact. And yo, they showed this guy this is not going to work. And the biologist he hired to do the whole program and take the check said there was like a population of 600 deer in total on Staten Island. He's already castrated 1,200 deer. Yeah, you know, and this guy's just making money hand over fist. Poor deer getting castrated. Yeah, you could eat those deer. Nah, I don't really agree that it's better to buy deep in the money options. It's a little more expensive. You don't need to tie up that capital. You're in the trade short term. Yeah, you know, I go right at the money, you know, and if you understood Delta, I kind of look for the 50 Delta. You know, you go right at the money, stay very close to the price. Your investment's easy, and away it goes. You're not looking to hold this. Yeah, $20, man. Yep, yep. Yeah, that's like the rant I did before. I mean, that's a tax. I don't know. No, I think they're actually cutting them, but yeah, you know, they're tranquilizing them and cutting them, and yeah, you know that, and yeah, you know, De Blasio was like, yeah, you know, it's inhumane to hunt them and the whole nine. Idiot. I mean, this guy made foie gras illegal in New York. Yeah, you know, that was his agenda. You know, 500,000 starving people, but he made foie gras illegal in New York. 500,000 food insecure children, but he's making. Yeah, this guy's a bozo, man. Estragus, thank you. Yes, estragus, thank you, man. Yeah, deer nuts. I guess that's what they're feeding the 500,000 food insecure kids. Come have some sweetbreads. Wow, there's just nothing to trade. I'm even looking at trends up, but the dollar value is so small that it doesn't make sense. Yeah, Bitcoin is now a legal currency in El Salvador. Yeah, I don't think I'll let El Salvador be my lead in financial decisions. And you know, I mean, their main cash crop is like cocaine and opium and things like that. So sure, the you know cryptocurrency is big in you know the drug agenda. Yeah, you think that's interesting? Do you find El Salvador to be a savvy financial hub? Oh, look at that baby moving now. It might be breaking through that congestion area. Nope, it's pushing up to that. You watching your trade, Anthony?
Connection lost.
Elon for president. Yeah, I'm a fan of his. I don't know if I want him for president. He's a little crazy. A lot of young guys come up, want to do it. A lot of really great candidates, but you know the political machine just suppresses them. You know, I don't know if you guys remember Ross Perot. He would have been a great president, but you know he's an outside party. You know, um, we have political families in this country. They're almost like royalty, and they don't want newcomers in. And without speaking to the merits of Trump, that is um, that was one of the main problems that he faced. Republican, Democrat political families don't want newcomers in. because it blows up their spot. It'll actually show how incompetent most of our politicians are, because they know nothing other than the sales pitch. You know, and they're ultimately really ineffective, and they don't want a guy coming in, you know, shaking the tree. So, and Trump was smart in that he knew how to rally the mob, and that's how he was able to hijack the Republican Party. And yeah, you know, I appreciate the move, because I'm tired of the same political families controlling the country, and we need to get young blood in there, fresh blood. And yo, there were a lot of really good candidates left there. But what do we get? We get the old school guys. You know what I'm saying? The political families that hang on to it and hang on to power, and they crush. They did the same thing to Ross Perot. They just crush anybody from the outside, make you look like a lunatic or an idiot. And yeah, you know, Trump doesn't make it hard to do that either. You know, but and then they have people focusing on all the wrong things. Like, I don't really care if a guy has manners or not. You know, if he could run the country. I mean, what's important is that you come up with good policy. And yet, you know, I'm no great fan of Trump. I certainly wouldn't want to see him marry into my family. But you know what? He did the right thing for us on the trade agreements. And yet, you know, he's tired of seeing us being taken advantage of, and and as was I. Yeah, you know. But anyway, that's politics. But let's just take a look at what's going on in the markets. Um, that AMC, it's really only down $5 again, man. I wouldn't worry. There's no panic selling in it. It's just churning around and doing its thing, and you could just wait to see if they can get the buying power behind it to get it moving. I'm looking at Black Berry right now. It's inching its way up. Nothing exciting, but holding in. And everybody's just following the market. Even Clove doing a little consolidation, no panic selling or anything like that. So you let it churn out, and you don't have to make any desperate decisions right now. Just let everything happen, and wait and see what's going on. You know, the markets again are just dry, dry, dry. We got that interest rate announcement tomorrow, and yeah, you know, that's what people, not interest rate, inflation reports tomorrow, and yeah, you know, that's what the tone of the market is. Everybody wants to know what's going on with the inflation. So we're just getting these quiet, boring, choppy markets. Also, keep in mind, man, this is the summer market. It just sucks. Can we still say sucks? Am I gonna have the political police down here going after me because I said sucks? It sucks. It just, there's no momentum. Yeah, you know, there's no movement. It's just chopping around here, just very boring. I mean, yo, the S&P, 4 points. I guess I shouldn't bitch because who wants to see that 70-point drop? But yeah, you know, 4 points. What is that? The Nasdaq does 50 points. You know, a 13,000 point market, all high tech, and it just moves 50 points for the day. And the Russell's down $1. Nothing's going on. Nothing's going on. Microsoft picked up $2. The energy sector's up nice. So that's probably on that oil report. That oil report was bullish for energy. So the energy sector's up nice. And what's the financials doing? The financials are down 35. So I'm assuming, let's take a look. I'm assuming that that interest rates are down. What's TLT doing? I told you that I'm playing TLT because I understand that they're tapering their purchases of bonds. So if the Fed tapers their purchase, it's a supply and demand issue. Yep, and TLT is up 82 cents. Oh, that's cool. It's a supply and demand issue, and you know, remove the demand, and the price of bonds are going to go down. So interest rates probably edged up a little bit, right? Yep, and yep, they did, but financials are off. That's kind of counterintuitive, eh? Let's see what we're looking at. Where are interest rates? On the 10-year. Where's the 10-year? The bund. Yeah, interest rates are down a little bit. Not down as low as they were this morning. They were below $1.50, but now they're about $1.50. All right, my free folk. Can you say boring? Or is it go away after May? Yeah, that's the cliche. Trade until May and then go away. That's the cliche. And this is what they're saying. This is what it is. You know, a lot of people attribute that to sell-offs in the market at that point, but that's not the case. It's just that there's just nothing going on. Yeah, you know, and it's a trader's cliche. You know, investors kind of adopted it and said, oh, you know, stocks are going to sell off in May, but yeah, you know, that makes nice news, but that's not the reality. That's not where it stems from. You know, it just stems from there's no volatility, there's no momentum, and that's what traders take advantage of. So it's just boring, boring. Let's look at Virgin Galactic, and the reason I'm looking at that is because I like it and I own it, and I want to know it. Oh man, what a drag! It was up so much. It gave back $1.25 today. I mean, yeah, you know, the daily momentum is still up, so I'm not sweating it. I mean, it's making highs. I mean, the baby had a good move, yeah, you know, over the past week or two. So let it take its little breath, its little crouch before its leap. The high today was 38.65. The low is 35. So it's moving around like $3 for the day. That's just people taking a little piece of their profit off the table. It's in a congestion zone. Actually, if it breaks this high, it probably could do it. Oh, and I see a gap back there too. You know what? Let's take a look at that. See if we can get that to come up on my sad software today. We can take a look at that. And we could look at the gap, and you can see what I'm looking at and why I'm saying what I'm saying. Look how slow all this is. Yo, my computer was moving too after Anthony made me get rid of all that that naughtiness. Want to look at the daily? Yeah, I was looking at the daily. Let's look at the daily. Let's give that a minute to churn itself up. Someone told me Citadel owns Virgin Galactic. Yeah, well, okay. So when you say owns, I'm thinking you're saying they own shares of Virgin Galactic. Yeah, not unlikely. Yeah, you know, I mean, how many millions of shares are out there? I bet lots of people own Virgin Galactic. Are you worried about that? I mean, they may even be a market maker. They're not going to crush the stock. I mean, the market cap is huge. The stock is all over the place. Yeah, you know, I mean, if Citadel wrapped up and came off the box means stop being a market maker. The stock's not going to crush. Well, Richard Branson is the president or CEO. He may have a large position in it, but if it trades on the market, it's a public company, which means the shareholders own it, right? And so if so, hey, technically I own it because I own shares in it, and that's what shares represent, right? Even a private company, um, like the gas station up the block, if it's a corporation, it issues shares, and the owner of that corporation is holding all of those shares, so he owns that company. He could take those shares, get it underwritten, and put it on the exchange, and then sell it to the public. So he'll own shares, and the public will own shares. Yes, it's Sir Richard Branson. Um, yeah, so Citadel, I'm sure, owns some shares, but lots of people own shares, including Dave off the grid. Now, if I could acquire like 10% of the float, then I could walk in there like King Ding-a-ling and throw down some rules. But you know, that's quite a chunk of change. So if you sit on the board, well, you could get elected to the board. But you know, majority shareholders have influence because you've heard of shareholder meetings, right? Where you go and you have a vote. Every share that you own represents a vote. So guys will acquire the lion's share of outstanding or a large position of outstanding shares, and they'll be able to vote on company policies and influence the direction of the company. And people even jockey to get proxies from other shareholders so that they have their voting power, and that's how the whole corporate game works. So no one person owns a public company, but CEOs and presidents, they're hired to manage the company, but the shareholders have the say. It's just a matter of organizing all those different people to influence it. Yo, Anthony, your trade is moving in the right direction if you're still in it. Yeah, it's Branson's brainchild. Yeah, and that Tesla is Elon's brainchild, and the world or the public owns the company. Um, the board of directors make the rules. Elon, if he's an officer, I don't even know if he's an officer anymore, would run the company. The president or the CEO runs the company. The board of directors kind of lay out the game plan. The CEO and the president execute that game plan. And the shareholders own the company. So the shareholders can get together and vote the board of directors off, or move to have officers removed if they lose confidence and things like that. And so everybody knows that Elon is PayPal, right? PayPal was one of his brainchildren, and it wasn't even the first company he created. He created other app companies or software companies and made a lot of money. Then created PayPal and made a lot of money. And he made his money by creating the company, owning all of the shares. They do the underwriting, bring the company public, and he makes all that money. Boom! They buy the shares, and that goes out. And he still, I'm sure he has interest in these companies, and that's what his wealth is. The large portions of shares that he owns in all of these companies that he's brought public. You know, I mean, even SpaceX is not a public company, but I wouldn't say that Elon owns SpaceX because he probably used private equity to own the company. So there are probably many shareholders in SpaceX also. I'm only up 35 bucks. All right, so like we said, you're picking up half a buck for every buck that it moves, and this thing's only crawling. And you got one contract. So you're up half a buck on the contract, and that's why we're looking for wide ranges, big moves. So 33, 32. You're only going to be up another half a buck if you hit what I think is going to be the target. So you're looking at making a buck on that contract at 42, 33, 89. So anyway, that's why I said I wouldn't have even taken the trade, because I don't want all the risk just to make $100. Oh, you're up 35 bucks. So on 100 shares, you're up 35 cents. Yeah, you're probably going to be up like 80 bucks on this trade if you can get out at the 42, 33, 81. Oh, really? I didn't even know Tesla had a brother. I didn't, I guess the guy's living in the shadow. The man behind the scenes, eh? What stock did you call? um, he, oh, did he call a stock, or are you asking him what he's in? Okay. He bought calls in SPX. All right. I'm going to teach you the proper verbiage too. Yeah, he bought calls in XPX. Yeah, you did, man. But that's cool. I bet that's the last time you do that. Can you talk about the difference between the money? Wait, I put my glasses down so I can't see. Yes, I wear glasses. Old as heck. Can you talk about the difference between near the money, in the money, and out of the money? Yeah, it's really simple. At the money would mean if if the market was at 42.30 and we looked at a 42.30 call, that would be an at the money call. The strike price on the call is the same price that the market is at. Near the money would mean like the market's like 42.20, 29, and the call is 42.30. That's near the money or around the money. Out of the money really is like if the strike price, and really there's only at the money, in the money, or out of the money. I mean, near the money is just kind of a very casual term for where it's at. So at the money would be if the market is at 42.30 and you looked at a 42.30 call, that's an at the money call. In the money means that the market is at, say, 42.32 and you have a 42.30 call. The market is 2 points above your call. You are in the money, and it's exactly that. I'm in the money. So out of the money would be if the market is at 42.30, or your call is 42.30 and the market is at 42.38, then you'd be down $2. You're out of the money. It's really that simple. So at the money is same. In the money is the market has moved up past your call, and out of the money is the market has moved down below the strike price of your call. Do you understand the term strike price? You are in at $75 profit. All right, so if you're talking to a trader, you're in the money $75, or you got a $75 profit. Hey, $80. Where are we? Oh, see, and look at it. It's starting to make a topping pattern. So this is where you decide if you're going to hang in this trade and keep going or not. Or maybe you squeeze your stop a little bit, lock in that $35. And I don't think that you could put physical stops. Okay, yes, you are. Okay. I don't think you could put physical stops. So you watch it and say, okay, I'm willing to give back $40, $45 right here to see if this thing keeps running. But at the very least, I'm walking out of this with $35 in my hand, And if you did 9 contracts, let's say 10 contracts, you'd be up $350. Or you could put your stop at your break even and say, yo, I'm going to play with the whole profit and just see if this thing just keeps screaming through the afternoon. And I mean, this is ugly, the chart I'm looking at, but I'm looking at a return. It could be a deviation on the 1 minute. Let's see if I can't even show you because, oh, I think I just got ticks. But here's the 1 minute, and see the high right here, and you have the high. Now this has got to come up and make another high. But my 1 minute on the other chart is already making that high. So we can't rely on these charts for me to demonstrate that. Ding, 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 ding. That's a shame, man. This is a shame what's going on here. I would consider taking that. Can you still get that $80? You did a market order and it took about 25 seconds to sell. Well, you're trading simulated, so yeah, that's part of the problem. When you trade simulated, it's a little off, but don't sweat that. And I mean, you may have a lag too. There may be something going on all around. I mean, I know days where I'm trading one venue and or one platform, and traders I know are trading other platforms, and we're talking, and everybody's having a problem on the platforms. So I mean that goes on. That goes on all the time. Maybe it was a limit I did it fast, but pretty sure it was a market order. Well, okay. Set up a system where you know what you're doing and how you're doing it, and you should be able to see what your entries were. There should be like an order status or transaction page, and it'll show you what how you entered your order. Check out AEMD. I have delayed data. I think it's 20 minutes delayed. Yeah, it could be. But that's all right, man. It suits your purpose. Why? You don't want to buy real-time data because you're eating into your capital. Yeah. Let's play with it like this a little bit, and when you're getting close to being ready, then you make that investment. All right, this market's good for the spread trades. At least I got some revenue coming in. I could hold off on that McDonald's application. That's cool too, because I was worried about this spread I took last week, and the market just went in the right direction. I am happy. Trying to sell. Yeah, it was a limit order. All right, cool. You know what? Honestly, a limit order is the best way to do it. You go at a market order, and they're market makers, man. They'll hit you anywhere. You'll be like, what the hell was that? They'll strip whatever they could strip off of you. So it's good to pick a limit order. And when I put my limits in, I'll if I'm selling, I go at a limit at the bid. If I want to get out, or if I'm buying, I'll go at a limit at the ask instead of the market order. If I feel there's a little movement in the stock, I could go in at the right in between. You know, do you see that? Does your platform show you what the spread is or what the price is in between, like the middle price? Because my platform will show me, like I'm looking at one option right now, the bid is $11.20, the ask is 11.40, and the mid is 11.30. You know, I mean, obviously I could do that math in my head. I got me an education, but I'll usually go in with a limit right at the mid. Yeah, you know, if I feel it's still pushing. But if I feel there's a turnaround, then I'll put a limit at the bid and try to get myself out. If I go at the ask and there is a turnaround, I promise you I'm getting a low print. Yes, it does tell me the middle price. Yeah, all right, cool. So if you're not in too much of a worry or a hurry to buy or sell, that middle price is always good. You can get hit at that middle price. Yeah, you know, and that's a good way to trade it.
Connection lost.
Just pearls of wisdom coming off of this website. So hit the subscribe, hit the like, hit the bell. There's a Cash App link in the description if you feel you want to contribute. We've had some very generous people to this day, and I appreciate it again. Miss Carrie. And we'll get some free folk working and get some educational videos out to you guys that you could just review and review and review until this stuff is just a reflex. And you guys are just flowing in the markets making money. Should have set up sell orders ahead of time. Hey, man, that's what this period of your life is about. You're going to figure out everything you should have done, and it's all going to be a natural reflex, and you're going to do it like a professional. And that's why I keep yelling, you need to get Venmo. Man, I'm going to have so many apps, I don't know where the money's going to go. So, do people use Venmo on YouTube? Oh, I had a good point for you too on executing. See, I get distracted. That's not good. I bought a at the money OMT at the money $9 strike put on CLOV, expires the 18th. Are you expecting CLOV to tank as opposed to Cash App? Yeah. Why one over the other, Ant? Oh, yep. Okay. Thanks, Zach. Yeah, Anthony said the Venmo is good too. You'll like Venmo more than Cash App, I'm sure. I have a Venmo account, and yeah, you know, some of the people who do work around here utilize it, and we pay each other. So I guess I'll look into Venmo too, man. I could have both of them up there, right? Tommy Williams, out of the money. Yeah, I know what it means. OTM. I wanted to tell all the free folk what OTM meant, but yep, out of the money. Yeah, I feel it will. All right, cool, man. If you feel it will, hopefully, you know, you're not betting the ranch, but I mean, there's no crazy sell-off. It's just kind of trickling down. But yeah, good luck with that. Can you explain the difference between credit versus debit spread and when to use either one? Yeah, man. You know what? Nah, I won't do that. I don't want to set anybody up without the opportunity of really being able to demonstrate what everything is. You know, I don't want people to jump into things and get hurt. And I never ever trade a debit spread. There's no reason for it. Um, I trade credit spreads, and I just let things expire. And I know, man, you're chomping at the bit and you want to make money. There's a time and place for everything. We'll do it. We'll do it right. You won't get hurt. You'll preserve your capital. You'll make money. Don't get nervous. There's always another trade around the corner. Throw your Venmo up there. Well, no, I'll probably set it up in the name of the site. I don't really want to throw out all my info on YouTube. And people come knocking on my door because they want to visit me or what have you. So yeah, but I'm gonna set that up, man. I appreciate it. You know, I appreciate. Hey, just the thought is really encouraging. So I'll set that up if people find that more convenient, and we'll get it going. And you know, if you feel down the road that I'm still worthy, you can make that donation, and we could start getting some of those videos out there. But in the interim, man, make sure you hit that like and get everybody to subscribe and hit the bell so you know when I'm coming on. And I mean, I don't know if I'll have the stamina to continue making the video tonight, but if you hit the bell and I drop it, you guys are gonna know. Oh, listen to that! I'm like hip hop if I drop it. Yo, you guys can call me Big Papa. Everybody know who Big Papa is? I know there's a lot of young guys out here. Yeah, I would like to donate, but I can't use Cash App. Don't like my cards for some reason. Hey, man, if they don't like money, we won't use them. Probably run by El Salvador. It's an El Salvadorian company. I like it when they call me Big Papa. Just looking at what's going on. I'm watching CLOV. It looks like it's making a little bottom on this down move. So be careful with your put unless you're holding out for a long time. That's a 1 minute. It looks like it's testing a 50 period line, and that's creating resistance for it. Probably it might reject it. If it does reject it, it looks like it could build an inverted head and shoulders on that. It's an interesting chart. AMC is just churning around here, down $5, just gave back a little bit, no big deal. No panic selling, so nothing to worry about. Oh, what are you doing there, CLOV? Are you gonna break that? Don't break that. My boy's trying to make money. One of the free folk are trying to make a buck. The momentum looks like it's turning a little bit, but it could just be doing a last kiss on that resistance, which it looks like it's about to do that last kiss. There it goes. It's pushing down. Keep going. Come on, break that 8. Oh, break that 8. Be nice to see that run for you. Thank you. You're welcome. You make those videos at your own pace. I'll be here. Oh, good to hear, bro. I like that. Yeah. Well, my pace is changing, man. My pace used to be like island time. Now that I'm back in the world and working with you guys, my pace is moving. Yo, are you, Anthony, you still in that trade, or did you take that $8? Because that baby just broke through the open, and it's heading for yesterday's, is that yesterday's high? I gotta close this chart right here and take a look at that. Oh, it's heading for, so what was that? No, was it previous days? Yeah, now it's testing yesterday's open. It broke through today's open. It's testing yesterday's open. And if it breaks that, hey, you may see the another run up to the high of the day. Or at least, I mean, this would be your next resistance, right? That pivot right up there. And look, that's only like $1 apart, man. These charts, you know, you lose sight of how small these moves are because the moves are so small, and that's how the chart displays. It's a lot of work for a little bit of money. But it's always nice to be in a winner. Oh, it doesn't expire to the 18th. All right, so you're doing it. You're not taking a short trade. You're just letting this baby run on the S&P. So really, oh no, this is the CLOV trade. Okay, cool. Actually, I'm gonna open up. Well, let's see if we can get some data. We're looking at Spice over here. Oh, that. Oh my God, Anthony. Oh yeah. Okay, S&P's moving up. I was looking at the Spice chart and oh no, the Spice chart never came up. I'm just looking. Yeah, that's all right. I don't know what I'm doing over here. You guys deserve better. And here's the CLOV daily. Yeah, well, you know what? Based on that daily bar, you've got quite a trade on your hands there, Tom. That's a good call. And look at that gap. It may come back and fill that gap, at least halfway. Oh, what time is it? Okay, that was then. This is now. So hey, like I said, it's apparently it's big doings for hitting 100 subscribers, and I want to thank everybody that did that for the channel. And I didn't even realize it, you know. And I was talking to somebody, and they were blown away that it happened. And that I kind of read about it last night, like what that meant, and you know, like what the probability of doing that in such a short time is, and that's really encouraging, you know. And that's really what got me motivated to make those videos because I mean, yo, people are liking this. And yeah, you know, yo, I'm bringing some good. You got to understand, I'm coming out of the financial industry where I didn't do anything for anybody's good, and now I'm bringing some good to the world. It's blowing me away. A whole new chapter in the life of Off the Grid David, or David Off the Grid. I have some knowledge, but you filled the gaps I was missing. All right, cool. I'm glad I'm of value. Yeah, that's a good trait. I can't get a Mac Daddy to come up on it. It's still loading. Oh, this is just so terrible. I hope this doesn't happen tomorrow. I got to figure out what's making this happen. I mean, the computer's moving quickly. Now that it's nice and clean, just I have no dirty pictures to look at. I don't look at dirty pictures.
Connection lost.
Now. Hey, soap and water. I've still got a lot of gaps to fill. Well, Zach, you're 15. You're gonna meet a lot of women. Oh no, I'm sorry. Yo, scratch that. So yeah, I mean, take your time, man. Just fill your head, educate. Yo, trade. Don't look to make money. Look to be a trader. Yeah, you know, trade paper trades. Figure out what you're doing. Did this thing load yet? Oh, I'm just so done here. So done. The day that will never end. Yeah, just paper trade. Get the knowledge. When you could rely on it, you know, it's like going to war. You know, you wouldn't go to war with an untested weapon, right? You don't go into the market with untested theories and unreliable theories. You need to know that your trading theories are going to work, and you make money like that. Otherwise, don't risk the cash. You're better off spending it on partying.
Connection
At
lost.
least you have a story to tell. Ah. Oh crap! Now I'm down $1,200. What? What did it do? How are you down? 1,200. Did you add to the position? Took 10 contracts because I saw Dave's future chart and I think I read it wrong. No, man. Yeah, we were looking at Spice. I hope you're trading Sim. Q-tips for to reach places. I smell alcohol with cloth works. Now I just take mine into the shower with me. Yeah, we were looking at Spice. You shouldn't be trading off of my charts. I'm on YouTube. Who knows what the lag is on that? Oh, you're on delayed data. Yeah, I hear you. But that's all right. You're getting executed on delayed data. So just trade that. I mean, if you're not trading money, just that's your reality. Trade that. Trade those setups. Yeah, paper trading. All right, cool. But I mean, it sounds to me like like what? I'm sorry, I'm reading something talking to me. It sounds to me like you're not holding your stops, man. So you're not doing good trades. You know, a losing trade is not a bad trade, but a trade that you don't hold to your discipline, you enter at the wrong time, you enter early before you trigger, you don't hold your stops. Those are bad trades. Um, no, I don't know if you. I don't know what toss offers you. So hopefully somebody can answer that. Dude, down 1,200 for me would blow me up. Oh yeah, paper trading. My data is delayed 20 minutes. All right, I'm caught up. I'm caught up. Oh man, come on, that's crazy. You thought you could see the view. So what benefit is that? You know how what you gonna pick up a crystal ball before you go live trading and got some cash? I mean, how you? If I could see the future, we'd all make a fortune. Um, but yo, that's not reality trading. I mean, you know, you got to trade that paper trade like you're really trading. You know, if you're delayed 20 minutes and you put in an order and you're really trading, you know, based on my chart, you're getting executed on my chart. You're not getting executed at that low price at your delayed market. I hope you understand that. Oh, look at this thing is still loading. Yeah, this has got to be a software issue, man. This is definitely not an internet or bandwidth issue. I hope I don't go through this tomorrow, man. Just gonna be too apprehensive to trade. Although there was nothing to trade for me today, so I have to. I could appreciate that.
Connection lost.
All right, everybody, chill. 30 seconds. I'm just gonna take a 30-second break from playing with you guys. Feel free to play with yourselves. Obviously, nobody's throwing. I'm back. Actually started pacing and I forgot what I was doing. Forgot I was even hanging out with you guys. I am definitely tired. You can make a lot of money. Yes, that's the general idea of everything. I don't know, does anyone want to play with me? I don't want to play with me. Anthony's electrician. Does that mean you make big bucks? Yes. And no. If it's yes and no, probably a business owner, huh? Oh, you're in the union? So you get a lot of downtime, right? Or I mean, how are they doing? I mean, how long do you get furloughed in the past year or so? Or are they keeping you working all the time? Yeah, they pay well. See, Anthony's trying to keep it to himself. He doesn't want to give out the money. Yeah, that if you're going to join a union, I think that's one of the best thought out unions that are out there. I mean, you know what? From what I've seen, I didn't have any personal experience where I was part of the union, but I've been part of other unions alongside the electricians, and those guys were living a lot better than the guys in my union. Mm-mm-mm. 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 Quiet, quiet day. Anybody new out there? Throw up some chat. Say hello. Hit the subscribe. Hit the like. Hit the bell so you know what I'm doing. Oh, we got a few likes today. That's cool. Yep, yep. I've seen that. Your reputation is everything. It's good because you have the unions working for you to try to find your work, and I've seen companies you know take a liking to guys and call guys back, which is always nice. So yep, reputation is everything, as is the case all around.
Connection lost.
90 cents. Boy, that didn't eat up much. And the 18s. Mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. Yep, we're just chopping around all day, man. And I had thought, what time do we have? What's that? Well, we're about to move into the afternoon session. Maybe we'll get a little something, something. I'm really not thinking we do. We can get a breakout because we have a good consolidation. Can't really demonstrate it to you because I'm having this software issue. But there could be a nice break to the upside or the downside because we've been in the channel all afternoon. I wouldn't even take it because there's just not enough movement. The range is just so small that
Connection lost.
so for the afternoon, we would just look for a break above or below these two yellow lines that I put in. But I mean, if it broke below, then you know, where's it going to go? 29. I mean, it's going to come back maybe down here. There's just nothing in it. The range is just so small that really everybody's just better off sitting on their hands today and just chilling. And this is why we will teach the income trades so that everybody doesn't feel obligated to take a trade to try to make money every day. We'll just wait for the money to be made. And look at this chart. It's so slow. It still hasn't loaded my indicators. Oh, my momentum. It's like I'm flying blind over here. I hope I didn't do something to screw the computer up. No, it's actually just this data stream specific. Boom, boom, boom. I stopped working last month. All right, nobody's focused on the market. That's cool. Just nothing going on in the market. Even the AMC folks just watching the stock consolidate. The CLOV guys watching the consolidation. Black Berry. Black Berry's up 4 cents, baby. Just watching the consolidation. Really nothing moved. Apple didn't move. Amazon, I mean, Amazon's up 29 points. Didn't we see 50 points on Amazon this morning? Sold off 29. Okay, but yo, you know what? We're at the afternoon session, so anything can happen. But with the report coming out tomorrow, I don't think we could really expect too much action. Oh, look at that, a carpenter ant. And here I am in a log structure. Again, we look at the financial news, or the financial calendar, and today's Wednesday, upon information and belief. And tomorrow we're looking at the core inflation rate and the inflation rate, and that is the big doings, man. Everybody's kind of concerned about inflation, as you've seen in the news, and you know, traders are just sitting. Oh, I think I'm back. I might have dropped you guys. What's going on over there? I see huge. I was looking to download Ninja Trader. Do you advise to buy the complete platform or use the free platform? Damn, Talitha. Yo, you got some deep pockets, honey. I think to buy the license is like $1,000. I mean, you really want to drop $1,000? Figure out if you like the platform. Yeah, download the free one. If you're not trading right now and you're stepping into trading, I recommend that you do paper trading. Take the free one and see what it offers you. I don't know if you get real-time ticks, but you'll still get some exposure entering trades and how it works and the whole 9 yards. And then if you want real-time data, there might be a cost on that. So, but either way, the free platform is the platform. You can download it for free, and then if you wanted to trade live with it, you'd have to buy a license or what have you. So you could do a lease and things like that. And my understanding is that the different levels that you purchase it, there are different commissions on each trade. So yeah, you know, if you're trading often, it may benefit to own it right out. But yeah, man, just download it and get your feet wet and see what's going on with it, and then you could, you know, decide what move you want to make next. But if it's not going to make you money, I don't believe in spending money. You know, I mean, you're going to spend money to make money. Those AMC guys are glued to every bar. Yeah, that's hard trading. But I mean, they don't have to be. I mean, they're afraid that this is going to turn around on them. But I mean, it's obvious just in the price action. There's no panic selling in this. Nobody's taking the initiative in selling in this. You know, there's really nothing going on. It's not like anybody's fighting, like the bears and bulls are fighting to get control of stock. It's just consolidating. It's trading like the rest of the market. You know, everybody's just waiting around on this core inflation and inflation rate, and nothing's going on. So today's not really a day that they have to be nailed to that. So Tabitha, I hope Talitha, I hope I answered your question. Ride out. Zach attack. Oh, Zach and my buddy Gil, who's born on the 30th of some month in 1989, are turning out to be buddies. Spread the word. We are trying to get the word out. Zach, shh, it's Dave. What are we shushing? We talking behind Dave's back? We talking behind Dave's internet connection? I go down, you guys are slamming me, throwing the shade. Oh, there's a word, David. Gil, 3089. They're talking about Dave. Oh my God. I'm not looking for fame, man. I don't want people on my mountain. I'm a recluse. Everybody who joins me has to understand I'm a recluse. I don't mind doing this because I have my anonymity. I left the financial world. All I want is my clean food and my seeds. Some positive karma. So anyway, there's the news, man. Look at the news every day. You're going to know what the market holds. I told you guys first thing in the morning that it's probably going to be a very boring day because people are waiting around for that report tomorrow. And yo, here is the fulfillment of my prophecy. I am just bored. And if I wasn't so narcissistic, I probably would be tired of the sound of my own voice. But nope, still music to my ears. And now you know why I live alone. Yo, Matt, that Matt guy will make me famous. Oh man, I don't want to be famous. Maybe, you know what, if I could, if my persona can be famous, that would be fine. You know, if everybody has to drill, and you know there's always that guy out there who's got to drill in and just, you know, encroach on your privacy. And if you don't believe me, ask my neighbor over here that I told you about a couple of days ago, who is like an absolute recluse and doesn't want anybody on his property. And I think he's eating people, but who am I to judge?
Connection lost.
Now, we get along. He's not eating me. I can't argue. Okay, interesting thing. Look, right here. This is a reverse trend, or maybe you can call it a reverse micro trend, I believe I've heard it called. So here's my trend lines that I'm using, right? And that's actually a continuation pattern. I can't really verify it because I can't get my momentum up. But this is a good trade setup. If it breaks here, it's going to continue down. This is the test right here. You know, there's only one stick below it, so I don't know if I take something off right here. But I would look for this to pop right through this thing and continue its march down. It looks like we're getting a little bit of a sell-off. I mean, we can't rely on these gaps or this software because, look, I mean, this thing's still loading. I got issues, which I'll work them out tonight, and I'll be all hearty tomorrow. But yeah, you know, I'm even seeing it pull down in Amazon. I'm looking at my 1-minute charts on my other platform, and I actually see that same pattern, which is encouraging. So let's see how that baby plays out. I mean, I wouldn't bother to take the trade because nothing, I mean, the climate of the market is just so boring that nothing's going to move. I'm going to put money on the market and it's not going to pay me off. Yeah, you know, and if it pays me off, it's going to be like nickels and dimes. It's not worth the amount of hair that I'll lose for the trade. And it looks like the composite is pushing up a little bit. The composite being the NASDAQ, if you guys are not familiar with that term. So it looks like it's pulling away from that trend. I shouldn't even call these out until I got a nice clean chart because I might be missing something in the trade that I should be telling you about. The Russell, every market has the same exact pattern going on right now. Just sleepy. They're all doing this reverse trend. this reverse micro trend. It's just a small little trend contrary to how the market's trending, right? So I'm calling the market, I'm saying the market's trending down right now, which, you know, would be clearer if we had all our data. And then it does a small little reverse trend. This is a very powerful continuation move. If it breaks through there, it would move. And then obviously we would go back and we would look at our momentum and confirm it with all our momentum and all our charts, which we can't do right now, because NT is having some trouble. That's what you're going to tell people. Dave is like financial Jesus. Oh man, that's cool. I like that. We'll change the wait a minute. I don't like how that dude's story ends, man. Yeah. Financial Jesus. Can I be like Surfer Jesus, like the historic white looking Jesus? But yeah, I don't like the that how that story ends, man. You know, I mean, if I say to somebody, "Can you put me up for the night?" I'm not talking about nails and a cross, you know. I like, yo, don't promote that, Mr. Gill, born on the 30th of 1989. People will want to crucify me, metaphorically or literally, either one. Not what I'm looking for. Who is that nun that did a lot of good? Mother Teresa? Could I be the financial Mother Teresa? I mean, she died peacefully in her bed. Can I be that guy or that lady? Or now that we're gender neutral society, can I be that organic matter? I'm the financial Mother Teresa. Just pick a name with a nice conclusion, where he lived happily ever after.
Connection lost.
Yeah, I can be a sister, man. As opposed to the alternative of yeah, you know, being crucified. I'll be a sister, I'll be a mother, I'll be your lover. Benefits of being off the grid. Yes, sir. Gandhi might be a better fitting. Yo, Gandhi was a eunuch. Really doesn't work for me. I'd rather everything break the other way. You know what I'm saying? I'd even go for crucifixion as opposed to the whole eunuch program.
Connection lost.
Just not a good look for Dave off the grid. Yeah. Whoop, everybody be polite. Miss Kerry's still with us. So anybody join me and listening to this rhetoric, believe it or not, I am a professional. I do know what I'm doing, and I like to share it. But if you want to know that, hit that bell right after you hit the subscribe, and don't forget to like me. And if you want to make contributions to the free folk and get some educational videos out there, we have a Cash App down there, and I'm being directed to set up a Venmo account. you'll find my professionalism in the market is a lot better than my YouTube professionalism. But I'm getting a lot of good guidance out there. I have Sensei Zach, who's helping me out with some tech stuff and understanding what goes on in YouTube, and everybody else is just throwing ideas out there. And I have a few of my conspiracy buddies that are chatting with me, who have become buddies of mine on over the past 3 days. And we've only been really streaming and publishing for the past 3 days. So whatever you don't like is probably the result of growing pains, and we'll work our way out of that. She's chuckling in the background. All right, good, man. That's part of the job, to bring everybody a wee bit of pleasure. So hit the like. I'm a little tired too. Yeah, you know, usually there's a little more energy and we have a good time. You are the sensei. I'm just the senpai. Oh, you're a smart cat, aren't you? I'm gonna have another daughter just so I could introduce it to you. You're gonna have to wait for her to bake up a little bit. She'll be somewhat younger than you, but yep, that's it. We're merging the families. Zach attack. So what's the market doing? Just churning around? We wouldn't know because, you know, off the grid Dave. No, I like Dave off the grid better. Just has this hurting software today. I wonder if I knock myself out of the platform and log back in, if I get a better connection, and it would be better. But I'm afraid I can't get it up. And well, okay, scratch that. I'm afraid that the software won't reboot, and then we'll be sitting here looking at a blank screen. Then I'll have to turn the camera on, and oh, forget about that. That'll be atrocious. So it's 2 o'clock. We should be into the afternoon session, and there's really just nothing going on. And the only thing I'm fearing is that we get that crazy sell-off at the end of the day, and we haven't seen that in the past 2 days. So I think we can be confident that that attitude might have ended. So, you know, if we just churn around right here, that would be good if anybody does credit spreads or income trades. But no money to be made in directional trading. Our fun stuff just isn't paying off today, just consolidating. AMC moved down a little bit more. It's off $6, but I still wouldn't panic. I mean, it's just, yeah, you know, there's nothing there to say that this thing is taking a beating or anything like that. It's just, you know, things move up, things go down. That's just how it is, you know. Yeah, no. Let's look at it on. I can't even get. Oh my God! I don't even know how I'm going to do my evening wrap up today, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, we're just getting a flow going, and then we got to get bit in the rear end. I want to try to get AMC up on a daily, and we could take a look at it. I know some of you guys have an interest in that, right? AMC, and then yeah, you know, it'd be good to talk about why. Yeah, you know, I wouldn't be afraid of it. I'm looking at it the 1 minute. It just made a nice little hammer. Momentum's still pushing down though. So I don't know. Really think that's a tradable hammer. Hammer. What has gone on since I turned away? Zach, not your average bear. Miss Atkins chuckling. So that. Zach's not your average bear. No. Also, I can do the video editing for you once I get my monitor for my PC. Broke my other one. Oh, I'm loving my free folk. Bears are financially gay. Like, they like going the other direction. Loop and loop. Hey, this is 2021. We're not allowed to joke. Below average. There you go, Ant. Loop and loop. Have you loaded up? You have not loaded up. This is like a cheesy looking chart for S&P on the 32nd. And let's reduce this. I don't even know where the S&P. And that's probably such old data. This is terrible, terrible, terrible. And if I put this on the other computer, I don't think I can get all my monitors to hop off the other computer if it's a computer issue I'm having.
Connection lost.
No, man. Well, okay. So, I think you're asking me if I can apply technicals to AMC after all the hype. The fundamentals are in. I mean, the company is worth what it's worth, and that's why people are shorting it. Yeah, you could look at the technicals because the hype is a momentum play. So intraday, we could see what the momentum's doing, or day-wise what the momentum's doing. But yeah, the picture can change really quick on the technicals because there are so many extenuating circumstances. Yeah, like Reddit buyers could just decide, hey, we don't want to buy it anymore, and boom. Yeah, it could be technically set up for a run, and then everybody just grows disenchanted and it falls apart. Yeah, so yeah, it could change on a dime, but at the very moment, I mean, I don't know that I could find a great reason to enter. Yeah, unless I'm just convinced that it's going to 100, and I want to find a dip where I could jump in. Yeah, and then I might do it like that. Yeah, on a day and look for a dip, or yeah, look for a good entry if I wanted to get into it. But yeah, I mean, it's outside the parameters of how I trade, but I could still apply it and see how I would want to get into it. Nah, I mean, but I mean, I don't have an interest in it. I don't have a position in it, but I do enjoy looking at it and seeing how it goes. How's Bitcoin doing today? Anybody trading Bitcoin or any cryptocurrencies?
Connection lost.
Oh, we got Bitcoin's up 11%. We got a 4% on Ethereum. Litecoin. Oh my God, there's so many different instruments out there. But Bitcoin's having an up day. I don't think that's anything astronomical based on what these guys do, but it's having an up day. What about oil? What's oil doing? Oh, oil's down 32 cents. No big deal. No big deal. Nat gas up 2/100ths of a cent. Two thousandths of a cent. Oh, alrighty. Gasoline's down a touch. Heating oil's down a touch. Yeah, just nothing going on. Bonds. 10 years down a little bit. That's cool. See, the 10 years waiting too. The bond traders are waiting too to see what that inflation news is going to look like tomorrow. Nothing going on. London's 10-year is up nothing much, just a little bit. The Bund, the Germans' bonds aren't up much.
Connection lost.
Don't really care what's going on in Asia. Don't care what's going on in Europe. The market's closed. Yeah, not a whole lot going on. Nothing hitting the news. It's just quiet, quiet, quiet. Clean energy fuel stocks. That's about it. Yeah, no news worth making news. So somebody better make something up to sell advertisement. Hey, anybody new in there? Hit the subscribe. I'd really appreciate it. Hit the like. Hit the bell. Hit the road. $2:00. I'm just dying for something to happen. There's just nothing to even talk about. like watching paint dry. I hope you guys all have me on in the background and you're just living your lives, because there's really nothing. I'm actually a square, not a burger menu. Oh, I'm gonna have to. I need context.
Connection lost.
Oh, you guys are just working on the toss problem. All right, good. And there's really nothing going on to talk about or to trade. So sad, but it's nice that you guys are hanging out, keeping me company. Oh, you could do that on your option execution and toss. You can click on the price. That's pretty convenient. I mean, you have to designate buy to open, sell to close. You guys understand that? Because you could sell to open. So you guys might get yourself screwed up. Does everybody understand that you have to open a trade and close a trade? So buy to open, sell to close. No animals today, man. I was actually just going to comment on that. I mean, not a turkey, but you know what? It's pretty hot. The sun's out, so they're kind of hunkered down. Yeah, part of the place is cleared out, so they don't come out into the field or the meadow. But I have it cleared out and planted as a food plot. But they kind of hunker down, um, yeah, under the canopy, or even around this time, they're probably, yeah, down at the foot of the property by the river, hiding out down there. Yeah, when it gets this warm, I find that they don't come up here, or I'll see them pass through in the evening. Yeah, as the sunset, as it cools down. Yes, sir. Okay, cool. Buy to open, sell to close. All right, cool. Yes. All right, good, good. I'm glad they all got it. Freaking huge frog. Simulated trade delayed 20 minutes on toss. I guess that's the only con. Well, hey, man. Yeah, I mean, I'm sitting here with delayed trades, and I'm paying a fortune for it. So, I know you're paying, or delayed quotes. I mean, this AMC thing is still pulling up. This is a lesson in futility. I'm just going to go back to the SPX and call it a wrap. Yeah, this is definitely on their side. There is a problem. Unless I forgot to put a quarter in the meter and they cut me off, but that's not likely. Dave off the grid pays his bills. Yeah, what a shame. Look, here's the reverse trend, micro trend we were talking about, and you can see, it made the break. But we really can't see what the hell went on after it made the break. It looks like it did a last kiss. What a shame. What a shame. What a shame. So many teaching opportunities, and it's just getting beat up. That's it. I'm calling my vendor. I'm going to tell him that he ruined our experience. So how about a little survey? How'd you guys find me? How'd you find my channel? Anybody care to share that bit of information? Maybe I could do that again. I mean, in one day, man, we picked up like 87 subscribers. It was really a good day on the first day. So I was just wondering how everybody tuned up on me. I mean, I didn't take any extraordinary steps to get attention. How did I get so lucky that you fine free folk would grace my presence? Yeah, just trade that time delay. But anybody care to share? I know we're in a delay here. Someone announced your live stream on Matt Core's channel on Monday. Oh yeah, yeah. Somebody hopped in here and told me that happened. And I know I got a lot of viewers that day. Zach, off the grid trading, and boom, here I am. Oh, somebody made the announcement on Matt. Did Matt? Because I should really, like, I don't know, send them some apples or something. Anthony. So 3 days ago, some dude came into that guy's chat early in the morning and mentioned your channel, and I just happened to check it out. No idea who that is. Oh, okay. So it wasn't Matt. Somebody hopped in there and mentioned me. I guess maybe because I was ranting about AMC or something. You know, we were talking about that trade. Because I know Monday somebody had mentioned that you know, people are speaking against the idea of trading this sort of trade, and I was just kind of talking about how it's momentum, and we're not. Oh, Matt did nothing. Okay, no apples for him. It's a viable trade if you're a momentum trader. It doesn't matter what the catalyst is. It's a viable trade. There's momentum in it, so take advantage of it. You know. And it looks like AMC right now is creating on the 1 minute. It looks like it's making a inverted head and shoulders. I wish I could show it to you. And it looks like it's going to push to the upside. I don't know how aggressive the move's going to be. I didn't really dig into it, but I mean, as soon as my eye caught it, I see a very obvious inverted head and shoulders on the 1 minute. And CLOV is making that move down. So my boy is making some money. I'm glad to hear that. Tesla's just churning around, nothing really going on. Oh, okay. Well, yeah, you know what? That's not even a good reversal, trend reversal breakout. That's not what the trade should look like, so we're not even going to discuss it. A micro trend breakdown. Everything's just chopping away in the zone, man. There's just nothing to do. Nothing to do. Nothing to do. No. Looks like it might have broken the neckline on AMC. It's just not making the run. And this chart is still trying to load. Oh, this is pathetic. So what else? Now, Matt didn't mention anything. Matt called it out and encouraged people to check your channel out. Oh, did he? All right. Matt's back in for some apples. That's very nice of him. That's very nice of him. Obviously, he has not been tainted by the financial industry. Good man, good man. Yeah, I got to see something and thank him. Maybe I could log into him and thank him. Anthony, apples for Matt. Yeah. Well, we'll send him some apples. But oh, and isn't he like an ape or something? Isn't that like their cliche? They're like apes. Maybe I'll send him bananas. He reads most of them that he can see. Yeah, he and Trey are really good about sharing the love. Yeah, that's good. You know, I mean, there's plenty for everybody. Opinions on Wish. Is Wish a security? WISH? Is that the acronym? Because as far as a trading philosophy, prayer and wish are no strategy. I feel bad for Trey and what he is going through. Oh my, what's he going through? Yo, I can go for some gossip, and yo, just follow up on that wish. Let me know if that's an acronym. And really, Brad, I mean, that's the first time I see your name, man. I hate to disappoint you. I can't get anything to load. I'm having my data supply provider is really bad. Or I can load it off screen and talk about it. Heart problems. Oh, that's rough. Yeah, that's rough. No, I'm sorry to hear that. Yep, I gotcha. Heart issues. Oh, is he an old dude or a young dude? Wow. Yeah, that's rough. That's rough. But you know what? I mean, it's not the end of the world. I mean, I don't know if I told you guys, but yeah, I went through that at a very young age, and then yeah, then yeah, just turned my life around and started taking very good care of my body, and now I could run 3 times a week and knock out 6 miles, and although I haven't done it since I've sat down here, and I can feel the difference. But it's important, good eating, good health. So yeah, Young guy, yeah, that's rough. Probably in his family, like in his 30s. Wow. Active duty army. Oh, wow. Yeah, so probably genetic. He's 23. Oh, man. That sucks. Yeah, I had a buddy that happened to too in high school. He's a he's got a fantastic attitude. Yeah, good for him, man. Hopefully, it's just yeah, you know, just a thing that he gets by and becomes a non-event for him. Wow. Yeah, and you know what? That messes with your head, man. It's amazing what the psychological effect is once your body gets sick like that. And then you know, you almost feel let down
Connection lost.
by your body. You know, it's really that's probably one of the hardest things to overcome, the emotional effect. Yeah, you know, when you push through you can push through the physical effect, but yet, you know, that emotional effect is just amazing, man. It's really incredible. And yeah, you know, it's just you just grow disappointed in what you've always relied on. You know, it's rough, but hey, just keep showing them love, help them through it. Gil, I believe you'll have the number of subscribers that Matt has in no time. Yeah, I heard that guy is off the hook too, right? Um, you know, I mean, I'm not really all tuned up on this, but I'm starting to get into the YouTube world, and um, is that the guy who was on CNBC? Oh no, it was another guy who was on CNBC who was talking about the AMC trade, um, and doesn't put up with malarkey on his channel. His following is pretty huge. All good peeps. Ah, all good peeps. At Anthony, me too. Ah, oh, that's funny. He talks fast. That's good because I'm ADD, and usually when I watch YouTube videos and or tutorials, I turn it up to 2 times. I love that, man, because the information just streams in and I can focus on it. You know, when things are too slow, I can't stay focused, which you can obviously see when the market slows down. I mean, I forget I'm even trading. Is that a daily bar on that? Yeah, that is a daily bar. Why do I have a daily bar on my Microsoft when everybody else is showing me minutes? Does that do Matt do interviews while the market is dry like this? I mean, because you know what could you say about AMC? It's just churning away right now. There's just nothing to talk about with it. Super chats. Financial Jesus. Come on, man. Don't get yo. Financial Mother Teresa. I'm telling you, she had a happy ending. I don't want to be anybody with those dramatic, infamous endings. Yo, I just want to get on my boat and sail off the side of the edge of the world. Wow, 10,000 a month ago, 270,000 now. Wow, wow, good for him. Good for him. Um, 60,000 on live stream. Wow, that's good. Oh man, that's a lot of chats. How am I going to talk to everybody? I'm going to have to hire free folk just to talk to people. Yeah, I would get on his channel and talk. I would like to talk about all the people that kind of stand against this sort of trading. You know, I mean, they just don't understand that it's a momentum play, you know? And really it's the talking heads, you know, the people in the news that need something to talk about, so they sit there and dig up reasons why this is so bad for the public and things like that. It's ridiculous. It's a momentum trade. I mean, hopefully nobody's putting it in their 401ks and trying to retire off this trade. I mean, that's where the problem lies. But as far as a trade, yo, it's a momentum trade. Just trade the momentum. Momentum fades off, get away from it. if you got nickels and diamonds in it and you made a little money, you took a little off the table, you got something left to see where it goes, that's that's fine. That's perfectly viable. I do that every day, or almost every day. I do that when my software works in the market on securities. Just leave a runner and let it run. Matt is a cool breeze, very calm, cool, and collected. Oh, good. Maybe I could jostle him up a little bit. You know how emotional I could be. Dave is giving him love. Ha! Very good. Where is the love? Yep, share the love, baby. Why make enemies when you could have friends? PR Yeti, you back. Yeah, I remember you, man. Hey, while you're here, hit that like. Ged, I want to see the likes turn. Hit that like. I like you too. Polar opposites. Yeah, that usually works well. Welcome back, PR Yeti. I'm a little dazed and confused because I've been putting in so many hours. I remember experiencing you, but I don't remember what the experience was. But I'm not feeling bad about it, so I guess that's a good thing. And really, I'm talking about nothing, so you didn't miss anything because there's just nothing going on, man. This is just a sleepy, range-bound market, and there's really just nothing to trade. I mean, the S&P's floating around, yeah, up 4, 2, maybe down a little bit. The composite between up 45 to 33, just really nothing happening. And nothing's happening because everybody's just waiting for the inflation reports for tomorrow at 8:30, and then things will start popping again. And I'm pretty convinced that all the squeeze plays are suffering the same fate. People are just not interested in making a move until the interest rates are done. Because if there's a surprise, I mean, AMC will take a dip, CLOV will take a dip, BB will take a dip, and then the trading will begin and it'll start moving up. If there's no surprise, then the move up may begin again after the report. So wise traders are just kind of sitting back and watching what's going on, and they're all tuned into my channel, listening to me rant and rave. So anyway, that's what's going. Oh, I see the like. Thanks, bro, or sis. Really can't tell by the name. But welcome back. And if you got any questions, ask them. I really can't demonstrate anything on the charts because my software is just not behaving. And I'm hoping it's the vendor. But I did do something. I cleaned up my disk, got all the junk off of it, and even refragged it. And I'm hoping that's not the cause of all of this. Like I'm not self-destructive here. But I'll work it out tonight. After I go get some soup, because I've been talking so much I can't even chew. I had to throw my steak out, which I was telling a buddy of mine today, which he found quite comical. But that's all right. He's got his coming. Financial Jesus, Financial Mother Teresa, will you be willing to do an interview with Matt? My friend, if you have tuned in for the past 3 days, I think you will understand that I love the sound of my own voice. So all I need is an audience of one, and it's game on. And you know what? I've been alone for so long that I've got plenty to say. Actually, that's pretty interesting because I've always talked a lot, and I've been able to be alone for quite some time without saying things. I've gone days without saying things, and I'm kind of missing it right now. But I do enjoy talking. I don't know if the market's slow or I'm just not getting data. Although this platform over here that's off screen is fairly consistent. Let's see if we throw a speed test in there. I mean, how's the quality of the stream? Are you guys getting a good, having a good experience on your side? That might help me nail down what's going on. Can't send a super chat. He blocked all the free folk. Oops, caps. Yeah, that was kind of loud. I was a little intimidated. All right, it's late in the day anyway. Let's not bother Matt. But if you guys want to try to hook us up together, it would be better early because I have more energy and I'm a little more enthusiastic. I'm really I'm at wit's end at this point. What do we got left? Oh man, and we still got an hour and a half to go with this slow market. Oh my God, this is awful. Alvino, anyone, the $10 to super chat Matt to come talk to Dave. Ah, that's cool. I appreciate that. Let's save it for tomorrow, and we'll break his chops tomorrow. Or you guys just want to see that interaction, huh? Oh yeah, I got bandwidth, man. Okay, so it's definitely not an internet issue. So this is either this computer specific or the vendor specific. So we're gonna have to figure that all out.
Connection lost.
My prediction for the consumer price index. You know what? I don't really dig into it to do that. I just look at the reports. I look at what the general consensus is, and where it comes in. You know, I mean, I don't try to break down the economy and figure out where it's coming in. I mean, you know, that's not my job. You know, my job is to take a trade. I'll just worry about where it is. But when do you see the CPI? Oh, there it is. Oh no, that's the core inflation rate that's coming in. I don't see the CPI. Is it Friday? Nope. Baker Hughes Friday. What's going on next week? Oh, there's something. Retail sales. Month over month. I think retail sales are going to be good because people are just getting out. Somebody wants to buy something. Oh, next week looks really quiet. So if anybody is familiar with spreads, and don't do them unless, Fed interest rate decisions, EOMC economic projections, Fed press conference. Hey, you know what? I don't think there's any surprises coming out. I'll probably be comfortable taking spreads. I'll just look at the market. Maybe I won't go too heavy. Jobless claims. All right, so next week we got some Fed interest rate decision. That's going to be a boring. Actually, it's going to be a boring week, man. You know, people are going to back off. You'll see. There won't be a lot of volatility next week because they're going to wait for the Fed. Summertime. Just terrible, terrible, terrible market conditions. That's why I asked, because interest rates for next week, LOL. Yeah. So I mean, I don't think that one report is going to flow. I mean, they already said they're not making any moves, right? So nobody's really looking at any interest rate moves right now. But what they're looking at is tapering off of buying the buying bonds, buying assets. You know. So that's what people are looking at. and they're already starting the verbiage, right? So they kind of take their time and ease into it and talk about it and talk about it and talk about it, and they're really, from what I can take of it, their conversation is, or what they're talking about is that we're going to start talking about this in the next few months, right? So they're going to start talking about what action they're going to take in the next few months. You see, this is like a synthetic meeting. So we're not talking about taking action now. We're talking about taking action and when we're going to take action. So yeah, so now they'll talk about talking about it, and then in a couple of months they'll talk about it, and then maybe a few months down from there they might start taking action. So yeah, they're really spoon feeding us this information so that it doesn't have any shocks to the market. And understandably so, because it's my opinion that the economy is weaponized to handle this Cold War we're having with China, and they don't want to mess with the stock market. They want everything just going smoothly. I would like to see them start talking about lifting the tariffs with our allies, because that's going to ease inflation. I mean, I don't understand why nobody's addressed this yet, unless I'm missing something. We have tariffs with Canada, and they're one of the largest suppliers of lumber to us, and our lumber prices are skyrocketing. So ease up on that. We really have a problem with Canada. Let's work out a deal. I'm sure they're not going to be storming our borders and tossing maple syrup at us. Let's work it out. Ease up the tariffs between their country and ours, and lower some costs. And what do we tax? We have tariffs on cheese, I think, with France. I mean, really? France. I mean, France is like the capital of love. We're going to put tariffs against them. Let's just cut a good deal, have some fair trade, and it's a wrap. You're going with credit spreads. Yes, I trade credit spreads. Don't do them unless you know them, man. But yeah, I trade credit spreads. They're nice and easy, steady income. So like today, I'm not really upset that I didn't get any trades off. But see, a big problem I find in a lot of traders is they feel almost obligated to get a trade off. They want to make money, and it's a good idea to make money every day. But with credit spreads, you could like vertical spreads, you could generate a decent amount of money every day. You're always taking a step forward as far as your net worth, and you don't have to be so impulsive with taking a trade and trying to make a buck for the day, because that's where you get hurt. When you're trading for the money, or you're watching your P&L, you're making bad decisions. So I'm a big advocate of alternative streams of revenue, and that if you don't know too many strategies in the market, that could be outside the market. Get some revenue flowing through the door. Learn some strategies. Make money. Learn strategies. And when you have a basket of different options to make money in the market, just be consistent with streams of revenue. Some conservative, some aggressive, and that'll keep the pressure off, and it'll keep you trading wisely. And it's all about risk management. And you can't have good risk management if you're not trading wisely. Trade wisely. So yeah, we had a whole big rant on risk management earlier. And a couple of dudes in here are trading paper trades, and they're being very transparent with what they're doing, and we're showing see your channel, spread the love. I want people to say, yeah, and they're showing what they're doing, so we get to talk about some of the mistakes they make, and how to correct that, and do that. And the hardest, oh, we're just sitting here staring at this, huh? How boring. I got to say, the hardest part of trading is risk management. Being willing to take that loss when your trade breaks down and falls apart, and protect your downside. And the funniest thing is, the hardest part is the most important part, and should be the priority of trading. Risk management, capital preservation. Then second would be executing a good trade, right? Executing according to your disciplines, holding your risk management, taking your loss when it's time to take the loss, taking the stop loss. And the third would be making money, worrying about making money. So if you had good discipline, and you mastered your executions, and you executed good trades, Making money is the byproduct of those functions, and that's how you have to look at it. I mean, that's what you would want in your doctor, right? You wouldn't want a doctor, which we see them all over the place, that's focused on making money, right? We want a guy who's focused on being the best in his profession, and as a byproduct of him being the best in his profession, he's gonna make a lot of money, and people are gonna live. But if he's focused on counting his money and making money, then he's not going to master his trade, and it just doesn't make for a good professional. So anyway, and I used to teach that to my young brokers when I was in industry, and I taught it to my young traders when I was running the trading desk, and now hopefully I'm teaching it to a bunch of young free folk who are trading from anywhere in the world and living a free life. Oh, look at B&B sticking its head up above the clouds. It's only up a quarter. It's no big deal. But, yeah, the market's not moving, so you get very excited when you see, a good green bar. At least there's some life. Nothing going on my Ninja Trader charts. Oh, this is awful, man. Just awful. I'm not going to shut down because then we're just looking at my my wallpaper. Nope, shouldn't do that. It'll just slow my computer down. Slow, slow, slow. Anybody talking to me? From what I gathered yesterday, Yellen is trying to convince everyone that rate hikes would be great for the economy, but she's not Fed, so just whispers in the wind. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not too crazy about her. I didn't like her when she was running the Fed, and I don't like her as a Treasury. I miss Mnuchin. He was a financial guy. I think he had a good handle on it. He was very aggressive, and I think he would have done well if he got another 4 years. But she may. I mean, interest rates have to come up. I mean, they're really low, and I don't think it would be a problem. I know banks would do well, right? Banks will make money. Real estate will slow down a little bit. Yeah, it's an interesting time, man. There's a lot of things coming to a head. I mean, right now, I have a buddy who's a developer, and I try to advise him on lumber futures and things like that, and I keep him apprised of what's going on. And it worked out very well for him with the rise of futures. And I'm actually talking to him about chilling out on his development because, I think that prices should start coming down. And really, he and I had talked about just watching for the language of raising these taxes, these tariffs rather. So I mean, that's the direction we need to go, I think, to get this economy spurring. It's an interesting time, and it's an interesting time. A lot of things in the mix that we just have to see work out. I want to see this open happen. I want to see people have a good time this summer. Spend a little bit of money, be healthy, be safe. All the kids get back into school. People decide to go back to work. This is the direction. I mean, I'm confident that's how it's going to lay out, but I'll feel better as an investor after it's behind me. So, I don't like to trade on what I suspect. I want to trade on what's happening. I may invest on what I'm anticipating. But I don't think it's good to trade on that. I like things to prove itself, and I would trade on that. You guys get me going on such tangents. There's nothing to really talk about in the market. I mean, we're just chopping back and forth in the same trading range. We had this little sell-off right here, which really didn't amount to much. We got 32 to 29. Whoa, look at that. Looks like a big move, right? It was 3 points. Not even any money in it. I'm looking at a 5-minute bar that looks like a big bar, and it is only 2 points. So my 5-minute chart is the only one that's not choppy or gappy. So I guess I'm just, hey, you know what? Let's throw this 5-minute chart up here. And maybe we could just see things that look like decent patterns, and we could just talk about that if I see something. Because, yeah, you know, that's not terribly ugly. Here's a gap right there, which means I was obviously down
Connection lost.
for more than, look at that gap right there. That could be the day. Oh, yeah, that's the open right there. Look at that. You can call that a dragonfly or a hanging man. There's a whole bunch of different Japanese names for it. Some people even use the Japanese name. I mean, at this point in the day, I'm having a hard enough time with English. I don't think I'll be using Japanese names. Tangents are good. All right, cool. I appreciate that. Carrie, where have you been all my life? I've been ranting and raving my whole life. You would have been the perfect woman for me. Maybe you would have wanted to live with me. I know my lover appreciates the fact that I'm not around a lot. But you know what they say, absence makes the heart grow fonder. So yeah, look at that. I'm looking at this bar. I'm like, oh, look at that bar. That something's going on, and it's just a 2-point move within this channel of doing nothing. And yet, you know, we're looking at 130 to 230. This is an hour of trading, where in essence you went nowhere, man. Look at that. You could put your cursor right there, and that's your average cost. We went nowhere for an hour. It's like getting paid, not working and not getting paid for an hour. Squeeze this baby up. Here's the day on the chart. That's the day. Oh, wait. Yep, that's the day. Nope, that's yesterday. Oh,
Connection
no,
lost.
that's the day. Nope, that's yesterday. Oh, my goodness, David. That's it. I promise I'm sleeping tonight. Here's the day. Oh, that's so pathetic. That's so pathetic. This is the day on the chart. We went nowhere, man. This is like the epitome of range bound, right? Here's the high of the day. Here's the low of the day, and we didn't exceed it in any direction. We just traded in here. A compressing market. Did I say compressing? Maybe it should be deemed a depressing market. Uh-oh. Mr. 1989, what does that make him? 32? Anthony, I super chat Matt 10 minutes ago. I did it for the channel. Save the $10 for the next person that does it. Who's it gonna be? I hope this guy doesn't get offended that we're doing. You said he's a good dude, so he'll probably just laugh us off. Matt is showing Fox Business interview with Terry and Terry's trades right now. Oh, that's cool. It's why I asked, because okay, read that. You going with credit, read that. Read that. Tangents are good, read that. And we got Mr. 89. Read that. Oh, Anthony, awesome. Can't get it to work. All right, cool, man. I'm so exhausted. It would be crushing if he got me right now, talk to me right now. I mean, I even have a headache. Oh, you know what? I think I stashed a couple of Tylenol in my pocket just in case. Oh, maybe not. Maybe I took them and forgot about it. What's the time? Hour and 20 minutes. Damn. And usually there's a good move at 2:30, and there's just nothing going on, man. Just nothing going on. Sorry I got quiet. I forgot I was with you. Oh, I'm just wandering around, getting ready to go to sleep. You know. Headache. You drinking enough water? Yeah. I'm drinking water. I'm drinking water. I mean, I've been talking for I don't even see where my uptime is, but you know, I've been talking since 8 o'clock, so I think that's really what's getting me. But I'm sure my stamina will build up if I keep doing it, so I'll probably be more comfortable towards the end of next week. And I'm all out of raw honey. I got to run up the block. There's this guy up the block that raises honey up the block, like I'm still in the city. He's down the road a piece, and he raises bees, and he sells raw honey, and you know that's good for my throat. So I'll be taking or hitting that while I'm
Connection
talking,
lost.
and I'm sure I'll be a lot more comfortable. And it seems like my voice is not as groggy as it was this morning. But actually, when everybody starts chatting with me, it gives me energy. You hate bees? How could you hate bees? They make honey, they pollinate trees, we get fruit. Sent a tweet instead. Come on, man, leave this guy alone for today. I'm too tired to chat with the guy. You guys are like tag teaming him. Yes, but that's an excellent cure for a headache is water. But I've had headaches my whole life. When I was a young kid, I had migraines and stuff like that, and it's just a way of life, and it's cool. I don't mind it. Zach, my grandpa does the same thing. We get our honey from him. Oh, do you really? Oh, that's good, man. And you know that's like a $7 a pound issue, you know. And I made mead. If you guys know what mead is, it's a honey alcohol. That they used to drink back in England. And if you watch Robin Hood, you know, Friar Tuck, Robin Hood with um, the Dances with Wolves guy, what the hell's his name? Anyway, he makes mead. So I read about it or heard about it and wanted to make. Matt probably won't get the message. Guy gets millions a day. It's a shot in the dark. All right, man. I appreciate it, though, man. I appreciate the support. I mean, it really shows how you feel about the channel that you would take those steps and go out of your way to do it. So thanks. Just a boring day, man. Oh, what happened here? Things just popping up all over the place. Ready boost. Yeah, we definitely have some chaos going on in this computer. 44, 29, 44. Yeah, you know what? That's accurate. The market's just not moving. Although I don't see those ticks. No, we're at the 20. Yep, that stopped moving. And it's a wrap, man. I think my computer's giving up on me. I'm giving up. No, I think everything's frozen now. You guys still getting me? Speaking of bees, there are bees trying to nest in my security camera as I type this. In your security camera? Yeah, TOS is a good system. Yeah, I know lots of traders who use that. Lots of traders who use that. TradeStation is a big one too. Lots of people trade through TradeStation. Well, this is saying that I got data. I got my seconds are moving, right? My seconds are moving. Yeah, and there it goes. It's just inching back and forth. Am I delayed? No, this one's doing it too. So my timer's moving, which means I'm on. So this is it. Yo, that's a 5-minute bar, man. This bar, it has been 2 minutes, and that's what this 5-minute bar looks like. That's the movement we've had. Yo, I think somebody emptied out the exchanges. Everybody went home. Day canceled due to lack of interest.
Connection lost.
This is horrendous. Zach, I should listen. I should have listened. I would have been a pro at using it by now. Ah, shoulda, woulda, coulda. Life starts today. Thanks a lot, man. Look at you guys. You got a little bromance going on over there. Look at this boring 5-minute chart, man. This thing is not even moving. What's that doing? Oh. All right. I'm not getting ticks because I'm down over there, but I'm not down over here. So really the security the position's down over here. This is very interesting. I got to call the vendor, and oh, I see that it's faded off. What's my log telling me? Yeah, they closed the markets early, right? I wish they would. I mean, this is just so boring. Just so boring. CLOV is popping back a little bit. AMC still just traded down around 5, really not moving much. And Black Berry's doing the same thing, just not moving much. Nothing's moving. Nothing's moving. Did I happen to mention nothing's moving? Oh, look, I'm connected again. And that's all my log is telling me. It's not even giving me errors or telling me where the problem lies. This is too consistent. Should you have bought some puts on what? On the SPX? Nah, man, it's there's no money in it. There's no money in the moves. It's just not going anywhere. You know? I mean, the market's been in the same place all day. Any move now is just going to be a surprise move. You know, like big institutions cleaning up their books or closing out trades and things like that. I mean, you know, we're talking 3 o'clock. Maybe we got another good half hour of good trading. You know, of orderly market. After that, it gets disorderly because you know people are closing for all different reasons. You know, they're closing trades for all different reasons. So, you know, a disorderly market starts around 3:30. I mean, if you were even long a trade, you want to be out by like 3:48. You know, or if you had a position long or short, you want to be out by 3:48 because the market just gets disorderly on the close, you know. And then if it's ops in expiration, I don't think anything's expiring today. What's today? Today's Wednesday. Wednesday is a expiration date. Oh yeah, we have option expirations today, right? We have a strike, an expiration date for today. So yeah, I mean that would make it even more disorderly at the close. You don't want to be in it that late. Yep, June 9th. There's an interesting thought. So no puts, man. Nothing to get involved with. You know, I mean, there's just nothing to get involved with. It's just you know, boring Dave off the grid trading over here. Just boring Dave off grid. I mean, people even falling asleep on us. Like the viewers are even fading out a little bit. Just nothing to do. Nothing to do. What could we even talk about? We can't. Oh, look at that. AMC making a little move. And it went up 70 cents. Holla! Yep, CLOV is just bouncing around there. Yeah, this is just the effect of the interest rates. And I'm afraid that this is what we're going to see for the next week, because we know that the Feds are going to come out with the rate hike decision. And everybody knows they're not going to do anything, but nobody wants to chance a surprise, right? Because that's what a surprise is. It's a surprise. And you don't want to be stuck, you know, with a big position and you get a surprise. So yeah, I'm afraid that this is what we're looking at. So you know what, man? If this is what this is tomorrow, I'm gonna come up with something to talk about that's worth everybody's while. Something in industry that will make you grow. Actually, we'll probably go through some of the real basics. So this will be a live tutorial tomorrow, if this is what the market looks like tomorrow. Instead of us sitting around trying to come up with stuff, I'll have an agenda. Dave, you got some shares of AMC? No, man, I don't have AMC. I really don't trade that. Yeah, you know, I mean, it's not my style. I took a little Black Berry just to check it out and have something to talk about. But I mean, what I took was like really inconsequential. You know, I mean, if it disappeared, I wouldn't care. So it's just, yeah, you know, it's just not my style, and I don't like messing with my head either, because you know this is my livelihood. So I try to keep my head consistent and trade my trades. You know, I mean, yeah, you know, obviously you can make a lot of money when these things pop, but it's not consistent, and you're not making a living like that. You're just making some money, and yeah, you know, I'm about making a living. And when I say living, I don't mean like I'm making ends meet and stuff. I mean, I make a living. So, yeah, you know, you can make good money just being consistent and regular.
Connection lost.
Stock market crash is worse than a divorce. Yeah, well, yeah, I mean, it'll wipe you out. I don't know what his angle is, but yeah. I mean, you know, even in 2007, I heard about a lot of suicides and things because of what happened in the market. But that was pretty devastating. I mean, it wasn't just the market; it was pension funds. That was a pretty devastating financial debacle. I mean, to a point where people actually questioned the validity of the U.S. dollar. You know, and it wasn't like just hype. Like you really looked at it and like, yo, you know, everything could lose value here. You know, it was really something. I mean, a lot of money to be made on the short of the housing market, um,
Connection
I mean, it was
lost.
devastating to the economy. It was devastating to so many people. So yeah, crashes can be something kind of bleak, man. Let's not have a bleak channel. Um, I'm with you on that one. So is that Mac guy is using shares returned as his matrix for knowing if shorts are covered their position? What's your take on using that matrix, Dave? I don't understand really using shares returned. I don't know what he's looking at. I don't know if that's an SEC filing on shorts, and if people are covering, because that's the only return, right? Because if you understand a short, then you go to your clearing firm, you borrow the stock, you sell it into the market. When you close your position, you return
Connection
those
lost.
shares. Um, and I didn't know that there's a report that there's shares returned. I know that shorts are tracked and there's reporting, and the clearing firms are responsible for reporting the size of shorts. Um, so, I mean, if there's a report demonstrating
that the borrowed shares that were short are being returned, it's obviously a valid way of looking at what people's sentiment is on the short. If that picks up and people and basically that's all it's telling you, is that it closes the short, right? When you close the short, you return those shares to your clearing firm or wherever you borrowed them from. So, I mean, it gives you a valid insight into what the attitude is on the short. But I mean, you got to net that out at the end of the day, right? How many new shorts were opened? So you know, I don't know if the report is actually a net report. Lots of I don't know in that, huh? A lot of I don't know coming off that statement. 500%. I take it and run. There's 500%. I have an option on C that I'm holding on to and may roll over only because it's a profit. I'm up 500. No, don't roll it. Rolling, it's an expense. You know, you see it. You're in 500%. Close that. See where it goes, man. There's always another trade around the block, right? Even if it rips here, it's going to pull back and give you another opportunity to get in. Your profit is in your pocket. Your profit's your profit. And you go in and you decide how much of that profit you're going to risk on your next move in. If it dips back tomorrow, you could buy it back cheaper than where you could open your next contract cheaper than where the stock is trading right now. If it rips up, then you wait for a consolidation, a pullback, and you get in there, and then you look for a flag. That's all. You just look for a flag. Get in on the next flag. I mean, you could do that on report announcements. You look for a surge, wait for the consolidation, you get in on the flag. Things are starting to wake up a little bit over here. Nothing's moving, but well, I mean, it's moving, but it's not astronomical. I mean, that's how I'd look at it. 500, that's pretty good. I'm looking, I might have to sell it if it drops down to 300% profit. Yeah. Oh, poor you. 300% profit. All right, so yeah, that's a good plan. I mean, you're willing to pay 200% difference to see where the stock goes, and that's fine as long as you're playing with market money, right? I mean, if you're up 500% and playing with market money on that 200%, yeah, that's fine. I would trade like that. You're in the driver's seat. That's a show along. You're in the driver's seat. The thing moved up. Hopefully you harvested some profits, and you're letting things roll. I was 2 years old when that happened. Oh, thanks, Zach. I feel old. So you weren't even around during 9/11, right? I was right in the middle of that. Now. Yeah, things are just chopping around. What time is it? It's 3 o'clock. Aye. It's like pulling teeth over here. Wisdom teeth, to be exact. I don't think we're at the low, right? Is this the low of the day on the S&P? Let me squeeze that a little bit. Here's the low. Let's put the low up there and see if we break the low, and see if we can get ticks to see if we break the low. But there's the low of the day. It's 3 o'clock. I don't know if I would take a trade, but you could trade and take the low of the day. But if I were to take that trade, I would look back and see where the congestion is. Actually, that's not a bad break. This is probably a high or something. But let's just see what that line represents right here. Tell me, honey, tell me. Oh, I forgot we're slow as hell. Okay, yeah, so it was probably just some resistance line or something. We'll get rid of that. So look at how many times we tested this low right here, right? So that's a pretty good support right there. And this is over 2 days. So if it wasn't 3 o'clock, I'd be interested in this trade. It's just I don't see, I'm just not comfortable with how the market trades into this hour, and there's really no great momentum, so I may not be interested in this trade. But if we broke this, there's no resistance or support over here. I mean, this baby just has all this to run, which that would be a nice trade. It'd be about 13 points. You know, that's something I would look for. I mean, I could look back and see a nice long drop, and you know, I would try to ride that out, and even to get some targets to figure out where I would take some off. Oh, hit the wrong button. Sorry.
Connection lost.
You could use the Fibonacci retracement. You know, trade on the fib, the fib, the fib, the fib, and all of your platforms offer these. You don't have to buy anything. So it would be a 50% retracement right to this point, which we've talked about that 100 times. That's a good layup. I'd probably take my first off right there. Yeah, you know, and look at that nice drop, man. It drops on the 38, you know, and I mean, coincidence that this is a very strong support line? No, it's not a coincidence. That's how fibs work. And if it drops that 38, it'll probably, it's very likely that it's going to come down and make that 50 mark. You know, and if you're trading, you know, not, if you're just trading 3 contracts because you're taking it light, you could ride it all the way down there. At that point, you have $1,500. You know, it's 500 a contract that run. Is it 500 a contract, or do I lie? What do we got? 6 to 22. Oh, that's 4. No, it's 2. I'm sorry. It's 200 a contract. So you know, you could be up $600 when you hit this, and then you decide if you take one off or maybe you take it all off. You know, if it breaks the 50, you could look for the 55 and then the 61. Once we hit the 61, I'd probably have everything off. So I'd probably go one here, and one here. I'm getting very tired, so I understand that I'm kind of draggy as I'm speaking. So anyway, that's a good setup. That's a setup I would look to take. And I would look back down on the momentum and look at that momentum. Everybody sees what the momentum's doing. It's trading off. It's not very aggressive, but it's trading off. And that's just the nature of the market. It's just, the market is just not very aggressive today. But in an aggressive market, if you saw this setup, that's some money to be made right there. You know, you may even keep a runner on and see that 76. I mean, you know, as you go down, it's less and less likely. You know, but I've seen 100% retracement. I've seen it break the lows and just keep going. You know, those are the debacle days, man, where things drop like 80 points and stuff like that. But if you can get yourself in that, you're going to hit them once in a while. Those are some of the trades that you know, you think back on throughout your career and like, yo, that was amazing. And then you get old and you forget them. So, anybody say anything? I thought you said 2011. What is 2011? Nope, I was nowhere around 9/11. Yep, you were nowhere, man. Do I like Cramer? Jim Cramer? Yeah, I love Jim Cramer, man. He was actually a trader when I was in the industry, and he showed up on CNBC once in a while. And if you're talking about Jim Cramer, otherwise I'm about to tell you a story that has nothing to do with what you're asking. And he was just so out of his mind. He was brilliant because he was creating a character, and he was just absolutely out of his mind. And he was just so entertaining, man, that they kept having him back, having him back, having him back. And he was trading, and I think he was trading like a private equity or something like that. But every time the market got beat up for one reason or another, everybody lost money. But people were suing him. So he was like, you know what, screw this, and it's a wrap. He stopped representing people's money in the market. I think he was doing some trading of his own capital, but he started Street Smart. Is it Street Smart? Word on the Street. I think that's what he started, that site, and it was an information site and a research site, and then he sold that. He made a killing and just became a personality, a TV personality, talking about his trades. There's always a bull murky somewhere. Yeah. Um, he became a trading personality, and you know, I mean, good information. He's good. He's great to listen to. I mean, really some good insight and good stories. Yeah, I really like the guy. So I was telling the story a few days ago. I actually met the guy back when I met the guy. I met him right outside of my firm. He was on a payphone, man. That's how long ago it was. Yeah, you know, before like we were all talking on cell phones. I mean, cell phones were around. It just, yeah, you know, wasn't that common. And he was on a payphone talking to somebody, and he was pissed too. And yeah, you know, you could see the veins in his eyes popping out, but didn't stop me from introducing myself and yeah, worming my way into his life. But yeah, really, really good, and you know, smart guy. I mean, not just financial smart. He owns restaurants in the city and things like that, or he did. He shut a lot of them down during the pandemic. But yeah, I like Kramer, man. I like him a lot. Jim Kramer, not Seinfeld Kramer. I like Seinfeld's Kramer too. They're pretty funny. Look, it looks like we're breaking that low. We're heading for the low of the day. You know, kind of making me worried that we're going to have that end of the market sell off. We got 40 minutes. Yeah. All right. I want to watch this right here. I'm kind of interested in that break on the bottom. I was thinking about just wrapping it up because it's just so boring and just there's just nothing to talk about. I guess I could tell stories, but the street, yes, the street. Um, I could watch this break right here. I'm kind of interested in what this break does. I would like to see it push down to that 50 mark so you guys get to see that and how effective these Fibonacci retracements can be. And Zach Attack, you should be able to find those Fibonacci retracements. And when you're taking a trade, you do exactly what I just did, which was go to this low, run to the high, right? These are pivot lows and pivot highs. And I think if the market looks like this tomorrow, I'm going to talk more about this so that you have a good understanding on how to set up a chart. And just let that baby, you know, run to these different targets, and we'll try to get in depth with the fib and how they work with your breakouts. But I mean, it's beautiful to see how. I mean, there's no coincidence. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you know, Fibonacci is the bomb, and it's in the universe. This is not like you know, some random formula. This is how nature works. You know, with the golden ratio and Fibonacci sequence, which is really just the golden ratio turned into a formula. Um, so I'll see if I could find some examples to demonstrate it, which is going to be difficult, especially since I'm starting to hallucinate. Can you believe I went to court that day in my pajamas? Ah, yeah, I could believe it, man. It was a strange, strange day. Yeah, it's pretty big to keep talking. I think I might be fighting something. It's kind of weird how my jaw is feeling. So I'm gonna fire up some vitamin C. Think I might hop off the mountain and see if I can find myself some dinner instead of cooking. Man, I couldn't chew that steak last night. That was something. And I'm really not looking to eat any carbohydrates. Lots of different fibs. Yeah, there's probably a Fibonacci fan and a Fibonacci extensions. You want the Fibonacci retracement, and the Fibonacci extensions have its place too, but that's really when you can't find any supports and resistance. And if you look, I'm condensing my chart, you'll see that my retracement actually adds a couple of extensions. You know, so I don't have to jump from different indicators. You know, but yeah, we're talking about the Fibonacci retracement, and you go from the start of the move and you drag the bar up to the end of the move, and that will make it. So the 0% should be up top. Well, the 0% should be at the end of the move. I mean, if you're doing it on a down move, it would be at the bottom of the move. So yeah. Yeah, every software is different, but there are Fibonacci fans and things like that, and I'm really not well versed on how to use them, and I think they're just you know a kind of an expansion on the Fibonacci, the actual Fibonacci retracement, but this is the actual Fibonacci retracement that's been used. It's been used for hundreds of years. Hundreds of years. I guess that's an exaggeration. It's been used for many, many years. And there's a couple of ways to use it, but one good way to use it is as a target.
Connection lost.
What is the move? Like, which low do you pick? I don't. Um, I would a substantial pivot low I would look for if you're talking about the move that I want to retrace. So I want to retrace the move from this low where my crosshair is, which is 4208, to the high that it made when it's even tested the high. You see, this is resistance right here, right? This came up and tested the high at 4236, and then it tested the high again at 4237. And you know, nothing's ideal. You have to stay within the spirit of the idea. So this is showing me that it tested this range up here twice, and that kind of created the high. You know, it came down and made this low, and then it was rejected off of this low. That's a substantial low. So I'll draw a line right there, and I want to see what goes on this retrace. And that's how I can govern my trades, or I can control my trades. Now you could see, I mean, we're off a little bit on a low, and some purists may hold this very low right here, but I kind of look for, again, in the spirit, like generally, what is this chart telling me? It's telling me that this right here is the resistance, and you could see it kind of confirms that because it hit it again and it's bouncing right off. So you know, these little tails right here are outliers, and that's how I look at making my resistance. And now I'm waiting for it to break here, and this is showing a lot of power. And if you look down here, this is a 5-minute chart. So if this momentum's turning, then you could bet your Aunt Fanny that the 2-minute has already turned and the 1-minute has already turned. So it looks like it's kind of rejecting off of this. So from a technical standpoint, it doesn't look like it's really interested in breaking this low. So it doesn't look like it's going to offer us a trade here. The fact that it's 3:30 and today's an option option. Oh, look at that! My charts came back. Today's an option expiration day. Um, Anything could happen right now. You know what I'm saying? There could be a slew of buying and just force this thing down, and it's got nothing to do with the technicals. You know, because basically we could say that this sucker looks like the momentum's fading off. Although it could turn right here, but it looks like the momentum's fading off. I'm going to drag over the 1-minute chart quickly, and you could see the momentum is working its way up, chopping its way up. And the charts are not all that accurate because we're having this data issue, and it's been all day, man. I hope it's the vendor and they straighten this shit out. I'd hate to go through this again tomorrow, but I'll show my computer a little love tonight and see if I can get that to change. Here on the 2-minute chart, you can see again that the momentum is starting to change its picture. So yeah, so a 5-minute chart, if you're looking at a 5-minute chart and you see that momentum starting to turn, you could be pretty certain that the lower charts are turning pretty aggressively. So I'm not convinced that we're going to make that low, And really, I mean, we're just not moving, man. We're just not moving. So unless people start cleaning up their books, there's really, there's really not going to be any movement. And what's causing these sleepy markets is just simply it's summertime, and this is how the market trades. And we have inflation information tomorrow, inflation reports tomorrow, and we have Fed decision next week. So yeah, professionals are not in the hurry to make a trade. See, now people are messing with me. What is it retracing? I guess I need to do some reading on the topic. Nope. You need to do some listening. All right. So this line right here, which is part of the indicator, is the move, right? This is the move up. Here's the low, and the equity moved up to here and made this high. And then if it trades down, it's retracing the move up, right? And it's very common that that the markets make a move up and then retrace down to the 50% and then turn around and continue its move back up, right? So since we know that's very common, we put out the fib and we look at the move up and we look for indications that it's going to retrace to the 50. Now this is a small move. We're talking about 37 from, oh, that's not a bad move. It's a 30-point move. So from here, you can anticipate maybe a 14-point move, which is probably around where the 22 is, right? Yeah, it's roughly, within that. I can't do the math right now because I'm half asleep. But, so it's going to retrace 50%, and that's what you're looking for. So where do you get in? I mean, usually you would like to see it bounce between the 100 and the 23, and then make this break. But this built the support right here at the 33, and if it broke that with some momentum, you could be pretty confident you're going to pick up that 50. And then, it may very well, like a natural retracement is about 61%, but you don't see it that often. Usually, because of the psychological factor of the market, it usually changes about 50%. But you got to realize that at this point, right, 50% of the people who own the stock are probably profitable, and 50% of the people who own the stock have probably lost, right? Like, the shorters might have shorted down here and it went up, and other people got in here and it went up. So you figure 50% of the people are winning, 50% are losing. It comes back and touches that, and if the bulls are still favorable, it carries on and keeps going. So that might be a little deeper than you really actually needed, but just basically how the fib works is it usually comes back, tags at 50%, and then goes right back up. If it breaks that 50%, it's kind of iffy because a lot of people don't want to give back 50% of their profit if they got back here, or if they bought up here, they don't want to lose 50% of their money. So it's it's an interesting place to see where people go. So not uncommon. Look, we just did the break, but it's nothing's tearing. It's just like creeping down. What is the move? Retrace. Statistic. I get it. It's a probability game. Yeah, man, everything's a probability game. That's why you put in your stop losses, because you're stacking the odds in your favor. It's just like professional gamblers, but it's not gambling. It's probability. You stack the odds in your favor, you control your risk, and you pay a price to see if that idea works out. If that idea doesn't work out, that's all right. You pay that price, you move on to the next idea, you pay that price to see if that idea works out. That's a very important concept that you have to get in your mind when you begin trading. It's not about I won every trade. It's not. It's about executing a good trade, playing the laws of large numbers, and seeing if your setup goes out. Now, the one way to hit a variable is with a constant, right? If you have a constant swing at something, but the target is moving and it's a variable, you're going to hit it a certain amount of times, right? So what you need to do is refine your technique that you're taking the trade under the same circumstances all the time. And if you could do that, then by the law of large numbers, you're going to make money. You dig? So that's why you have to have your disciplines. You have to control your risk so that you could afford to employ the law of large numbers and execute enough trades that where a large enough sampling turns out that you've made money. So you're not making money on every trade. The net result is you made money. When you take all your trades over a long enough period of time, you're supposed to have made money. The law of large numbers. And that is what trading is. It's not the superstar who picks the perfect trade every time. That's idealism, but that's not being pragmatic about the industry. And we make money by being pragmatic. I have never heard the law of large numbers. Yeah, well, there are two philosophies, and we're talking about the law of large numbers in statistics. There's another law of large numbers that equates to business philosophy. So when you look it up, you're going to see those two definitions. But this is the statistic law of large numbers. So like everybody, you have that concept of coincidence. It's really not coincidence. It's the result of the law of large numbers. Within a large enough sample, anything's really possible. You guys like physics? I like physics. So anyway, this is a math game and a statistics game. So you got to be into numbers and doing math and things like that. Algebra and statistics and stuff like that. And it's funny, I didn't realize that I would like it, but I guess I should have gone to school, huh? I would have known what they were teaching. So yeah, the law of large numbers, you could actually look it up and get a clearer definition, but that makes sense a lot. Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, it's used in sampling. Like if you're looking for an average, the more samples you take, the more likely it is that you move to the appropriate average. If you're trying to get an average consensus on what a population's like or anything like that, you can sample in a small portion and then extrapolate that this is what the average is, or you could sample a large portion and your estimate actually moves to the accurate average of what it is. So that's part of the laws of large numbers. See that, man? You guys will go to the bar and you start dropping this nonsense on the honeys. They'll be like, yo, he's so smart. Woo! Look at that. We're heading for the 50, huh? Who thinks that's a coincidence? Raise your hand. It's not. It's a probability. It's the laws of large numbers. And that's what trading is. So what we do is we put our stop up here because we're willing to pay that price to see if our probabilities pay in our favor today. You dig? And you're looking at 226. We're at 223. We picked up 3 ticks. If everybody took the entry right here, you should be up roughly $1.50 on that option. And now you make the decision, right? So we would drop down. I hope the charts are accurate. We would, it's a little ugly, but we can see it. So we would drop down right here, and we would look at this and see if this makes a double bottom right here, and say, okay, am I holding through this thing or I'm getting out? I mean, once we hit the 50, I would have taken some off. The rest of it, I'm moving my stop to my entry, so I'm break even, and now I'm making the decision on whether I'm staying in this trade, you know, with my other 2/3 of my position and letting this bad boy run a little bit, right? And yo, when you can do this, it's as easy as reaching into the market and taking out money. You know, and you can do this. The problem you will have is if you start trading too soon, it's going to mess with your head, you know, because you'll take losses, you'll take beatings, you'll spend too much money on your lessons, and then you won't make good decisions when you do decide to go back into the market. It'll start messing with your head. You got to be able to make the decision like this is not money, it's just a video game. There is no ramification. You know, that's why I advocate streams of revenue and trading very small when you start, and trading paper trade when you just begin. You know, you don't worry about the money, man. The market's going to be there. You know, there's going to be trades. These patterns and what I'm showing you have existed from the time that people started doing technical trading. If it's been around that long, it's going to be around a lot longer. Zach's going to be an old man doing exactly what I'm doing over YouTube or whatever venue they have at that time, and telling people the same exact thing. And he's going to say, this old crazy bastard in the woods showed me this. So look, I mean, I don't know if my chart's crapped out again, but yeah, you know, yeah, it looks like my chart's crapped out. It looks like it's still pushing down. So this should, oh, there you go. It should have just broken past that. So, you know, I'm saying, hey, I'm staying with this trade. I'm moving my stop from my entry down to here. And this is where I have my next 2/3, and I'm waiting for that. So now we go back and see what we did to the target, right? Our next target was the 55. We broke through it. So I'm probably taking off a third at that 55. And I know if I can get my last third to that 61, I'm all off at that 61, because that 76 is nice, but it's a long shot, right? And you see, you know, coincidence that it's bouncing off of the 55 on the Fibonacci? No, it's not a coincidence, man. That's how the market works. You just got to look for the signal to get in, and that's what we're looking for. You know. And again, put your stop there, because okay, we'll pay that price. This isn't going to work 100% of the time, and I don't need this thing coming back up here and I take all that loss. I'll go right here, and then you know, I'll wait to find my next setup and where I'm going to make my money. I'm not following you. You said you put your stop above where the bottom of the candle is. That's where you pointed. All right, cool. So I'll just go through the trade. Let me spread the screen. If this is my entry, where my crosshair is, breaking that line, I would put my stop right here. You see this consolidation? It's actually a bear flag. Like this moved down, it consolidated up, it created what we talked about, a bear flag, it triggered. I would put my stop right here where my red line is. I would get the pointer, but you guys can't see that pointer, which that's very interesting. But anyway, I would put it where right here. So let's talk numbers. I'd put my stop at 42.27. So this triggers my entry right here. I try to get hit around 42.26, and I'm just using round numbers because it's just too much to say right there. And I would put my stop around the 42.27, and then it would start its move. And when it hit the 50, right, I would take a third off, and then I would move my stop to the break even where my entry is. So all my other stock, all my other position, I'm off 1/3. Let's call it 3 contracts. I'm off 1 contract. If the other 2 contracts get thrown back in my face, I'm out before I take a loss on the other 2 contracts. So I just locked in $150. You know, move 3 points. I'm getting half a buck on a contract. I locked in $150. I know I've made $150 on this trade. So now I'm sitting in a riskless trade with money in the bank, right? Riskless meaning none of my capital's at risk. And this makes this push down and breaks the 50. Once it breaks the 50, you know, you can move down more. I'm already, well, actually, if it breaks the 50 and went to the 55, I would have taken 1 off. But right now, I'm just sitting at the break even, you know, right now, and seeing what this does. And my charts are choppy, but what it does is it's retracing a little bit, and it looks like it's rolling over one more time. So it looks like we may even get that 55. I mean, it's not happening right now, but it looks like we may get that 55. And I'm sure the charts will start delivering some data again eventually. Oh no, now I'm looking at totally disconnected. Wow, this is so interesting. I guess not so much for you guys, huh? But yeah, I got to figure out why this is behaving like this. I'm hoping it's the vendor. So anyway, all right, I digress right in the middle of the lesson. So my second goal is that 55. Based on how it's behaving, and really I would be managing the trade with the 30 minutes. So I would see this bottom, I'd see it tick back up here, I'd look for another bottom, and it's very rare that it makes a V bottom. It'll probably test down here again somewhere, and I may just close the position based on what the momentum looks like. But right now I locked up 150 bucks. My stop is sitting at my entry level, which is roughly 226, and I'm riding two contracts, 2/3 of my position, to see where it goes. Am I making it clear? So in that example you just gave, you're short the stock, correct? Well, I'm long puts. Yes, I'm playing it to go down. Oh, that's interesting. That all right. So yeah, you know, I'm ahead of the game. Yeah, I would go long puts. I would use today's expiration. I'd be at the money. I'd look for like maybe the 42.25s, and I'd go long the puts and ride the puts down, ride it down, ride it down, ride it down, ride it down, and yeah, you know, look. So you can see in this bar where it's coming back down. But if you look at the 30-second, you can see it's turning around and looking to make that double bottom. You know, and it's a nice double bottom. I hope that it's clear and you guys could see it clearly. So now, even after this high right here, it shouldn't break this high being the 42.24. So I can even move my stop on one contract right here, or even move my stop on two. But I'll probably move my stop on one contract right here, leave a stop on the other contract at my entry level. Yeah, you know, at a break even. And if this shoots back in my face, I'm going to get out on my other contract at that 42.24, and just I'll let the last one ride. So now I locked up maybe 250 bucks, and it cost me nothing. I'm just protecting, you know, my profits and my capital by keeping a stop right here. But you have to understand too that when you're using options, it's a visual stop. This is the hardest part. When the stock goes there, you got to close the position yourself. When you're trading stocks, you know, you could put well, you know what, some platforms you might be able to put a stop on an option, but just anticipate that you can't, and you have to physically have the discipline to do it. Now look, looks like it's turning out nicely, right? I have my stop here, but it looks like it might be making another move down. Although here we go, it looks like, yeah, you know, that little bar is starting to turn around. Let's expand that a little bit. So yeah, you know, I found my trade on that 5-minute chart, I think, and we were playing that 5-minute chart, but I'm managing my trade on the 30-minute chart. So right now I've got one stop sitting at 24 and change. I've got my other stop sitting at 26.57, and I'm in the driver's seat and I'm letting this baby work out. You know, and my target is the 50. Is this the 5? Yeah. My target is the 55 refit. How did that get so short? Oh, okay. Let's open it up so we can see the refit. I'm trying to make a move down to the 55. So I'm either going to take my second contract off if it shoots back at me, or I'm taking my second contract off at the 55. And this is trade management. So we looked at the entry, we looked at the risk management, and this is the trade management. This is how I manage running my trade. This is some good stuff, man. This is golden education. So you better hit them likes and hit that subscribe, hit the bell, and buy me a coffee with that Cash App. We'll get some free folk out here. See, these are the kind of videos I want to make. Something that's in-depth like this, and you could just keep running through it and running through it and running through it and running through it. And I'll be able to keep reviewing it and just make sure that I'm being very, very clear on what I'm saying and what I'm doing. And that's how you learn this. I mean, it's just repetition, man. And if you play those videos in your head over and over and over and over again, yeah, you're going to see this stuff. I was about to curse again. He could be selling calls, but buying calls would be a big loss. Yeah, forget about buying calls, man. Anybody who's pumping that nonsense to you, just nonsense. Just ignore it. There's no reason for it right now. I mean, not on the test. Don't cloud things. This is simple. Don't complicate it. It's very simple. Yeah, calls go up, puts go down. You don't have to get creative. You don't have to get fancy. All you're doing is trying to impress yourself with and you know what, we've made this industry about big words and fancy cliches, and it's really quite simple, man. Yeah, buy low, sell high, buy low, if you're going on the downside. So that's it. If you want to play the market to the downside, go long puts. That's it. If you want to play the market to the upside, go long calls. If you want to use puts and calls as the instrument, you can use the SPY and trade the SPY. It's the same thing. The SPY is doing the same exact thing. You could do this on every equity, right? I wouldn't short an equity because theoretically your loss is unlimited. And what do you need that exposure? We're about risk management. That's how we make money. And I'm not softening this up because you guys are new. I mean, this is just basic business logic. Why would I assume more risk to make the same amount of money? I want as little risk as possible with as much return as possible. It's just simple business. Business, business, business. Look, I'm tired and I'm getting all barky. All barky at you guys. What time we got? We got 15:39. But right now, I would just close the trade. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I don't like to be trading this late in the day on an options day. I mean, it's something that you need to keep in your mind. But yeah, I just want to talk through this trade so that we have something that everybody's learning on, because it was a boring, unproductive day. I mean, I made money on spreads and stuff like that, but there was no money in directional trades. There was really very little education because the market's not moving much. So this was good. Right, unlimited risk with shorting. Yeah, yes, yes, yes. So everybody just stop with that nonsense on this website, all right? All the free folk. We're not going to complicate things, man. We're going to keep it simple. We're going to take simple instruments, equities, puts, calls, and we're just going to trade simply and make some money. Make lots of money. Simple, simple. That's it. Keep it simple, man. Yeah, and if you can't explain your trading strategy and how you execute trades, then you don't have a trading strategy. Yeah, I could explain this stuff to you simply because it's simple. And that's all trading is, and I promise you, everybody that you're impressed with big hedge funds and stuff, this is what they're doing. This is what they're doing. They're just sharper about it. And then algorithms, I mean, obviously, they could pick up these signals quicker than our eyes can. And that's all it is. That's what computer trading is. Computer trading is doing the same thing I'm doing, but they could catch these signals a lot quicker. And they're in and out, in and out, in and out, and make the money. Simple, simple, simple. That's what this is. Oh, my lady is talking. Hold on one second. My goal this evening is to rewatch your segment on bull flags and take notes and practice, practice, practice. That's it. That's what you do. And what I'd like to do is start whacking up, because I know you're looking at like 8 hours, man. And you got to scroll through there and find where the pearls of wisdom are. And if we could build a team of free folk to start editing this stuff, I could get them to whack up the segments where we have some gold, which, this whole move was beautiful. I mean, all day we had to wait to get one move to talk about it. But hey, I guess it paid off that we waited. And if we could whack this up in segments, it's going to be easy for you guys to go there, because a big problem with trading is pain avoidance, and if it's too hard to do the homework, people aren't going to do it. And that's why I said trade paper trading, because if you're getting used to getting beat up, you're gonna have pain avoidance. It's gonna be too hard to execute these transactions when they show themselves. And again, my software is glitching and my connection is not good. And I tested my my broadband, and I got plenty of broadband, so it's definitely the software and that issue. So I'm going to have to call up and yell at somebody. I mean, I've seen this happen before, although this is dragging out all day, and that's frustrating. And, you know, Davey got to make some money. Off the grid, Dave. Okay, it looks like it's making a move down. The composite's pushing down. Everything's pushing down. And really, we're only off like 6 points for the day, 14 points on the composite, 17 points on the Russell. So, yeah, you know, I'm not sitting here saying there's panic selling in the market or anything. Nothing's really making me scared. I mean, even when we look at the squeeze plays, you know, nothing's trading off. There's no indication of panic selling anywhere. You know, even Amazon's up 17.6. I mean, there's some green on the charts. You know, Microsoft's holding up. What's Apple doing? That poor, sad Apple. Apple's up 8 cents. Oh, go baby! Apple made 8 cents today. You know, but yeah, there's a bit of a return. I mean, it's hard to see on the charts I'm representing because of this data. Very frustrating. That's a nice trade. That's a nice representation of how we trade. You know, and in the fall, you're going to see this 3, 4, 5 times a day, man. You're going to be making money hand over fist. You know, in the summer, it's just a drag and it's hard to find a good setup. But in the fall, you'll see this. You know, I mean, I'll even trade pre-market in the fall. I'll trade options pre-market because I mean these setups just pop up and pop up and pop up and pop up, and yo, I like that easy money. All right, I'm going to take 2 seconds to look for bears. Here, Yogi. I'm back. No bears. All right, so everybody who's decided that they are the free folk and with me, I'm going to have to ask to employ your patience because, you know, obviously being off the grid, I need to figure out good ways of having data and streaming. And you all know that I'm heading for the high seas, and we'll see what that looks like Monday. But if you have patience, we're gonna just figure out where everything works. But I'm committed to the channel, and I'm gonna make the channel work. And so if I've got to be a landlubber for a little while, I'll do that. It's hurricane season anyway, so really, I mean, I want to go down and just set the boat up for my next move, but I'll just throw the baby up on a hard and forego that, and then just slam everything together and probably go sail and sink. But that's a problem for another day. But I was just thinking that you know, everybody just be patient with me and my technology, and I'll give you guys some quality content and a little education, and you guys will give me likes and subscriptions and hitting the bell and dropping a little coffee money into the Cash App, and we both do our ends, and we'll make a really nice channel. And we'll be the free folk. Not a whole lot of interaction right now. No sinking. That's in order. All right, I'll do my best, man. That was nice of you, Zach. What'd you do, Zach? I sent $5 for a few coffees or whatever. Dude, you're 15 years old, man. Save those $5. Save those five. I appreciate it. I appreciate the love. But you know, you're the guy that I'm here for, because if I could gear you up as in the teenage years, I mean, you're gonna be king of the universe. And at 15, I mean, you know, you don't have a lot of money rolling in the door. So I will build this channel for you, Zach Attack. But I appreciate it. I appreciate the vote of confidence, man. Thank you very much. And I promise you that baby's getting pulled up and going to good use in improving what I'm offering here. Zach, you're the man. There you go. Yep, Zach asks good questions. Anthony asks good questions too. Actually, we got some good questions out of Mr. Williams also, right? And then my Yeti friend just disappeared, man. Come on, Yeti. You know you got questions. If I skip some of your questions, it's just because I missed it on the chat. So don't get discouraged. Just throw it out there again. I'll ask it. Come on, Yeti. Yeah, Yeti. You know what a Yeti is? I'm sure you know what a Yeti is. You're a Bigfoot. Oh, so where'd we hit? Where'd we hit on that? It looks like we didn't even make the 55 and it's snapping back, right? Bank, bank. Oh, we did. We broke that 55 and we're heading for the 60, right? So breaking that 55, I would have moved my stop right down here. So I would have taken one off when we hit that 55, and I'd have one contract left. And now I just trail the bars. You know, we have 1:09 after this 5-minute bar closes. If I don't get stopped out, I would trail it right here. I'd move my stop right here, and I just try to chase this baby down. You know, and that's a good trade. You know, you're talking about you got locked up $1.50, maybe you probably locked up about $300 right now. And we're in the trade 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. We're in the trade a half hour. We paid ourselves $300 on just 3 contracts. You know, if you did 9 contracts, just multiply that by 3. You know, we'd be paid right now $900, and we'd be sitting on the rest of our contracts, which are in the money. 6 to 4 is 5, 2.5, and we would have 3 more left right now. So we'd be in the money another $750 right now on our last unit of 3 contracts if we trade 9. I got some questions up there.
Connection lost.
Ask them again. It's confusing to me buying options on a limit order when the price is shown. Going to use wrong words here. No, that's all right, man. We'll work it out. The price of the single contract is $15 and not $422.30. Right. Okay. So you have to bounce between the two. And when you're looking at your trading platform, it should be quoting or showing you where the S&P is, right? And you're looking at your strike price, and your bid and your ask is $15 or what have you. But you're buying the 250 call. So yeah, you got to bounce between that and watch where it's trading, right? So you're not really watching the price of the option. If you are, you're trading your P&L, and you shouldn't be doing that. You're trading your profit and loss and your money, and you shouldn't be doing that. You're watching the movement of the S&P. You don't really care what the price of the option is, right? Because if you bought the option when the S&P was at 22.26, theoretically at 22.20, that option should be $3 more expensive. You should have made $3 on that move. You dig? Because you're getting about 50 cents for every point that the S&P 500 drops. So you don't care where the option is trading. You care that you have today's strike price, and you're taking an at the money call, and you could buy it at the mid. If you're afraid that the market's going to move, then you'd buy it right at the ask. Use the limit, buy it at the ask. Get yourself in the trade, because you can't make money on trades that you don't make. Am I answering your question? Thanks. Glad I could contribute something. Anthony, you're the man too. Okay. It's confusing to me buying options on a limit order when the price shows, in other words, $15. No, you're not paying $4,223 for the option. You're paying $15 for the option. The option represents 100 contracts, so your total cost is going to be $1,500. But for that $1,500, you made roughly three points, and the baby's still moving, man. Oh, there it is, just bounced back. If it hit, and I would have been out, right? Because I told you. Well, actually, I would have moved my stop right to where my line is. And you saw that ricochet back if you were watching. That's why I don't trade late into the day, because now it's just not uniform trading. You know, it's just not trading orderly, because people are closing contracts and they're closing positions, and it just gets all choppy and ridiculous. Yes, I'm starting to catch on. All right, cool, man. I'll do this for 100 days if that's what you need. You know, we'll talk about the same thing for 100 days. Yeah, you know, and if I could tune up one guy, and actually, there's a lot of people out there who are onto this and checking it out. So you're doing everybody a good service. My free folk. So when we have 100,000 viewers, you guys will be trading with me and sharing the fun and calling the trades out, so I don't have to sit here and stare at the screen. Be like, yo, Dave, take this. And then I'm making free money because you're doing all the work. So look, you see it's ricocheting back. I would have been out of the trade because I would have been trailing my stop behind each one of these 5-minute bars at this point. You know, and you probably could see it. Think on here's the bottom. I mean, we can't see the momentum because this all sucks. But look, it made one bottom, it came up, it made another bottom, and then bank, it shot right back in our face. The charts are too frustrating for me today, so I'm not going to do an evening wrap up. It's just way too frustrating, so I'm just going to take advantage of it. I'm going to stop, and I think I might climb down off the mountain and go find some place to get some dinner where I don't have to work for it. What should I eat? A dirty burger? I don't want to put any dirty meat in my body. I think I really want some soup. Oh, yeah, I gotta have soup, man. There's no way I'm chewing a burger. YouTube is killing me. It's gonna be on my tombstone. Can I drive is the question. Yeah, I could drive. There's really nothing I want to eat here. Market's closing in 5 minutes. Actually, all nasty looking too. I'd rather take a shower before I go out. All sweaty. Tom Williams. Oh, there you go. That guy asked a lot of good questions. Nope. In the money. Me as well, Anthony. Time to get some homework studies in. I'm better when I can read something. Yeah. Good. Do some studying. Yeah, you can get comfortable with the verbiage. But you know what? That could be my shortcoming as a teacher because I'm just used to speaking in one manner, and I should be thinking about the fact that you guys are learning the language too. Yeah, she's just chopping around, but that's good, man. Well, we still have 4 minutes, and anything could happen. But you know, I just don't want that parabolic sell-off that you see sometimes. Take it easy, Dave. Later, Zach. You leaving us? Yeah, I don't think we're going to get much more out of the market. I mean, it looks like we're testing that bottom again. You could see a little consolidation if you look at that choppy 30-second chart. And so it may be making a move. And it's interesting, if you look at Amazon right to the left of it, it's actually creating the same patterns and testing these lows. And Amazon is actually at the open of yesterday, where it's creating resistance, you know, and these are not coincidences. Dun, 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 dun.
Connection lost.
Yeah, it's hard. I mean, you live the life and it just becomes natural language, and you forget that other people don't understand. And then you don't sleep and you don't eat and you get cranky. And people fade out towards the end. That was good. Everybody who hung in and endured and did the marathon with me today got to see what a good trade should look like today. And I promise you, man, in the winter you see that all the time. When the market's moving, you see that all the time. You can see it 2 or 3 times a day, and you start to be able to judge the quality of these setups, and then you could just sit back and wait for one that looks like really good quality, and then you just stack on. You stack on the contracts, and if you could pick up a 20-point move, on 30 contracts, you're talking about 10 points. That's $1,000 a contract. I mean, obviously you have to have a trading account that could support that, but that's how you make money, real money in the market. And 30 contracts, it's $1,500. So you're talking about 15,000 4 times is $45,000. And if you could tie up $45,000 for 15, 20 minutes, you could pick up, another 30 grand. Not a bad way to trade. But we'll talk more about risk management too, because you don't want to do a $45,000 trade with a $45,000 account. No. Are we done? Are we done? We're done. We're done. I don't believe it. The day's over. For a good 30 minutes looking for the bucket of steam. All right, that's cool. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this concludes our session of the day. I hope you enjoyed it. Thank you very much. Yo, if you didn't like me, like me. If you didn't subscribe, subscribe. If you didn't hit that bell because you'll know I'm here. I appreciate everything you guys have done. Thank you very much. I'll be here all week.